Do you want to stay ahead of AI by learning modern front-end skills that even Devin can't beat? This video is what you need. Gone are the days when people were happy with plain old websites that bots like v0.dev can now create with ease. Now's the time to step up your game and build websites that outshine the rest. So, hi there, and welcome to a new course where you'll build and deploy not one, not two, but 3 stunning UI/UX websites turned into an ultimate course designed to transform you into a front-end developer ready to get hired. We'll kick things off with a crash course on GSAP for building silky smooth animations and Three.js for giving websites that 3D feel, after which you will clone the iconic Apple iPhone website. Then we'll develop a visually stunning landing page featuring exciting animations, parallax effects, and a sleek bento grid. Your users won't be able to look away. And lastly, you'll showcase your newly acquired skills with a minimalistic yet striking developer portfolio, impressing potential employers with both your creativity and technical expertise. And are you worried that this is a bit too advanced? Fear not. I'll break down everything from GSAP and Three.js for 3D effects to Tailwind CSS for styling, all in a beginner-friendly, step-by-step way. So, by the end of this course, you'll have a unique set of front-end developer skills and the confidence to build responsive web applications that leave a lasting impression. Here are the projects you'll build. The first project is the iconic 3D Apple iPhone website clone. Yes, we'll code an iPhone 15 Pro clone using nothing less than GSAP and Three.js. But we won't just clone the site. We'll start with a detailed crash course on how to create powerful animations using GSAP, after which I'll teach you the core concepts of Three.js and 3D development. And then you'll build the Apple clone website that has custom animations with scroll triggers, staggers, timeline, and more. A custom video slider with progress tracking, animated 3D models with different configurations, lights, and viewports, and other sections with cool animations, complete responsiveness, and optimal performance. Then you'll develop a modern UI/UX website called Brainwave. You'll build a beautiful hero section with different shapes reacting to your cursor, a navbar with a colorful button that transforms into an animated hamburger menu when you're on smaller screens. And look at that subtle, smooth scroll parallax effect that moves these elements down as we scroll. Moving on, we've got a nice services section featuring gradient borders on the cards and unique curved rectangle shapes. Each of these cards also reveals a hidden background image. Next, we have a pattern that showcases the most important elements in a circular layout. After that is a very fresh and modern web development layout called Bento Box. Many popular companies like Apple, Linear, and Clerk use this layout to display their features effectively. Below, there's an always needed pricing section. After that, there's a grid style layout presenting the application's roadmap with gradients, grid lines, high quality images, and geometry lines on both sides, creating a modern look. Lastly, there's a simple footer where we connect to the website's social media pages. And to feature all of your work, you'll develop a modern developer portfolio with a modern hero section with spotlights and text animations, latest bento grid design. Here, we went a step further and animated some parts into this grid. For example, this globe is a real 3D globe, which you can move around. Then we have our tech stack right here, some more information about yourself, even some code blocks, and then this nicely animated bottom part that allows your users to copy your email. Moving below, we have a small selection of recent projects. And what's cool about this, and the previous section as well, is that we're not only using Tailwind, we're also using Externity UI, which gives us a lot of these out-of-the-box framer motion animations. And that makes it look different from anything I've seen so far. Testimonials and companies you've worked with. Also, a section about your previous work experiences, about being a front-end engineering intern, mobile app dev, freelance project, and so much more. And don't forget, if you scroll up, you have this nice bar that pops up that allows you to scroll to different sections. Moving forward, we have My Approach, which tells employers how you work, starting from planning and strategy, to development and progress updates, to development and launch. So you're not just doing development, you're doing so much more than that. And a short but sweet footer section. Alongside building these great projects, you will also learn Next.js with server and client-side rendering, routing, and layouts for better performance and SEO. Tailwind CSS for a modern, completely mobile responsive UI. Three.js, GSAP, and Externity UI to create mind-blowing animations. Functional components and how you can reuse them to make your code more efficient. The best file and folder structure for organizing your code like a pro, and much more. We'll go beyond just building your websites and I'll teach you how to deploy them to Hostinger's fast servers and get your custom domain name. But we're not done yet. We'll also use Sentry to track your app's performance, like how many people visit, how fast it loads, what users are looking at, how much each operation takes, which parts of the code are slowing things down, how fast each component is loading, and see if there are any issues with specific devices. And what about the prerequisites? Well, all you need is a basic understanding of JavaScript and React. Plus, I highly recommend taking our Tailwind CSS crash course to get the most out of this course. Now, with even better teaching methods, where you'll get an open source codebase you can look at if you get stuck, a custom Figma design so you know exactly what you're building, and a Discord server to get all your bugs resolved. All of these things are free, so get them immediately from the links in the description while the intro is rolling. And since my goal is to make sure you land a job, your portfolio will not be like any other project. It's a career asset designed to showcase everything you're capable of, making you an attractive candidate for any job. See, hosting your portfolio on a personalized domain makes you more professional and improves your credibility and search engine visibility. It also speaks about your skills in self-hosting, scaling, and managing websites effectively. So before we dive into coding, we need to set the foundation for hosting all of our projects, especially the modern portfolio. And right now, they're offering a great deal which you don't want to miss. When it comes to hosting this modern portfolio, I personally go for the premium plan. And here's why it's perfect for this and many other projects. You can host 100 websites with the same account. You get a free domain name, which gives you a professional touch. You get a free SSL for HTTPS security, which creates trust with anyone visiting your portfolio. This deal won't last forever, and because we've partnered with Hostinger, you get an even bigger discount. So once you visit the link in the description, click Claim Deal and add to cart. Here, we have to choose the period of our hosting. With the crazy discount going on right now, I'll definitely choose 48 months to save the most money. And down below, you can choose your payment method and enter your JavaScript Mastery coupon code, which will give you an even bigger discount on your hosting package. Once you've made your purchase, we are ready to set everything up and get started with building out our portfolio. Let's start with Hostinger's guided setup. We are building a new website, so you can choose Create, and we're building a completely custom website, so we can choose Skip at the bottom. Next, we need to choose our domain. As you can see, I use Hostinger for my jsmastery.pro platform. So here you can type out your domain name. I would recommend something like your first name and last name.com. Something like johndoe.com. And if you purchase the hosting for more than 1 year, you'll get the domain completely for free. Choose it and click Next. The domain is registering. And while that is happening, I quickly want to point your attention to our improved Discord server, where now we have dedicated forums for each video. So if you're building this portfolio and you get stuck, you just go to the forum and ask a question. This is the best way to get help. Now already we are the next step, where you can choose where your audience is located at, and you can see there's a lot of options. Click Next, and the setup will initialize. While that is happening, just another quick note, and that is that the full code base of the video you're about to build is live on GitHub, so you can check it out right here, and if you don't mind, give it a star. With that in mind, we are redirected to the dashboard of our hosting project. So finally, let's code it out, and we'll deploy it at the end of the course. Ever caught yourself endlessly scrolling through the Apple's website, fantasizing of owning the latest iPhone? Yeah, we've all been there. But have you ever wanted to actually create something as slick as what Apple showcases? Hi there, and welcome to a new video where I'll teach you how to build stunning apps like Apple does for its products. Yes, we'll code an iPhone 15 Pro clone using nothing less than GSAP and Three.js. But we won't just clone the site. We'll start with a detailed crash course on how to create powerful animations using GSAP. After which, I'll teach you the core concepts of Three.js and 3D development. And then, you'll build the Apple clone website that has custom animations with scroll triggers, staggers, timeline, and more. A custom video slider with progress tracking. Animated 3D models with different configurations, lights, and viewports. And other sections with cool animations, complete responsiveness, and optimal performance. We'll go beyond just building and deploy your website to Hostinger's fast servers. But we're not done yet. We'll also use Sentry to track its performance, like how many people visit, how fast it loads, what users are looking at, and see if there are any issues with specific devices. Alongside the video, I've also prepared the ultimate Three.js and GSAP guide that covers a step-by-step roadmap, insider tips, examples, and cool project ideas to take your animation and 3D development skills to the next level. The link to this completely free guide is in the description. So, are you ready to dive in and learn GSAP, Three.js, and then put that expertise to work by cloning the iPhone 15 Pro website? Let's go! Green Socks Animation Platform, often referred to as just GSAP, is a high-performance JavaScript animation library that allows you to effortlessly animate anything JavaScript can touch. You can animate anything, from UIs and SVGs to creating immersive 3D experiences. From exciting scrolling animations to changing shapes of objects, text effects, and UI interactions, there isn't a thing you can't animate with GSAP. Any exciting website you see with animations, parallax effects, or fancy scrolling tricks is likely made with GSAP. From making basic HTML elements move smoothly to creating entire animation timelines, morphing SVGs, customizing bounce and wiggle effects, simulating physics, and more, GSAP is the all-in-one solution for all of your web application animation needs. Gucci, Spotify, Nike, Shopify, and even Google all use GSAP. But there's also Framer Motion, known for its gesture-based interactions, and its declarative syntax, which tightly integrates with React. For simpler animations in React, it's the top choice. Both animation libraries have their own unique use cases. But here's where GSAP takes the throne. GSAP is known for its exceptional performance, even in complex animations. Its optimizations keep the animation smooth, making it the go-to choice for applications in which performance matters. GSAP also offers a high level of flexibility and control over animations, allowing you to create complex sequences, timelines, and effects. GSAP is extensively tested and supported across many browsers and devices, ensuring consistent animations for all users, even on older browsers, and a rich feature set, allowing you to do anything from simple effects to advanced physics-based animations. Now, let's move to the second most important technology in making our apps interactive. It's Three.js, and it'll shape the future of the web. With advancements in virtual reality and wider access to more powerful devices, 3D development is just warming up. Before Three.js, creating 3D graphics for the web was a complex task. Web developers had to rely on low-level APIs like WebGL or special plugins like Adobe Flash or Unity, remember those, which were a pain in the ass, with limited browser support and extreme use difficulty. With the growing demand for immersive web experiences and increasing strength of modern browsers, developers needed a better solution for 3D apps. Three.js came in and filled this gap by abstracting away the complexities of WebGL and providing a user-friendly API for building 3D scenes directly in the browser using JavaScript. Some of the key features are the abstraction of WebGL. Three.js abstracts away all WebGL's complexities, providing a higher-level API that simplifies the process of creating and rendering 3D graphics. It has a high cross-platform compatibility, making apps work seamlessly across different devices and browsers. It provides a rich set of tools and utilities for creating immersive 3D experiences, including support for lighting, shading, textures, animations, and interaction. It's also very fast. Using WebGL's hardware-accelerated rendering, Three.js ensures smooth and efficient performance even for complex 3D scenes. And finally, it also has an active community of developers, contributing tutorials, examples, and plugins, making it the go-to choice for developing 3D apps. And starting to learn Three.js is like diving into a new and exciting world, with many features and concepts to learn. To properly learn Three.js, you'll have to move away from the 2D vision and start seeing websites in 3D. In a 3D space, objects possess three-dimensional properties, like length, width, and height, or in math, x, y, and z. Unlike the two-dimensional world, which we typically interact with on screens, 3D space adds depth, allowing for a more realistic experience. Each point in a 3D space is represented by a set of coordinates that specify its position from the origin. Now, I want to teach you the most important concepts in 3D development. First is the scene. It's the canvas where all the objects, lights, and cameras are placed, the environment in which the 3D world exists and where interactions happen. Then there's the renderer, which converts the 3D scene into 2D images that can be displayed on the screen. It's responsible for rendering the scene onto the browser. The camera plays an important role in defining the viewpoint from which the scene is viewed. It determines what is visible in the rendered scene. Cameras have properties like position, rotation, and field of view that determine their behavior and how the scene is rendered. Three.js supports different types of cameras with special behaviors, like a perspective camera, which mimics the way human eyes perceive the world, creating a sense of depth and perspective, and an orthographic camera, which renders objects without perspective, which is useful for technical drawings or 2D games. Lights illuminate the scene and affect the appearance of objects. Three.js supports different types of lights, including ambient light, which adds overall illumination to the scene without a specific source. Directional light, which emits light from a specific direction, like sunlight. Point light, which emits light in all directions from a single point in space. Spotlight, which emits light in a cone shape from a specific position and direction. And there are many more. Lights have properties like color, intensity, and position that control their behavior and influence on the scene. So, now that we have the scene, the camera, and the lights, we can finally see some things within the space. And the first thing we can easily show would be a mesh. A mesh is the basic building block of 3D objects in Three.js. It consists of vertices, points in 3D space, connected to form faces. Meshes define the shape and appearance of objects in the scene, and each mesh is associated with a geometry and a material. Geometry defines the structure and shape of a mesh by specifying its vertices, faces, and other attributes. Three.js thankfully provides a wide range of built-in geometries like box geometries, spheres, planes, cylinders, and more. You can also create custom geometries by defining their vertices and faces manually, which will later on allow us to see such a detailed 3D Apple iPhone model. Then there's material. Material determines the appearance of a mesh, including its color, texture, and how it reacts to light. Three.js offers some built-in materials like Mesh Basic Material, which is simple and is not affected by lighting, Mesh Phong Material, which reacts to some light sources, and then the Standard Material, which is a physically based, realistic rendering. And there are many other materials as well, which you can customize by adjusting properties like color, opacity, highlights, and more. And these were all the basic building blocks of Three.js and 3D development. Of course, you can find their detailed instructions alongside a cheat sheet in the guide down below. But Three.js also has some more complicated stuff, like shaders, tweaking with meshes, and animating things around. I'll show you how to animate 3D models using GSAP in this video, but going into detail on all of these things would make this video too long. So if you want a full crash course on Three.js, just drop a comment and let me know. And before we dive into the main star of this video, which is of course cloning the 3D Apple website with Three.js and GSAP, let me provide a conclusion on this part of the crash course, which is how to use Three.js. There are a couple of ways in which we can use Three.js depending on project requirements and your preferences. You can use Three.js directly in vanilla JavaScript without any additional libraries or frameworks. All you have to do is put a CDN script tag for Three.js. But of course, you can also integrate Three.js with frameworks such as React, Vue, and Angular. Each one of these has its own way of integrating Three.js. We'll use React 3 Fiber, which is a library that allows us to easily integrate Three.js into React applications. And it even makes it possible to create 3D scenes with React components. So, just so you know, you'll learn React 3 Fiber in this video as well. So just to give you an example, in vanilla JavaScript, you would have to first set up the scene by saying scene, camera, and renderer, figure out where you want to render the canvas, and then add a cube to the scene, and maybe even apply an animation. In React 3 Fiber, it's much easier and much more similar to what you're used to. You simply import the canvas and the use frame from React 3 Fiber, and then you import the box or some other element you want to show and call it using hooks and show it with React components. React 3 Fiber acts as a wrapper, which makes it easier to add 3D scenes to our React applications. Enough with theory. Let's dive into action. I prepared a quick workshop for you. and I've linked it for you in the description. Download it, open it within your Visual Studio Code, and then we can install all the necessary dependencies by running npm install. This is going to take just a moment as we don't have too many dependencies. As a matter of fact, we can look into what we do have, and you'll notice that it's basically just React, React DOM, and React Router DOM with some Tailwind CSS. So the entire setup is completely empty. We'll explore everything from scratch. So let's go ahead and run the application by running npm run dev to see what we have on it. And then we can hold the command key and click on this link to open it up. As you can see, I prepared 7 different demos that teach you 7 most important GSAP concepts. So let's dive into the first one by clicking right here, and let's explore GSAP.to. GSAP.to method is used to animate elements from their current state to a new state. It's similar to GSAP.from, but the difference is that the GSAP.to method animates elements from their current state to a new state, while GSAP.from animates elements from a new state to their current state. And of course, you can read more about it if you head over to the documentation page. Basically, you can see how it works right here. You target a specific element by providing the identifier, and then you specify the properties that you want this element to take after the animation runs. So we are changing the rotation and the X position throughout the duration of 1 second. So now you've seen the demo, right? You could have done on your own without me. But see this box right here. Now we'll animate it together to solidify what we just learned. So going back to the code, we can split our terminal and install a new package by running npm install GSAP, as well as add gsap/react, which will allow us to start adding those animations. Once that is done, we can head over to our pages and then GSAP.to, as that is the first element we want to animate. In this case, I want you to animate the box that we have right here below. So if you scroll down, you can see a div that has a class name of VW, HW, and then BG Blue 500, which makes that a box. And here we have an ID of blue box. So let me teach you how to animate using GSAP in React. Right below this to do, we can say use GSAP, coming from GSAP React. This is a special hook which looks and behaves a lot like useEffect. Essentially, you define a callback function and then a dependency array on when this has to run. And within it, you can use GSAP to then animate the elements you want. So we do that by saying GSAP, which you have to import from the original GSAP package, .to, and then the first parameter to the .to method is the target you want to animate. In this case, we can target it by ID by saying blue box. Then the second parameter are variables which you want to animate. So you can expand an object, and let's do something like x is 250 pixels. So we animate from x of 0, of course, by default, to x is 250. So now if you go back to your page and reload, you can see how nicely this animates. And just so we can see our animation happening in real time at all times without needing to reload the page, we can add a repeat of -1, as well as a yo-yo property set to true, which will make the animation reverse on every other cycle. So as you can see, now it's going back and forth. Let's pull this to the side so we can continue animating while we're writing the code at the same time. There we go. That's much better. Now, let's also give it a bit of a rotation property of 360. And you can see now it completely rotates. And you can see now it completely rotates. We can also increase the duration to something like 2 seconds. If you do that, it's going to move much slower. And we can also give it a special ease property, which defines how the animation happens. As you can see immediately, you get a lot of different properties you can choose from. For example, bounce in. If you save it, you can see now it kind of bounces in and then stops. You also have bounce out, which is going to make it bounce at the end. There's a lot of these different easing curves that you can decide to use. There's also circle, back, and so much more. In this case, let's use elastic. As you can see, it looks like it's on a spring right now, which you have to pull and then move back and forth, which gives it a very interesting effect. But with this in mind, you just learned how to use one of the fundamental methods in GSAP, which is GSAP.to property, which accepts an ID, which is an identifier, and then properties you want to apply to the element you're targeting. You also learned how to apply animations using the use GSAP hook and GSAP within React. So with that in mind, let's go back to the homepage and navigate to the second method of the day, GSAP from. As the name suggests, GSAP from is used to animate elements from a new state to their current state, similar to GSAP 2, but the difference is that the from animates from the new to the current, while GSAP 2 animates from their current to a new state. Of course, you can find more information within the docs, but for now, let's implement it in action. I'm going to go back to GSAP.2 and copy this entire part. Then I'm going to navigate to GSAP from and simply paste it right here below. Of course, not forgetting to import the use GSAP as well as GSAP. Now, if we modify the method from to from and modify the ID from blue to green and save, you can see that it started moving from the back and then going to the front. In this case, let's explore a bit of a different ease, one I like to use often, which is power1.in.out. This one starts with a lot of power and then slows down, as you can see it right here. But the most important thing is that now it starts from the position 250 pixels in. If I reload, see how it started from the right side moving to the left. That is the only difference between from and to. The next method of the day is GSAP from to, which, as the name suggests, is used to animate elements from a new state to a new state, similar to from and to methods, but the difference is that here you can define both states. So if we scroll down, we can copy the entire thing we have here and navigate to from to. So let's paste what we copied, import the hook as well as GSAP. We can modify the method from to, and you still pass a specific identifier, but this time you have two different objects you can modify. We have the first object, which is the from object, and then we have the to object, which accounts for the two properties we want to implement. So let's try to animate it from an x of 0 and a rotation of 0 with something like a border radius of 0% as well. And we're going to animate it to 250, repeat -1, and let's also add a border radius of 100%. And we can also modify the ease to something like bounce out to explore another one. Now, if we modify the identifier from green box to red box and save it, now you can see how it turns from a square into a circle and then comes back. So we're modifying the rotation and the x and the border radius to 0 at the start, and then at the end, we set it to 100, which essentially makes it a circle. This is pretty useful when you want to modify both the start and the end of an animation. With that in mind, those have been the 3 base GSAP methods. But let's explore what else we have in store. Next one on the list is the GSAP timeline. And the GSAP timeline is used to create a timeline instance that can be used to manage multiple animations. Again, it's similar to from, and from to, but it is used to manage multiple animations, while all of these manage just one element from their current state to a new state. Of course, we can open up the docs to learn a bit more about it. And in this case, you can see that they consider it a sequencing tool that acts as a container for the other animations we have explored. It allows you to have complete control and manage the timing of an animation. So instead of doing something like this, first do x100, then do y50, and then change the opacity to 0, you can create a timeline, and then you can modify the elements to move on that timeline. You can also control the whole thing easily by pausing it, resuming it, reversing it, and so much more. So with that said, let's animate this yellow box and also include the play and pause button. So we can navigate over to GSAP timeline. And you can see at the bottom, as we always do, there is a div that has an ID of yellow box. So first things first, when creating a timeline, we have to define it by saying const timeline is equal to GSAP, which you have to import from GSAP, dot timeline. And then you call it like this. Next, you can also pass the options object to give it some properties, like repeat -1, repeat delay of something like 1 second, and yo-yo to true. We already learned what this does. It simply makes the box move left and right. It simply makes the animation repeat, so we don't have to reload the page to check out the animation. Now that we have the timeline defined, we can use the same use GSAP hook we have used not that long ago, define the callback function, as well as the dependency array. Now within it, we can use the timeline.to property instead of using the GSAP.to property. And it works in the same way you have seen it before. It's just timeline.to, you then define the identifier, which in this case is the yellow box, and the second parameter are the variables you pass to it, such as the x is 250, rotation is 360, border radius is 100%, duration is 2, and then ease is back, dot, and out. Again, this doesn't matter too much right now, but we're just playing with the way that the animation actually executes. So if we save it now, you can see how it goes from one end to another and comes back. Now, what we can do is we can also say timeline dot to, again, target the same yellow box, and then provide another set of variables we want to apply to this animation, such as x 500, scale of 1, rotation of 360, border radius of something like 8 pixels, duration of 2, and ease of back, dot, and out. Now, if I save this, you can notice that it's yellow and then it goes further out of the screen. I'm going to zoom this out a bit so you can see the full animation. First, it goes to 250, waits a bit and moves to the end, and then it returns. Now, this is a bit similar to using the from and to, or the from to, but what this allows us to do is to add additional animations in the middle. So we can say timeline.to, once again, where we target the yellow box. And this time, we can, for example, do the y of 250, scale of 2, rotation of 360, border radius of about 100%, and duration of 2, as well as the ease, back, dot, and out. Now, if we save this, we have added a third animation to the mix, where now it will actually go down out of the screen, move back, and then it's gonna come back again. So these animations are happening in a row, one after another, which gives you a lot of possibilities to control the entire timeline. Now, another thing you can do here is, of course, play and pause it, because you have complete control over the timeline. So let's head over to our play and pause button, which is right here, and let's expand this on-click functionality. We can define an if statement and say if timeline.paused is true, then we want to trigger the timeline.play, and also else vice versa. Then we want to run the timeline.pause. So if we do this and save, now you can click play pause and completely pause the execution of the animation. Then you can trigger it again and it works. So I think you can see the benefits of running animations within a timeline. You have more control. Now let's move over to the fifth method in the GSAP repertoire, stagger. GSAP stagger is a feature that allows you to apply animations with a staggered delay to a group of elements. By using the stagger feature, you can specify the amount of time to stagger the animations between each element, as well as customizing the easing and the duration of each individual animation. This enables you to create dynamic and visually appealing effects such as staggered fades, rotations, movements, and more. And of course, you can find more within GSAP stagger documentation. They even prepared a little video. But in essence, it is as easy as using the stagger property. So let's explore it in action by navigating over to the stagger file. In this case, if you scroll down, you'll notice that we don't have a single box with an ID of box. Rather, we have multiple divs that all have the same class name, stagger box. So instead of simply using an ID, we'll use the class name as an identifier. So same thing goes, we can use the use GSAP hook, create a callback function, And then we can use the GSAP.to method. And in this case, we can import GSAP from GSAP. Now, you might say, hey, we already learned to, but we haven't used stagger. Well, stagger is just a property you can apply to any animation. So we'll use to show this out, to explain the stagger by targeting the .stagger-box, and then we can provide the options. In this case, we can do the same thing we've done before, such as Y of 250, rotation of 360, border radius of 100% to turn it into a circle. We can add a repeat of -1, as well as a yo-yo of true. Now, if we save this, you can see they all follow the same animation as we're targeting all of the elements simultaneously. But what if we want them to animate one by one? Well, in that case, we can provide a stagger property of 0.5, let's say. So now we can save it, and you can see that now, after half a second, each one of these animates, one after another. But it doesn't end there. We can also apply more complex stagger properties by defining stagger as an object. Here, you can provide the amount, which is the amount of time to stagger the animations between each element, and we can say something like 1.5. Then you also have access to something known as a grid. Grid selects the number of columns and rows in a grid. So you can say something like 2, 1. Then there's also the axis, and you can choose the axis along which to stagger the animations. In this case, we can say Y, but you could also say X, in which case they all happen at the same time. Next, you can also apply the ease, which in this case, we can do something interesting like circ, dot in out, and now kind of they happen in a circle. And finally, this is the most interesting one. You can define the from, which is the starting position of the staggered animation. So instead of starting from the start or the end, we can say center. So this will make it start from the central staggered box. As you can see, now it happens from the start and moves until the end. And you can also see how they're doing 2 and then 1 and so much more. So you have complete control over how you want to stagger your elements. This is great. So now you know how stagger works and how you can use it when you have multiple elements which you want to animate, and let's call it a dance of sorts. The next feature on our list is the scroll trigger, which is used to trigger animations based on the scroll position. So as you scroll, you can animate specific things once you reach a specific point in time. So for example, scroll down to see the animation, and then only after you reach a specific point, we want the animation to start. So let's first open up the documentation page, and I always advise you to read the docs for anything you're doing. There's also a quick video right here. And the simplest way is to attach a specific target, which when it enters the viewport or the screen, then the animation happens. Or you of course have much more control over when the animation triggers. In this case, we can go back and go to GSAP scroll trigger, and let me show you how to implement it. First of all, it's very important to note that GSAP scroll trigger is a plugin, which means that we have to initiate it at the top by saying import scroll trigger from GSAP all, and then you can do GSAP, which we have to import from GSAP, dot register plugin, and then you pass that scroll trigger. This will make it work. Next, with triggers, you also have to define a reference. So we can say scroll ref is equal to use ref coming from React. This is not GSAP related, this is just React. Then we can use the same old use GSAP hook coming from GSAP React, which we can define like we have done so far. Now in this case, if you scroll down, you'll be able to see that we have some boxes right here. Now, if you scroll down, let's attach that ref to our boxes. So if we scroll here, you can see that we have two boxes, the scroll pink and scroll orange, and we can attach a ref to this div wrapping both of them by saying ref is equal to scroll ref, like this. Now we can scroll to the top and we can start animating. So first, let's get access to those boxes by saying const boxes is equal to gsap.utils.toArray, and to it we pass the scroll ref dot current dot children. So this is how we can get the children using a React ref. Next, we can also run the boxes dot for each. So for each box, we want to do something, and that something will be a simple GSAP.to animation where we target each individual box, and for each one, we apply some specific properties. In this case, we can say X is something like 150, rotation is 360, border radius is something like 100%, scale is 1.5. We have learned that already, right? So now if we scroll down, you can see that they basically already turned into circles, even though we didn't see it at all because we were at the top when the animation was happening. Not too useful, right? Typically, you want to have some animations when you scroll up to a specific point. Like if we're here, we can see it, sure, but the user will come from top and then we'll start viewing this at the bottom. So this is where scroll trigger animations come in. To this GSAP2 property, we can apply a scroll trigger, which is an object to which you can pass a trigger, and then this one will be a box. So once specific box comes into view, we want to start the animation. Let's see that once again. If I start scrolling down, already it's a circle, but that's because we're missing something important. We're missing the start of the animation, which we can define as bottom, bottom. So when the bottom of the box hit the bottom of the viewport, then it will animate. And we can also define when it will end. And it will end when the top of the box hits 20% of the viewport. We also have something called scrub, which we can set to true, which makes the animation smooth. And below the scroll trigger, we can also define the ease of power1 dot in out. And the reason why the scroll trigger animations are not working is because I misspelled it as scroll instead of scroll with a double L. So if we fix this, now check this out. I'm going to scroll to the top, reload the page, and start scrolling down. So now, as we enter the viewport slowly, you'll see how this starts as a box because that's what it styles, say by default, and then slowly it starts moving to the right and it starts applying the rotation, border radius, and scale as we scroll. Check this out. Interesting, right? And also, it goes back immediately. Now, another thing is that since we're mapping over those boxes, we can apply a bit of math to each one. So instead of just moving it x 150 for each one, we can multiply that by boxes dot index of a specific box. So this will already apply it a bit differently because the second one has an index of 1. And we can also give it some default value like +5. So now if we start scrolling down, you can see how nicely they animate and exit out of the screen. We come back, they are back. And of course, you can keep playing with these value like top 30%, which will make them go away much sooner, or like something like top 10%, which will make them in the screen for a longer period of time. It's up to you to start playing with this. And I just noticed we don't need a comma right here. It's just bottom, bottom. So like this, yeah, that's great. Another thing you can add when you're animating using the scroll trigger is if you go all the way to where you end the use GSAP function, which is here, you can also provide a second parameter of scope is scroll ref, like this. That way it will know exactly when the animation has to happen. So now I'm sure you have already noticed how useful GSAP is, specifically simple properties like GSAP2, staggering, and so on, but only when you pair it with scroll triggers, which we'll do a lot within this video, and it's also covered in a lot of depth within our ultimate guide, which you can find in the description down below, completely for free. You notice how it all starts coming together when you combine all of these properties. And finally, we have GSAP text, where I'm going to teach you how to animate text elements with GSAP. So to animate text, you can use all the methods we have explored so far. The only thing you have to do is integrate the text plugin. You can see it in the docs. Basically, you can add the GSAP2 and then add the text you want to animate. You also have some special properties for animating text elements. So let's head over to text. And you can see an H1 here that says GSAP text, but it's nowhere to be found on the screen. It's kind of like it's being hidden, right? And that's because it is. at the start, the opacity is 0. So let's go ahead and animate it in. We're going to use the same old tips and tricks like use GSAP coming from GSAP React, where we have our callback function. Then we will define GSAP.to, which we have to import from GSAP. We target the text element by ID of text, and then we provide some properties like ease, which will be power1.inout. Once again, you can go without this, or you can find the ones that you like and then add different eases. And then I'm going to add opacity of 1 as well as y of 0. So this is nothing new, right? We're just changing some properties using GSAP2, and you can see how nicely it slides in. Great. Now, let me also teach you how to animate the paragraph. You can see this para class name right here. It combines all of these properties that you can see. So let's add a GSAP.from2 in this case, and we can target the .para, which is the paragraph. And then, as you know, with from2, you have to define 2 different objects. And at the start, this text is visible. We didn't apply an opacity 0 like we did here. So you can apply it here in from. Opacity 0, y of 20. And then, of course, it's going to break until you provide a second object where you can reset the opacity to 1 and y to 0. So now you can see how nicely it fades in. We can also apply other things we learned, such as the delay between the elements, as well as the stagger of 0.1. So now different paragraph elements are going to animate one after another. And with that, we came to the end of this little GSAP workshop. As I said, we go into more detail on all of these and many other more advanced GSAP properties within the ultimate GSAP and Three.js guide, which you can find below. So check it out and get warmed up for the main star of the show, which is diving a bit into Three.js and then combining the Three.js knowledge with your GSAP knowledge and building something on your own. It's one thing to watch me do things and then enter a couple of methods, and it's a completely different thing to build something truly useful and replicate what some of the best companies in the world do. So, how do you feel about these GSAP features? We'll explore everything in more detail later in the video. GSAP also offers plugins for physics and motion that allow you to create animations with realistic physics-based motion such as bouncing, elasticity, and acceleration. And yes, I know we covered a lot of ground regarding GSAP in a short amount of time, which is exactly why I prepared a complete GSAP guide and cheat sheet down below. So download it and save it somewhere for reference. It's completely free. Also, leave a comment down below if you're interested in a more detailed and more advanced GSAP crash course. But with that said, that's enough theory. So let's get started. To get started with building our amazing 3D Apple website, we'll begin from bare beginnings by creating a new empty folder on our desktop. I'm gonna rename it and call it Apple_website, and then drag and drop it into an empty Visual Studio Code window. Once you do that, we are ready to set our project up. To quickly get ready with our development environment, we'll use Vite. It will allow us to quickly spin up a React application with a lot of interesting things provided out of the box, like the instant server start, optimized build, hot module replacement, and more. But of course, if you want to build this project out with another technology like Vue, Angular, or even better, Next.js, I would be more than happy for you to do that. You're going to learn even more by building it in your technology of choice. So with that in mind, we'll use Vite. And with Vite, we'll also use Tailwind CSS, which is a utility-first CSS framework packed with utility classes for easier styling. So with that in mind, let's go to Quick Search and let's search for Vite or your own preferred framework. Once you're there, we can copy the command and quickly get started with our application. Back in our editor, I'm gonna press Ctrl backtick, which is a shorthand for quickly opening up the terminal, or you can go to View and then Terminal. Once you're there, you can paste the first command that we copied, but I'm going to change my project with /, which will ensure to create all of the necessary files and folders right within the new Apple website folder we created. So press enter. It's going to ask us whether we want to install the create Vite CLI, to which we can say why yes. and then run npm install to install all the necessary dependencies. And once that is done, let's follow the next steps right here. You want to install all of the necessary Tailwind config. So let's copy this npm install Tailwind CSS, post CSS, and auto prefixer, paste it here and press enter. Let's also initialize a Tailwind project. Next, we need to update our template paths by copying this content, navigating over to tailwind.config.js. And by the way, pro tip, the way I just navigated is by using Command or Control and then P. You can start typing and you can immediately press enter to navigate in another file, or of course, you can use your mouse and go right here. With that in mind, I'm gonna update our content, and then we can follow the next step, which is to add Tailwind CSS directives to our CSS by copying it, going to our index.css, removing everything, and pasting just these 3 Tailwind directives. Once we have that, we can add a simple h1 to our app. So let's navigate to our app.jsx, remove everything from the return statement like this, and simply return a simple h1. While we're here, let's also remove all of the other things that we don't need. And we can also remove the app CSS, as well as removing that file as it's creating clutter. There we go. We can also rename this to an ES6 plus arrow function. There we go. So now that we have this, let's reopen up the terminal and run npm run dev. Then you can hold Command or Control and then click right here to open it up on localhost 5173. And we are in. We can see that the text is enlarged, underscored, and bolded, which means that Tailwind CSS classes are getting applied properly. Now let's turn this empty canvas into this, a modern 3D Apple website with GSAP animations and 3D models. And before we begin, another pro tip for new developers out there, you might notice that my browser is looking a bit weird. This is not your typical Safari or Chrome bookmark bar. I'm using a new browser called Arc, which is very convenient and allows you to focus on what matters. It is of course built on top of Chromium, so you always have all of the typical Chrome features you're used to. And they're available for macOS and as of recently for Windows too. And no, this is not a promotion. I just wanted to share it with you in case you're interested. And before we begin setting up our file and folder structure, we have to set up our linting. That will include ESLint and Prettier. So in the description down below, I created a special guide containing the configuration that I personally use on all of my projects. And the guide will look something like this. It is a 22-page PDF that covers ESLint Prettier in Visual Studio Code for both React and Next.js. Starting from the introduction on what ESLint even is and why do we need it, and then moving on to a complete setup using Next.js. But what you're more interested in for this video is the setup for React. All of that is included in this simple PDF. And once you get it, you'll also be added to JSM Weekly, which is our official newsletter, where every single week we share some news from the web development world. There is no ads, just fresh information on React, Next.js, and web development in general. So download the guide, implement the linting, and we can continue. Now let's set up the base file and folder structure and the styling for our project. First things first, we want to navigate over to the tailwind.config.js. And here we want to set up some basic colors. So we can go under theme and under extend, then extend the colors. That's going to be an object where we can add a color blue, which is going to be #2997FF. Now, every time you want to add a specific color, you just say blue. You don't mention these 6 random characters. And alongside adding the blue, we also want to add a couple more colors. And to quickly add them, just click the README link in the description, navigate over to snippets, and then here you can find all the snippets for this video. As you can see, there aren't many. The first one is the Tailwind config.js. Alongside adding the blue, we're also adding a couple of variants of gray for our different text elements and a zinc color. So let's copy this entire snippet and let's simply override what we have here. The second thing we want to add when it comes to styling is the index.css. So expand it, copy it, and then back within our code, navigate to index.css and override everything we have here. You'll notice we have about 120 lines, but all of these lines are helper classes, providing some text colors, text variants, and more. So if we scroll all the way up, you can see we're targeting the body by making some default modifications and then adding some utility classes like nav height, btn, color container, and more. We'll refer to these throughout the build of this video, but these are in no way all the styles we'll be using in this video. You will write all of the styles yourself. These are just some helper classes to get us going. Next, in our file tree, we also have the assets folder, which for now simply contains the react.svg icon. We want to remove that assets folder, go back to the README within links, and then download our own assets containing all of the assets for the build of this phenomenal Apple website, including the 3D model we'll be using. So click the link here and simply download it from our Google Drive. It's gonna say we cannot scan it for viruses, but I think you can trust me on this. Once you download it, simply delete this public folder right here, and then drag and drop the new one into the root of our directory. Click Copy Folder. And here you'll notice that we have our 3D models as well as the assets. Now, to quickly use these assets within our code, we're gonna create a new folder called utils. And within the utils folder, we'll create a new file called index.js. Back in our README, you can expand this index.js, copy it, and paste it right here. You can notice that here, we're basically importing all of the images and then exporting them so that we can quickly use them within our project. And the last thing we need are the constants. These are some predefined arrays of information, like content or text that we'll use within this project. For example, see this Enter A17 Pro game-changing chip. Back in our app, you can see where this text goes. So what we're doing here, we're preparing the content for the entire application. Everything from nav items to footer items and more. So let's simply copy it. And within the source folder, create a new folder called constants, and create a new index.js file and paste everything we copied. And as you can see, there's zero logic happening here, just content which we can consume when we actually develop our website. So with that in mind, let's prepare for the development by going into our index.html and let's modify our icon. We can go from Vite SVG to a new icon coming from our assets. That's going to be public, assets, images, apple.svg. So /public, /assets, /images, /apple.svg. And we can also change the title of our application to Apple iPhone. And save it. Now, if we go back to the browser, you can see that now we have this great looking Apple icon as well as the title, and we're ready to turn this into this. So let's dive right into the development. I'll start by diving right into our app.jsx. We want to remove this h1 and instead turn it into a main section and give it a class name equal to bg-black. Then within here, we want to have a couple of components, such as the navbar, the hero section, and the highlights. I think that's enough to get us going. So let's create these three as components by creating a new components folder, and within there, creating a new file called navbar.jsx, inside of where we can run rafce and press enter. This will quickly spin up a new React arrow function component called navbar. And if this didn't work for you, you need an extension called ES7+ Redux React Native Snippets. So simply install it and it should work. Alongside the navbar, we're going to also get our hero section by saying hero.jsx with rafce, and we'll also get our highlights component where we can run rafce. Now we have three most important components. Well, maybe second most important, as our 3D model is the star of the show. So now let's go back into the app. Let's turn these three into a self-closing and self-calling components, and let's import them at the top by saying import navbar coming from /components/navbar. And we can duplicate this 3 times and rename the second one to hero and the third one to highlights. Finally, let's see if we can see anything in our browser. I'm gonna pull our browser to the side and my code editor to the left. Now, if I zoom this in a bit, you can see that we have our navbar, hero, and highlights, which gives us a lot of room to start working on stuff. So let's get started from top to bottom with the first component of the day, the navbar. To start developing it, we can transform this div into an HTML5 semantic header tag, and within it, we can render a new nav tag. This nav will render an image, and that image will have a source equal to Apple IMG, like this. We can import that Apple IMG at the top by saying import Apple IMG coming from /utils. If we save it, you can see the Apple logo appear instead of the text that says navbar. Let's give it an alt tag of Apple, a width of about 14, and a height of about 18. Within this image, we're going to have a div. Within this div, we want to render all of our nav items, and that's going to be dynamic. So we're going to have an array of something like, let's say, I don't know, phones. We can also have MacBooks, and we can have something like tablets. And we're going to map over this array by saying .map, where we get each individual nav item and its index. And for each one, we want to immediately return a div that will render that specific nav item. This was supposed to be a comma. There we go. So now we can see phones, MacBooks, and tablets. We can also give this div a key equal to the index that we're mapping over. Or in this case, we could also just make that the nav text itself, because we know that it will always be unique. Finally, going below this div, we want to create another div, which will contain an image. This image will be the search image. So we can say source is equal to search image coming from utils. I just automatically imported it by pressing the enter key, so you can see it got it from here. And we can also give it an alt tag of search, as well as a width of 18 and a height of 18 as well. We can duplicate that below, and we can also get the bag image from utils in case we want to buy something. Of course, I'm going to change the alt to bag. If we save this, you can also see the search and the bag, all very minimalistic, as Apple always is. So now that we have the layout of our navigation bar, let's start adding the styles. I'm going to give our header a class name equal to w-full, so it takes the full width of the screen. Padding Y of 5 to give it a bit of a padding top. On small devices, padding X of 10 to divide it a bit from the sides. Usually, padding X of 5. We're going to give it a flex container like this, where we want to justify the items between and items-center to vertically align them in the center of the screen. More importantly, we want to make our inner nav a class name of flex, which will immediately make all of the items go one next to another. We also want to give it a W of full, so they span across the entire screen. And we also want to give it a screen max width. So this will ensure that it takes the full width of the screen. Now, if we go into our index.css and at the top search for this screen max width, you can see that I misspelled it as scrim. So let me just say screen max width. And that way this will be applied and it will give it a max width of about 1120 pixels. Now let's style our class items by giving them a class name of flex. That's going to make them go one next to another. Flex of 1, justify dash center, and on max dash small devices, so devices with a width of 600 and less, we want to make it hidden because they don't all fit, right? So we can eventually expand it, but for now, we cannot fit them all. Also, it's not good to have this content right here and mess the content with the actual JSX, which we're presenting. So with that in mind, we can import this content from the constants by saying import nav lists from /constants. That way, instead of rendering this entire array here, we can simply say nav lists.map. And this nav lists contains store, Mac, iPhone, and support. We cannot see it now because we have hidden it on small devices. But of course, if we expand it, you'll be able to see that it's there. Of course, I need to zoom out quite a lot. There we go, and go back. Great. Now let's style each one of our list items by giving it a class name equal to padding x of 5. And it might be good to come back to larger devices so we can properly see it. There we go. That's more Apple-like. Let's also give it a text-sm, so a bit smaller. Cursor-pointer, so we know they're clickable. Text-gray. There we go. Because we don't want it to take away from what's in the middle of the screen. We want them to buy the items. On hover, we're going to make it a text of white. And we're going to give a small transition -all so that it nicely animates as you hover over it. There we go. That is looking great. Now we can go back to a smaller screen and we can style the icons to the right side by styling this div and giving it a class name equal to flex, items-baseline gap of 7 in between the elements. On max small devices, justify end, and on max SM devices again, flex of 1. So this is going to make the items nicely appear on the right side. Of course, if you want to, you can also add a hamburger menu, but for now, this is looking good to me. And of course, it looks great on desktop devices as well. This was just a super quick navbar, which means that we're now ready to start focusing on the hero section. So let's hold our command or control and then click into the hero section to start developing it. Our hero section will be just that, a section. So we can write section, and then we can also give it a class name of w-full for full width, nav height, which will make it come below the navbar, bg of black, and position of relative. Now within this section, we're going to display a div with a class name equal to h-5/6. So this is a height of about 83%, as you can see right here. I can see it because I have a Tailwind CSS IntelliSense extension installed. If you don't see this, you might want to install it. But now, what does this mean? You can see that now it pushes the highlights below, which means that the section is taking the full height of the screen. Let's also give it a w-full, a flex-center, and a flex-call, so the elements appear one on top of another. Within it, let's render a p tag, and let's make it say iPhone 15 Pro. There we go, in the middle, minimalistic as Apple does it, and let's give it a class name equal to hero-title. Now, as you can see, this hero title got completely hidden away as soon as we added this class name. Why is that? Well, if you're wondering what are the styles applied when we give a specific Tailwind class, you can always copy the name of that class and then head over right here, paste it, and find it within the index.css. And here you can see that we are applying some things like text center, font semi-bold, text 3XL to make it bigger, text gray 100. But hey, what is this? Why are we applying an opacity of 0? Why are we hiding it? Well, looking at the deployed site might give you a hint. Let me reload so you can see it. At the start, the text wasn't there, but then it popped up. That means that initially we want to hide this piece of text, but then we want to animate it in. So let me teach you how to do that using GSAP. GSAP is probably the best and a widely robust JavaScript animation library built for professionals. Let's scroll down a bit to see what they're about. They are going to allow you specifically, yes you, because you're watching this video, to effortlessly animate anything JS can touch. Smooth performance, and you can focus on the fun stuff, animate literally anything. It looks great, it feels great. I think I'm sold, right? Let's see how we can use it. Back in our code, we can open up our terminal, split it to get a new one, and run npm install GSAP, as well as add gsap/react, and press enter. This just installed all the necessary libraries, and it allowed us to import two things. Import GSAP from GSAP, and import use GSAP coming from gsap/react. Now, right at the top, we can call this use GSAP hook like this, just as you would call any hook. And to it, you provide, first of all, the function containing your animations, and then dependencies when it is running. So here, we're going to have a callback function, and then as the second parameter, we'll have an empty dependency array. Within here, we can then use the base GSAP to animate something. Specifically, we're going to say gsap.to. So we want to animate two specific values. We know what the default values are, right? The text, or rather the lack of text right here, as the opacity is 0. So given that we know that fact, we can now target this element by a class or an ID, and then give it a new value that it will animate to. So in this case, I'm going to give this p tag an ID equal to hero, but you might as well target it by a class name if it's unique. Then say hash hero as it's an ID, and then here provide an object of the properties you want to give it once it animates. So that's going to be, in our case, opacity of 1. Now, if I save this, you can see how it nicely animated. It was very quick though, but you can also play with the delay or the duration. In this case, let me set the delay to something like 1.5 seconds. So if I do this, you will notice that once you reload, there's nothing for 1.5 seconds, and then it animates in. And with that, my friend, you have just implemented your first GSAP animation. Pretty simple, right? Trust me, we're gonna get into much more complicated GSAP animations, but be happy that you've done your first one for now. Now, the second thing is to get this video playing right here. And yes, it's a video, although you would never assume so. So going below our p tag, we can render a div, and that div will render a class name equal to, on medium devices, width of 10/12, which is about 83%, and usually width of 9/12, which is about 75%. Within there, we can render an HTML video tag like this, and we can give it a source. This source is a self-closing tag that will have an src property of video src, like this, which we can import at the top by saying import hero video from /utils, as well as small hero video. Why small? Well, that's because we'll have two versions of the video depending if we're on desktop device or tablet, or if we're on the phone. So let me show that to you in action. We can reload this screen, and you can see that here, it's very small and narrow, perfectly fits on your phone. But if I go to a desktop device and reload, you can see that here we have a horizontal iPhone turning around. How cool is that? Exactly like on the Apple website. So to achieve that, we first have to figure out the width of the screen. And for that, we can use a useState hook and we can call it video src. So video src and set video src. Exactly what we have here under the source. Then here, we want to figure out what is the inner width of our window. And we can do that by saying window.inner width. And if it's lower than 760 pixels, then we make the video source state equal to small hero video, else we make it just a typical hero video. And of course, we have to import useState from React. Now, if we go back to our current application and reload, you can see that something happens in the middle, but not too much happening yet. So let's also give it a type equal to video /mp4. And in the video tag, let's give it auto play, muted as we don't want any sound, plays in line will be set to true, and we want to give it a key to this video, which will be equal to video src. If I save it, you can see the video started playing, and it doesn't even look like a video. We can also give it a class name equal to pointer-events-none, so nobody can click it or mess with it. So now if I save it, looks great. But if I expand my screen, oh, that's not good, right? So let's make it dynamically modify the video depending on the width of the screen. We can do that by saying const handle video source set like this. And this will be a function that's simply going to look into the inner width of the window by saying if window.inner width is lower than 760 pixels, then we want to set the video source to small hero video, and else we want to set the video source to be the big hero video or just hero video. And now we can connect that to our useEffect. So let's create a new useEffect hook like this with an empty dependency array, and don't forget to import it at the top. Then we can say window.addEventListener, and we're listening for a resize of the screen. And whenever we resize, we want to call the handle video set source. And in React, it's very important to clean up your event listeners as well, which you can do by returning a function inside of which you can run window.remove event listener resize, and that's going to be the handle video source set like this. So this way, you can notice that on big screen, we're playing this wonderful looking horizontal iPhone, and on smaller screens, we're playing this great looking smaller screen iPhone. How cool is that? So now we can collapse these functions, and we can scroll down to start adding our call to action button to actually purchase this gorgeous iPhone. So let's head below the video and below two more divs, and let's create a new div which will have an ID equal to CTA, as in call to action, and it will have a class name equal to flex-call, so the elements appear in a column, items-center to center them on the screen, opacity of 0, and translate-y-20. I think you already know why I added the opacity 0, right? We're gonna animate it. And I also added the translate for the same reason. This is simply going to translate it by 80 pixels to the bottom on the y-axis. So later on, we'll be able to animate it so that it flies up the screen. So within this div, we can create an anchor tag that will have an href of hash highlights. It's going to lead us to the highlight section. And we can give it a class name equal to btn. Here, we can simply say buy. Now, of course, we cannot see it yet. And below this one, we'll also add a p tag that will say from $199 per month, or $9.99 if you're purchasing right away. We can give this p tag a class name equal to font-normal and text-XL to make it a bit bigger. But now I have a small task for you. Figure out how to animate this div, including the anchor tag and the p tag. Hint, it's going to be happening within our use GSAP hook. So pause this video and give it a try. What we can do here is once again call the GSAP.to function and then target the hash CTA ID, and we want to animate to the opacity of 1, and we want to also push it a bit up by giving it a y-axis of -50, which will push it up. And we can also give it a delay so that it happens hand in hand with the animation of our H1. So we can say 1.5 seconds. Now you can see how both the iPhone 15 and the buy button and the text animate in at the same time with the video. So let's reload and see it all in action. The video shows up and then iPhone reveals itself, and then we have the pieces to buy the text. But hey, we don't want to buy it before we can actually see the iPhone, right? So let's bump up the delay to about 2 seconds. Save, reload. The video shows up, the iPhone comes up, and then at the same time, the buy button and the iPhone text shows up. How cool is that? I'm very excited. Let's also check this out on the entire screen by reloading, checking it out, and there we go. The text is here as well. Who would have said? We have already developed the animated hero section of the Apple iPhone website. But of course, don't go just yet, as we have many more interesting things coming up, such as this cool section where you can actually move through different sections playing different videos, and it all feels like it's a part of the website. You can also go down and then see the entire 3D model, and you can move it around. Also, you can change the colors, and you can get to a bigger screen version as well. How cool is that? So with that in mind, let's focus on developing the second section of the day, which is this animated highlights section. I'm gonna bring my browser once again to the side, close the hero and the index, and navigate into our highlights section. To get started with our highlights section, we can turn it into a section and give it an ID of highlights so that we can then scroll through it from our homepage. That way, if we click buy, later on we'll be able to see the highlights section. Now, let's also give a class name to this section of w-screen, which will give it a full width. Let's give it an overflow of hidden, so we don't see any scroll bars. H-full for full height. Common-padding for paddings. And BG-zinc for this nice looking background color. It's very similar to this full black, but just a bit different. Let's create another div right within this section with a class name equal to screen max width. And within it, let's create another div that will contain our H1. So here we can create an H1 with an ID of title, so we can soon enough animate it. Let's give it a class name equal to section-heading. And let's say get the highlights. Of course, if you buy the iPhone, you get the highlights. So we cannot see it right here, as right now, if we check the section heading in the class names, you'll notice that we apply the opacity 0 and translate Y20, so it's actually hidden. So to get it showing, you know what we need to do. We can use the use GSAP hook like this from React, call it, provide a callback function, and an empty array. Then we can say GSAP.to, where we animate a title, and we animate it to the opacity of 1 and a Y of 0 to reset its position. And of course, we can import GSAP from GSAP. Now, if we save this, you can see how it not only shows up, but it also comes from the bottom to the top. Great. Now we can style this div within which we have this h1 by giving it a class name of MB of 12 for margin bottom. We can also give it a W-full, items-end, and justify dash between. This way we'll have the highlights on the left and something else on the right, especially on bigger devices. What I'm referring to are these two little pieces of text on the final website, which is this watch the film as well as watch the event links. So let's add those by creating a new div directly below the h1. That div will have a class name equal to flex, flex-wrap, items-end, and a gap of 5. Directly within it, we can render a p tag, and this p tag will say watch the film, and then we can give this p tag a class name of link, and right below the text, still within the p tag, we want to render an image. This image will have a source equal to watch img coming from utils with an alt tag of watch and a class name equal to margin left of 2. Now, if I save this and go back to our current version of the application, we cannot yet see it as we're not really animating it in. So what we can do is also run the gsap.to. This time we're going to go for the .link class name, and we're going to animate it to opacity of 1, y of 0, and save. Once we do that, you can see watch the film here. Now, directly below, we're going to duplicate it and create another link that's going to say watch the event. And here we can say write img coming from utils, and this will be right. Now, it looks like it comes below the highlights, but we want it to appear on the right side. So what we can do here, looking at this div, it looks like the items end and justify between properties haven't been implemented because it doesn't have the flex display. So we can say on medium devices and larger, we can give it a flex display. And this will make the links appear on the right side. But now pay close attention. You can see that they all appear at the same time, whereas on the finished side, you can see how they slowly animate in one after another. So to achieve that look and that animation, we can give it, first of all, a duration of 1 to increase it a bit, and then a stagger of 0.25. Stagger will ensure that they only stagger one after another, all of which have the same class name or the same selector, in this case, .link. We have a link here, and we have a link here. So now if we go back, you can see highlights first, then the film, then the event. Great. So with that in mind, the top of the highlight section is done, but of course now the fun part begins. We can focus on the video carousel component, something that you don't really see often. So to create it, let's go below the speed tag and below 2 more divs and create our own custom video carousel component by going to components, saying video carousel, .jsx, run rafce, and then go back and render it right here. Video carousel, and self-close it. Of course, we have to import it at the top by saying import video carousel from /video carousel. Now you can see it right here. I'm going to collapse it as we'll be doing it for mobile devices as well, which means that we can now dive into the video carousel and start implementing it. This one will be quite complex, trust me. We're doing quite a lot of stuff here, a lot of animations, and a lot of different videos which we need to scroll through at the same time. So let's first wrap everything into an empty React fragment and then have a div right below. This div will have a class name equal to flex and items-center. Immediately within it, we want to map over all of our highlight slides by saying highlights slides like this, coming from /constants. So if you look into it, you'll notice that this is essentially an array of a couple of different objects, each one of which has an ID, a list of text elements such as the chip, the video, and the video duration. We'll use all of this information to display all of these videos one by one. And it's not just the video, it also has text that we show alongside that video. So we want to map over those slides. And then for each one, we get a list, also an index. And then we automatically return something. When I say automatically return, I mean just have parentheses here and not curly braces. That means immediate return. For each one, we want to return a div, and we want to close it. That div will have a key equal to list.id, and it will have an ID of slider. Within it, we can have a div, which we need to close, and it will have a class name equal to video-carousel underscore container, and we can save it. So now if you scroll down, we cannot see anything yet, but if you type something within it, you can see test, 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 which means that we are properly displaying 4 different slides. Now, where we have the ID of slider, we also want to give it a class name equal to, on small devices, padding right of 20, and usually padding right of 10. That's just going to provide some spacing so you don't see the other slide while the first one is not completed. Within this div, we can render another div, and that div will have a class name equal to w-full, h-full, flex-center, rounded-3xl, overflow hidden, as we don't want to see those ugly scroll bars. We'll animate it to slide over different ones, and then bg of black. Now you can see this black rectangle where the video will go. So right within this div, let's create a video tag that will have a source within it, like this, and that source will have the src property of list.video with a type equal to video/mp4. And now we get our first video right here. But of course, a video cannot yet play. We need to make it play automatically. So let's give a couple of properties to this video, such as ID of video, so we can later on target it. Plays in line, like this, will be set to true. We're going to also give it a preload class of auto, muted, and that's it for now. Now, as you can notice, it's not going to start playing yet. That's because we want to play it using some animations. More on that later, but for now, let's create the layout around each one of these slides. We're going to go below this video and below one more div and create one last div that will make this slide. This div will have a class name equal to absolute, because we want to absolutely position that text on top of our video with a property of top 12, left dash inside of square brackets 5%, and the z index of 10. Within that div, we're going to map over our list text by saying list dot text lists dot map, where we get each individual text, and for each one, we automatically return a p tag with a key equal to, let's do text, and it's going to display text. You can see, enter A17 Pro, game-changing chip, groundbreaking performance. Let's style it a bit by giving it a class name equal to, on medium devices, text-2xl, usually text-xl, and font-medium. There we go. This is how it looks like. It's going to be much better once we actually start playing the video too. First, I'll create some refs or references to specific elements so we can keep track of the video we're on. I'm going to start by saying const video ref is equal to use ref coming from React, and at the start it will be set to an empty array. I will repeat this 2 more times. Call the second one video span ref, and the third one video div ref. We'll have to manipulate and play with a lot of these different elements. Now that we have these refs, let's also create a state for the video by saying use state snippet and call it video and set video, and at the start it will be equal to an object. Don't forget to import use state from React. This video will have some properties like is end at the start set to false, start play at the start set to false as well, right? The first one is not yet playing. We have to figure out which one is playing. So for each video, we'll have to know when to trigger this and when to turn it to true. Then we have the video ID at the start set to 0. Is last video will be set to false at the start, and then is playing at the start set to false. We'll need answers to all of these questions, and periodically we'll have to switch it on or off. Now, just so it's easier to work with these pieces of data, we can immediately destructure those values by saying const and then getting the is end, is last video, start play, video ID, and is playing, which is equal to video. We have essentially just extracted those values or destructured the values so we can then use them without saying video dot, video dot, video dot. Great. So now let's create a use effect so we can start playing those videos. This use effect is of course coming from React, so we have to import it, and it will be a callback function, and we of course need to have a dependency array. We will recall this use effect whenever the video ID changes or whenever the start play variable changes. So what will we do in this video? Well, first, we have to figure out where are we in our video playing journey. So we can say const current progress is equal to 0. And then we have to get the span element of the currently playing video by saying let span is equal to video span ref dot current. More on that later. Finally, if we have that span of a specific video ID, then we can start animating it. Here, we'll animate the progress of the video. Remember what that is? If I go to the finished website and reload, you can see how nicely this progresses for the entire video duration and then opens up a new one. So we'll do that soon. But first, let's just focus on getting the videos to play in the first place. To do that, we can say let anim, which is short for animation, is equal to GSAP, which is coming from GSAP, dot to, where we get a span and then the video ID of that span. And then as the second parameter, we provide all of the options, as you know. Options don't necessarily have to be just properties that we animate, like opacity or Y or X axis. It can also be specific functions, like on update. What will happen once the animation updates, which is a callback function. The second one we can have is on complete. What happens if the animation is complete? In this case, since we're working with a much more complex animation, we need to keep track of all of these values. But this animation specifically has something to do with the progress tracking, which we're not doing yet. So we'll get back to this very soon. For now, let's create another use effect on top of this one. And this use effect will deal specifically with the playing of the video. So it can be re-triggered whenever the start play changes, whenever the video ID changes, the is playing, or the loaded data. That loaded data is a new use state property, which we can create right here. Use state snippet, loaded data, set loaded data at the start equal to an empty array. More on this soon. So what are we going to do in this use effect? Well, here we can say something like if loaded data dot length is greater than 3, then if not is playing, we can say video ref dot current video ID dot pause. So if we came to the end and if we're no longer playing, then pause it. Else, if is playing is true, then if start play is also true, then video ref dot current video ID dot play. So we find a specific video we want to trigger and we play it. This by itself won't yet start our first video, and that's because we haven't yet given it any refs. So moving right here below to our video, we have to give it a couple more properties. First of all, let's give it a ref equal to. Here we're going to have a callback function where we get the element, and we want to say video ref dot current I is equal to element, like this. So we're finding a specific index in the video refs array and setting it to this current video element. Then on play, we want to call a callback function where we want to set video, where we get previous video information, so prev video, and then based on that information, we automatically return, so you have to do parentheses and then curly braces, the spread of the previous video, so prev to get everything we have there, but this time we turn on the is playing to be equal to true. So on play, we spread all the information about the video, but we set the is playing to true. I know this is getting a bit more complicated, so if you have already gotten stuck or if something is not clear, don't worry, you can code it with me. If it doesn't work like it should, at the end of this video carousel portion, I will also provide you with the complete code for the video carousel. So even if something breaks during the process, you still got to watch it, learn from it, and then you can paste it, have it working, and then explore exactly what we're doing. Now that we have only the video, it's kind of hard to see when the next one should be playing or what's happening with the video duration. So what do you say that we also implement the JSX for this progression tracking and this button too, which we can use to pause it, and then we can continue with getting the video to play. So with that in mind, we can scroll down, go below here where we're rendering text, go all the way until the bottom, and then here we want to create another div. This div will have a class name equal to relative, flex center, and a margin top of 10 to divide it a bit from the content above. Within it, we want to have another div that will have a class name equal to flex-center, padding Y of 5, padding X of 7, background gray of 300, backdrop of blur, and rounded dash full. This will create this rectangle pill-like shape so we can track our progression. Within there, we want to go video ref dot current dot map, where we get each video, but we don't need to do anything with it, so we can just call it underscore, as it's usually the practice, and then you can also get the index. For each one of these video refs, we want to immediately return a span element, and that span element will have a key equal to the index, and we also need to give it a ref. This ref will also be equal to a callback function where we get the element, and then we set video div ref dot current index is equal to element. So we're going through a couple of these, and whenever we have a new video, we add it to this video div ref array. We also want to give it a class name equal to margin X of 2 to create some margins, W of 3 for width, H of 3 for height. You can see how the pill is changing shape. BG gray of 200. There we go. Now we have 4 of these different dots. Rounded dash full, relative, cursor dash pointer. Within each one of these, we want to create another span element. That span will have a class name equal to absolute, so it will be absolutely positioned. H dash full for full height, W dash full for full width, and rounded dash full. To this one, we also want to give a similar ref as to the above one. So we can simply paste the ref and change it from video div ref to video span ref. And we can self-close this span right here. There we go. That should look something like this. Wonderful. And finally, let's create the button to pause or reset it like we have it right here. While it's playing, you can pause it, and else, if it's done, you can reset the progress. So going below this span and below one more div, we can create a button that will have a class name equal to control-btn. You can see the button appear right here. We can render an image, an img tag right within it, with a source equal to if is last video, then we render the replay img coming from utils, else if it's not playing. So if not is playing, then we render the play image, else we render the pause image. So we're using a double ternary right here. For the alt property, we can check if it's the last video, then we say replay, else if it's not is playing, then we say play, else we say pause. So this little button has 3 different functionalities: play, pause, and replay. And let's give it a click. By saying on click, we want to check if it is the last video, then we can call a callback function, which we will call handle process, and pass it a string of video reset. This will temporarily break our application, but don't worry about that. Then, if it's not is playing like this, we can then call another callback function, calling the same handle process function, but this time with the play action. And for the last time, we're going to call the same handle process, but this time with the pause action. So now you might be wondering, what is this special handle process function? And from where will we import it? Well, this is a function which you will create. So let's scroll up right here, and let's create it right below this use effect by saying const handle process, which accepts the type of the action we want to make and the index. And we're going to open up a switch case. So I like to use a switch whenever there's multiple cases. So switch based off of the type of the action. And if the case is video end, in that case, we're going to set video state by getting the previous video state, spreading it out by saying ... previous video, is end we'll set to true, and we're going to increment the video ID by setting it to i+1. Looks like I missed a closing arrow right here. There we go, now we're good. So this is if we're at the video end. And don't forget the break. The second case is the video last. So if we're the last video, but not yet end, here we also want to call set video, and we're going to also get the previous video, which I guess we can shorten for just previous video right here, and then we want to immediately return something by first spreading the previous video and then adding the is last video to true because it's the last one. Of course, don't forget to break it. Let's add another case, which will be video reset, where we can also basically duplicate this set video. And instead of saying is last video, we will say is last video is false, and we're going to reset the video ID to 0. Let's break it. And finally, and most importantly, we have a case of play. So we want to play the video. And here we can again duplicate this set video, paste it below, and say is playing will be the opposite of previous dot is playing. And that's basically the only thing we want to do. We want to break it. And at the end, default, we can return the video. So here we handled all of the different actions that we could ever do with that video. That is great, but still not a lot is happening on the screen, right? So let's use GSAP to bring it all to action. Right at the top, after we destructure everything from our video, we can use the use GSAP hook like this, coming from GSAP React, where we provide a callback function. And here in the dependency array, we're going to add the isEnd and the video ID so that we update stuff whenever the video ID changes. Here, we want to animate the video to play when it is in the view by saying gsap.to. We're going to select it by the ID of video, and we want to provide it a couple of things. First, we're going to provide it a scroll trigger like this. So once this thing is in view, then we trigger it. Once what is in view? Well, the video ID. What do we do then? Well, toggle actions, so do something, and we're going to say restart the video. This is when it first comes into the view, and there are many different cases when it comes to the view from the top or from the bottom. In other cases, for now, we're going to say none, none, none. We're only interested in making it play once it first comes into view. After the scroll trigger, once we're complete with the video, we want to have a callback function, and we want to set video to be equal to, where we get the previous one, immediate return, pre by spreading the previous state, start play will be set to true, and is playing will also be set to true. Now, if we save this, this by itself won't yet start playing the video, which is fine, but what will is the use of our loaded data. So the reason why we have this loaded data is because here in the original use effect, we are checking if the loaded data exists, and only if it does, only then do we start playing. So what we have to do is create a new function right here, const handle loaded metadata equal to, and this function will accept the index as well as the event we pass into it, and it will simply call the set loaded data. It will take all the previously loaded data, so pre, and it will automatically return an array pre, and then the new event we have added. With this handle loaded metadata, we can now attach it to our video player. So going to the video, we can say on loaded metadata. And basically what this means is this will get triggered with the event once the metadata of the video has loaded. So once it got the data, we get that event and we call the handle loaded metadata and pass the index as well as the event. This handler will call this function, which will in return call our state setter. And once it's in there, this use effect will trigger the video play. So let's save it and reload. And as you can see, the video is now playing. Let's check that out one more time on full screen. So if we go here, on full screen, you can also see the videos which will soon play. So let's reload. And there we go, the video starts playing, but nothing is happening with the animation here. And once it ends, we're not seeing the next video. So let's make that happen as well. And once again, if you reach this point and if you're watching this, and if this part is very confusing, don't worry about it. At the end of this entire segment, I'll provide you with the entire video carousel code, so you'll be able to continue having the complete working code, but still you will have learned a bit about how setting up more complex video animations works. Now that we've got our first video playing, let's also implement the way to track the progress of that video. We can do that right here. I believe we even added a comment for ourselves. There we go. Animate the progress of the video. So here we can say const progress is equal to, and we can use the math.seal method and then get the anim.progress. So this is directly built into GSAP, which allows you to get the progress of the animation. How cool is that? And then you can multiply that by 100 to get the percent. We can say if progress is not equal to current progress, then we want to update it by saying current progress is equal to progress. And of course, this current progress has to be a let. And then we use a GSAP.to functionality where we target a specific video div ref, which is the container for this dot, which will soon turn into a progress handler, dot current of the specific video ID. And then we're going to modify its width by saying width is window.innerWidth is lower than 760. If that is the case, then we're going to make it something like 10 VW for mobile. Else, if window.innerWidth is lower than 1200, then we're going to make it something like 10 VW. That's for tablet. And else for laptop, we're going to make it 4 VW. So if we do this, you can immediately notice how it expands, which is great, but still we have to animate the progress bar. So let's go below and say GSAP.to span of that specific video ID. We're going to modify the width, and we're going to do it dynamically by setting it to current progress and then percent, like this. And we're going to change the background color to white. So if we now save it, you can see how nicely, if you reload, it animates and moves further. Of course, now it only lasts for the duration of the animation, which is a couple of seconds. But now we want to actually modify the duration to be exactly as the duration of the video. So let's navigate to our onComplete and check if is playing. In that case, we want to say GSAP.to video div ref dot current video ID. We're going to modify the width to 12 pixels. So only if it's playing it's 12, usually it's going to be just a dot. So on complete, we bring it back to a dot. And also GSAP.to, we're now targeting the span of a specific video ID, like this. We're going to change the background color to be equal to hash AF, AF, AF. Of course, we must not end this right here. We must end it right here below. So if we now save it, you can see how quickly it starts and then gets back. Let's go below this onComplete. So that's going to be all the way here, and also exit this animation. So exit curly brace and parenthesis. Here, we want to say if video ID is equal to 0, then we want to restart the animation by saying anim.restart. So this is a utility handler given by GSAP. And finally, now we want to modify how long the animation lasts by saying const anim update, which is going to be used to update the progress bar. Here, we can say anim.progress. And bear with me, we'll have to do some math. We have to get the video ref dot current video ID divided by highlights slides video ID dot video duration. So we divide those 2 times, and that should give us the progress. Then we go down and say if is playing, then GSAP.ticker, and ticker is used to update the progress bar, dot add anim update. Else, if it's not playing, GSAP.ticker dot remove anim update. And this anim update is coming from here, but it needs to be one scope below so we can actually access it there. But here we cannot access the anim, as I can see. So we have to move all of this a bit to the top right here. So there's one closing here, and then we have these two. So now if I save it, you can notice how it expands and it's immediately all white, and it stays that way. Of course, this is still not the same as on the finished website, where it slowly does it and then moves on to the next one. So let's fix it. One thing we have to do is we have to give this video a few more properties, or rather a few more handlers. We have to know when will it end. So we can say on ended. We're going to open up another callback function, and we're going to check if the index is not equal to 3. Well, in that case, it's not yet the video end. So we can call a ternary operator and call the handle process where we pass the video end and then a specific index, so we know which one will we end. And if we are at the third one, we call the handle process and call it a video last, so we know that we need to restart. In this case, this can be an immediate return, so we don't need curly braces here at all. And of course, we don't need 3 equal signs if it's inequality. If we save it now, we should be much closer to actually transitioning to the second bar, which you can see it actually opens, and it should go to the third one as well. But the videos are not yet reflecting that. So let's go back to our animations right here to use GSAP. That is here at the top. And we're going to add a second GSAP animation by saying GSAP.to. And here we want to target the slider. I believe we have given it an ID of slider. Yes, you can see right here. And we will modify it like this. We will apply a transform property where we will use the translate x. And then we're going to make this a dynamic template string, and we're going to move it by -100 times the video ID. So for each video, the first one is going to be 0, so it's going to stay there. For the second one, it's going to be 1, 2, 3. And as we update this video ID, we're going to modify the percentage of how much we move away. So that way, new videos will start showing up. And of course, we have to properly close it. If we save this, we're getting closer, but not there yet. We can also modify the duration to 2 seconds and save it and reload. We get the first video playing. It's looking good. The second one, but still nothing happens. In this case, we want to use a special ease function. And what are these ease functions? Well, ease functions allow you to specify how you want your animation to happen. It can happen faster at the start and then slower at the end. Or you can give it some power at the start. You can also make it elastic like this. You can play with it and do whatever you want. Quite interesting, right? In this case, I found the power2.inout to work the best with our video specifically. Great. We're getting very, very close to having all of this working. And I think I know why these are not getting properly cleared. If we scroll down all the way to where we're updating the specific animation, here we are dividing just the video ref with the video duration. Doesn't make too much sense. What I wanted to do instead is get the current time of the video and then divide that by the video duration. Only like that, it will actually be able to know how far did we come. So if I reload now, you'll be able to see that our video tracking progress updates are now working properly. They go one to another, and soon we'll be able to stop them as well. And the reason why we're not moving from one video to another right now, believe it or not, is a simple typo. Instead of saying % and then closing the parenthesis right here, I first closed it and then added a % sign. So if we just modify these two, and reload the screen, we get the first video playing, the progress works, and then it still fails because I have an extra curly brace. So if I remove that extra curly brace, now it works. As you can see, it goes to the last one. It allows us to reload or restart from scratch, goes first, second. The pause doesn't work right now, so let's fix it. We are pausing within our handle process where we have the play, but I don't see the pause right here. So basically, we have to copy this play, and I think just renaming it to pause should do the trick because we're doing the toggle right here. Is playing or is not playing? So if we reload, so if I click pause, it works, and I continue. This looks and feels wonderful. It's not just the videos that make it special. It's the pieces of text, it's the progress bar loading, and this button right here. One last thing we can do is I noticed that for some videos, we need to apply a specific class name right here. So we can say class name to the video where we open up a dynamic block of code and say if list.id is equal to 2, then we can translate x44 and close it. And we don't need the other, so we can just do the end. We can close it. And then we can also say pointer events none, like this. There we go. If we now save it, this looks great. And as I promised, if this is still not working for you, the full video carousel will be added to that README, so you can copy it and override this code right here. If it didn't work before, then it definitely will work now. So with that in mind, let's expand it to admire it in its full glory. I'm gonna scroll all the way to the top to check out our hero. And now I'm gonna bring the videos in view. It nicely opens up. We get the second video playing too. We can pause it, we can play it. It's gonna go to the third one. And finally, we can also restart. How cool is this? I know this was a more complicated one, quite a complicated component to implement. 200 lines of complex logic for video refs, getting the progress bar to working, and more, but you got it. Even though it might not have worked at the start, you understand at least a bit better of how you would approach something as complex as this, and that counts too. So great job on completing the video carousel, and with it, completing the highlights section of the video. I hope you're excited for what's to come, because the next thing is gonna be the 3D model. Look at those reflections, look at the quality, you can change the color, and don't forget, you can change the size. So let's go ahead and implement the 3D model next using Three.js. Oh, and just so I don't forget, if you didn't download it at the start, we have created a special Three.js and GSAP guide. Specifically, I'm referring to the GSAP part right here. If what you have now developed was a bit tough and complicated, I strongly advise you to just go through the guide, take it step by step, and take the base concepts in, so then everything else will start making so much more sense. I have also included some special tips and tricks in there, so GSAP animations will be simpler for you in the future. Great. With that said, let's get back to the 3D model. So to get started with our 3D model, let's create a new page right here, or a new section called model, like this. And of course, we have to import it from somewhere. So let's import the model from components model. And of course, therefore, we have to create it right here by creating a new component called model.jsx with RAFCE right within it. Now back on our localhost 5173, we can see the model right here at the bottom, which means that we can get started with developing it. We're gonna start as we usually do by turning this div into a section, and we're gonna give it a class name equal to common-padding, which will apply some common padding on all the sides. We can also create a div that's going to have a class name equal to screen-max-width. And within it, we can create an h1 that will have an ID equal to heading, because we're going to animate it very soon. And it will have a class name equal to heading, or rather section-heading 2. And it can say something like, take a closer look. Look at what, you might be wondering? Well, of course, our model. Now, we cannot yet see this piece of text right here, and that's because we will animate it using GSAP. So in this case, we can scroll all the way to the top of this model and say use GSAP, coming from GSAP React, which we simply call like a callback function right here, and we can specify an empty dependency array. Right here, we can simply say gsap.to. Of course, GSAP needs to be coming from GSAP. And we can target the heading as we're used to. And then we can also create a new object saying what we want to animate. We want to make it come to the position of 0 and bring the opacity to be equal to 1. That way, our header will be showing. There we go. Take a closer look. Now we can scroll below this h1 and create a div which will serve as the container for our model. So let's create a new div that will have a class name equal to flex-call, as we want the elements to appear in a column, items-center, and margin top of 5. Right here within that div, we can create another div that will have a class name equal to w-full for full width, h-75, which will look something like this for the height, and we want to specify 75 VH, which means vertical height. So that's about 3/4 of the screen. On medium devices, we can increase that a bit by saying h-, and that's going to be 90 VH like this, overflow hidden, so there's no scroll bars, and relative like this. Now, we cannot yet see anything in there, but we have created some space to present our model within. So to create our model or to show it, we of course will render another custom component so we can separate the logic of the model, of showing that 3D model, from this entire section. So what we can do is create a new component called model view.jsx. And for now, we can simply call RAFCE within it. And now we can use that model view and render it as a self-closing model view component like this. There's two different iPhones that we want to show here. There's going to be the small one and the big one, as you can see right here. And we'll want to render both of them. So for that reason, what we can do is we can immediately create references for each one. So let's go to the top and let's create a new use state snippet. And this one will be size, set size like this at the start equal to small. So we need to be able to choose which one we currently want to look at. And of course, we need to import use state from React. Then we also want to get all of the other model details for the small or the big. So we can create another use state snippet and say model, set model, and at the start, it will be equal to an object containing the title, which can be something like iPhone 15 Pro in natural titanium. We can also specify different colors. So we can do that an array of hash 8F8A81 like this. We can also do something like hash FFE7B9. I found those values to work the best. And hash 6F6C64, just so we have some colors to choose from. And we can also specify the image. This one will be yellow image, which is coming from the utils. This is just the default state, which we'll be able to modify later on. And of course, this model has to start with a lowercase m like this. Now, there is still a bit of setup we have to do. We have to set up camera control for the model view. So we have to specify camera controls as well, which is interesting. And we will do them like this. Const camera control small will be equal to use ref coming from React. And we will duplicate that and create a camera control large. We need to have a separate camera ref for each one of these two models. And of course, we use the size to simply say which one are we currently viewing. Here, we specify the model details. These are the different colors for different meshes, which we will use within our 3D models. And here we add the texture, which we're going to use. You can see how it looks like here. It's a JPEG, but it doesn't allow me to currently view it. But you can view it within your just typical Finder or File Explorer. So with that in mind, we have created camera controls for this model view. And also we need to create another ref to keep track of the model to access its properties when animating. So we can do that by saying const small is equal to use ref, where we can say new 3.group like this. So we're creating a new group of Three.js elements. And this 3, of course, has to be imported from somewhere. So for the first time in this video, we have to install Three.js. Let's do it by saying npm install 3, as well as add react-3/Dre and add react-3/fiber. These are utility helpers that make the use of the Three.js library easier for React applications. So let's simply import this 3 coming from 3. We can do that at the top by saying import everything as 3 from 3. There we go. And we can duplicate this and also create one for the large model. Another thing we'll have to keep track of, and I know there's a lot of things to keep track of. So this is the camera control. This right here is the actual models themselves. And then we need to keep track of the rotation value of each model. By saying const, we can say small rotation, set small rotation is equal to use state. And at the start, it's going to be set to 0. And we can modify this as well and set large rotation as well. So large rotation and set large rotation. We have to keep track of the values of both of these models at all times so that if we rotate it, we can see and know where it is, go back, bring it to 0, and then show the other one. Great. So this was a bit of a setup, I know, but now we can actually pass all of the important information to our model view, which will soon render that model. So let's pass it the index. This one will of course be 1 because it's the first one to show. Let's give it a group ref, which is going to be equal to small, a GSAP type of view1. So this is the first one. Control ref for camera control of camera control small. Set rotation state is going to be equal to set small rotation. And finally, we want to pass the item, which will be equal to the model. This model is universal, as it can be a big one and a small one, depending on what we choose in the state. And also, we want to change the size right here by tracking what we have in the state. Great. Now, if we go back to our current application, we can still see just a model view, nothing more. So now let's duplicate this below and let's make it work for our big one by saying index is 2, large, view 2, camera control large, also set large rotation, and then the model and the size can remain the same. Now we can see 2 model views, and soon enough we'll render those models. But for now, we first have to show the canvas. So going right here below, we can render a canvas component coming from React 3 Fiber, and within it, we can render the view.port like this. And this view also has to be imported from React 3 Dre. Viewport is a way to render multiple views of a model in the same canvas. Doing this will allow us to animate that model. Now, let's also make this canvas full screen. So we can give it a class name equal to w-full and h-full. And we can also style it a bit by giving it a style property that can be position is fixed, top is 0, bottom is 0, left is 0, and right is 0 with an overflow of hidden. There we go. So we're just resetting the positioning. And later on, we'll also need to get access to the event source. And you can do that by saying event source is equal to document.getElement by ID. And we're going to get the root right here. This is useful when you want to interact with the model that you work with. Now, this temporarily broke our application. So let's go to inspect and go to the console. And you can see right here, it says uncaught type error, document.getElements is not a function. This right here should have been getElement by ID, as it can only be singular. So now we're back into the game. Before we start working on these 3D models, let's also show some additional information, such as the title, colors, and the sizes. That way, as soon as we show the model, we'll be able to play with it and modify it. So going back right here, we can go below the canvas and below one more div and create another div. This one will have a class name equal to margin X of auto and w-full. Right within it, we can create another p tag that will say model.title. And immediately you can see iPhone 15 Pro in natural titanium. And we can also style it a bit by giving it a class name equal to text-sm, font-light, text-center, and margin bottom of 5. There we go. That's better. Let's also create a div below that p tag, and that div will have a class name equal to flex-center, and right within that div, we'll have a UL that will have a class name equal to color-container. So within here, we want to map over all of our colors. So we can open up a new dynamic block and say models.map. And then to get access to these models, we're going to import them from constants. And you may be wondering, what is this? Well, it's nothing more than an array containing a couple of objects where each one contains some colors, different meshes, and also the title. That is it. So we want to map over those models and get each individual item, and then also the index of that color we're showing. And for each one, we want to automatically return an li, which is a list item, with a key equal to I, a class name equal to w-6, h-6, rounded-full, and margin X of 2. And then most importantly, we want to give it a style property of background color will be set to item.color 0. So this will be coming directly from that object within the models array. And then we can also give it an on click. So once we do that, we want to set the model like this and set the model to be that specific selected model, be that blue, yellow, or whatever other color. And we can immediately close this li like this. If we save it and scroll down, you can see these 4 different beautiful colors appear right here. And we can also add a cursor dash pointer so that the user knows that they can actually click it. There we go. It's not just for the show. Let's also go below this UL and let's create buttons for managing the size. We can do that by saying button with a class name equal to size-btn-container. And within it, we can simply open a dynamic block of code and say sizes.map, where we can destructure the label and the value of each size, and then automatically return a span that will have a key equal to label, and it will simply display the label as well. Of course, the sizes have to be imported from the constants. Now you can see 6.1 and 6.7. Let's style it a bit further by giving it a class name equal to size-btn. That's much better. And let's also give it a style property equal to background color. And here, if the size is equal to the selected value, then it can be white, else it will be transparent. That way we'll know which one is currently selected. And also the color, if the size is triple equal to the value, then it will be black because it has the white background, else it will be white. So now we can see which one is currently selected. And let's also add an onClick where we can call a callback function and set size to be that specific value. So now if we save it, you should be able to click and move between those two states, as well as select different colors and immediately see that the title changes as well. That is amazing. But of course, that's nothing without the modals, which are the main star of the show. So we have to scroll all the way up and navigate into our model view. And that way we'll be able to make our colors and sizes make changes to the 3D models we'll display on the screen. So first things first, let's accept all of the props we're passing into this model view component. We're going to get the index, the group ref, the GSAP type, the control ref for the camera, set rotation size, the size, and the item. Then we want to create a viewport for the model by wrapping everything in a view coming from React 3.js. Each view has to have an index, so we know which one it is, and we can pass it from the props. The first one will have an index of 0, and the second one of 1. We can also give it an ID, which will be a GSAP type, also coming from props. And let's also style our view a bit by giving it a class name. And just so we can initially see it, I'm going to give it a border of 2 and border of red 500. So now you can see where it is positioned. Right now, it is just a line in 2D, but if I give it a W full and H-full, it will take the full height of the screen. Also, we need to hide it if we're not showing it currently. So we can turn this into a dynamic template string like this and properly close it. And only if index is equal to 2, then we want to say right dash minus 100%. That's going to look like this. Else nothing. So this way we can swap between the left and the right one. Next, we want to play with the lighting a bit. And the first source of light will be the ambient light, which lights up all the objects in the scene equally. So we can say ambient light, and we can give it an intensity of about 0.3. And right now it looks like it cannot properly read the light. Unknown property intensity found, but we'll fix that soon enough. Let's focus on what matters, maybe even more than light. Well, who knows, because we cannot have a camera without light, right? But still, we need both the camera and the light to get the picture. So we'll use a type of camera that simulates the perspective of the human eye, and that is called the perspective camera, coming from React 3.js, like this. We can give it a make default, so this is the default camera, and give it a position that is an array of 0, 0, 4. So now we have the camera, but it's still dark. We can then create some more custom lights by creating a new component called lights.jsx. And from the README of this project, you can copy the lights.jsx component and paste it right here. You'll soon be able to notice that this contains the environment and a couple of different lights we're using. The reason why I decided to provide these lights to you is because I was playing a lot with figuring out how to make this look the best. And with these light formers, I managed to create custom lighting that are properly light up our 3D scene with different lightings, intensities, positions, and more. And once again, just to remind you, more details on these light formers, custom lighting, and 3D modeling with Three.js in general, you can find in the guide. So with that in mind, it looks like that even though we have imported these lights right here, still our Three.js has some trouble figuring out whether they actually work or not. And this could be just an ESLint issue. So let's go back right here and let's call our lights property like this by importing those lights at the top by saying import lights coming from /lights. And if we scroll down, it's still quite dark out there, but don't worry, as we'll figure it out soon. Right below the lights, I'm gonna call a suspense, which is used to provide some kind of a loader until the model loads like this. So you can give it a fallback, and then within the fallback, you can define something that's gonna load, like maybe a div that's gonna say loading. Later on, we'll make a custom loader, but for now, this will be good enough. The most important thing is now rendering the iPhone model. Now, the way we can get to that iPhone is by checking out our public models, and then we have our scene.glb, which contains the iPhone model. Now, I have found a phenomenal GitHub repo that turns GLTFs into JSX components. So just click this link in the description, and then simply drag and drop your scene by revealing it in Finder or opening in Explorer, and then simply drag and drop it in. What it will do is it will automatically render it for you in the browser so you can check it out, which is very, very cool for testing out different models. But then even more importantly, what we care about is that it generated an entire 3D JSX file with all of the meshes right here. So let's simply copy that entire thing. I think we can do it somewhere here. No, here we can play with the model even more and modify the shadows, the types, and stuff like that. But in this case, I will just keep it as it is and import this entire thing. Copy it, and I want to create a new component called iPhone.jsx and simply paste everything I have here. Don't worry about these ESLint warnings for now. With that in mind, let's go back to our code. And right here within the suspense, let's render this iPhone model, which of course has to be imported at the top by importing iPhone from iPhone, which will broke the screen because if you go into that iPhone, you will see that right now it just exports it as a function instead of saying something like function model. And then at the bottom, we can say export default model. That way we have something to import within our application. And of course, since it doesn't know where we put this scene, we have to say that it's coming from models scene.glb. And if you scroll up in this same file, you'll be able to see that here we also have to say models scene glb. If you do that, our app is back to the working state. And if we scroll down, you can see a very, very tiny iPhone model in the middle. I'm going to zoom it in and you can barely see it. So now let's actually play with the lights, the positioning, the camera, and let's make it bigger. I'm going to go back to our model view right here, close everything else so we can just focus on it. But before that, very quickly, let's get rid of these ESLint warnings. They're okay in this one, but under lights, they are quite ugly to look at. And especially within our iPhone model, here they're all over the place. So to fix it, you can go into the ESLint RC, and right here, you can add a plugin called Add React-3 and save it. That way, ESLint will automatically know that these are real properties that exist and that you can call. As you can see, now it knows exactly what intensity is, and it's no longer complaining. While we're here, let's also remove this ugly border And let's make this iPhone model the star of our show. I'm going to wrap this entire suspense into something known as orbit controls, which allow us to move the camera using the mouse. So I'm going to say orbit controls coming from React 3.js, and that will be a self-closing component right here. So we don't yet have to wrap it, but we do have to wrap suspense within something known as a group. So a group containing the suspense and the iPhone, like this. This group will have a ref equal to group ref. It will have a name if the index, like this, is equal to 1, then it's small, else it's going to be large. And we can also give it a position, which is equal to an array of 0, 0, 0 to position the model in the center of the screen. Now let's play a bit with orbit controls. We want to make our orbit controls the default way of traversing over our model. We want to give it a ref equal to control ref. We also want to give it enable zoom to false, as we don't want to zoom it in, we just want to move it around. We're going to also disable panning, so we cannot, once again, kind of move it around. And we're going to modify the rotate speed to about 0.4 so that it's slow and steady. Then we're going to provide a target to target the center of the screen by saying new 3, and this 3 has to be imported at the top by saying import everything as 3 from 3, like this. And now if we scroll down, we want to call it and construct a new vector like this, vector 3, and give it 0, 0, 0 as x, y, and z axes. So we position that in the center as well. Finally, once we stop rotating, we want to get the angle of the camera so that we know where we are. So we can say on end, we can call a function that's going to set rotation angle, or rather set rotation state, I think we called it, to control ref dot current dot get azimuthal, like this. It's a weird one, I know, but we need to get this specific angle to know where we are in the space. And soon enough, we'll be able to rotate our iPhone. But for now, let's scale it up so we can actually see it. We can do that by giving it a scale property and saying if index is triple equal to 1, then we want to say 15, 15, 15. Else, if it's the big one we want to show, we're going to make it 17, 17, 17. There we go. That's more like it. And you can see that the orbit controls work, because if we remove the orbit controls or if we comment them out, you cannot move it. It stays stuck in place. So these definitely come in handy and allow you to move the model. Now we can also provide the item, which contains all the information about that model, and the size, which also contains the information about the size. So this is our model. As you can see, we have it here. And if you click here, it doesn't quite yet change the color, but it will soon if we dive into it and create something known as a texture by saying const texture is equal to use texture coming from React 3.js, and we want to pass it props.item.image, img, like this. This contains the mesh we want to cover our phone with. Then we can use a use effect like this, and we're only going to call this when the materials, or the props.item change. So once we make some kind of a modification to these buttons that change the colors and the size. Within here, we want to call the object.entries to get the key and the value pairs of all of our materials. And we want to map over each one of these materials where we get an individual material, and then we check if that material exists. We can check that by checking if material 0 is triple equal to a specific string that we can then compare with a specific color. Now, these are basically strings of IDs that contain about 10 to 15 characters, and I definitely don't want you to type all of these by yourself. So in the README down below, you can find those 5 or 6 different material colors. As a matter of fact, you can find the entire use effect belonging to the iPhone model. So copy it and paste it right here. As you can see, these are the material names that can be changed, and they modify the color. So material1.color is the new color coming from the props which we choose on the screen. Now we get an error because we didn't import use effect from React, and we also need to import 3. So we can do that by saying import everything as 3 coming from 3. And if we save that, now we're back. And would you look at that? We have a yellow iPhone, and it actually looks quite good. There we go. We can change it to white. And now our picker works as well. This is wonderful. But we're going to make it even better. If we go to the finished website, you can see that on the blue iPhone, we have a very vivid blue color. If we change it to yellow, it is completely yellow and completely dark. Whereas on ours, currently, yeah, sure, it does change a bit, but for white color, it just looks too white, right? So what are we gonna do is take the texture from this image and then apply it to this specific front portion of the screen. And the way I found it is I used that same app that generated this JSX, and then there I inspected to see which specific material do I have to apply that texture to. And you can use a Control or Command F and search for EIU and find it here. You want to expand this mesh, and then within it, give it a mesh standard material with a roughness of 1 and a map of texture. That way we can apply black for black, this one for the white, this one for the yellow, blue, and so on. So you can see that now it makes complete sense and it looks much better as we're applying a custom texture for each color. Great. So with that in mind, we can exit this iPhone and we can finalize our model view by providing a proper loading. Because now if I reload, this loading doesn't look too good. So instead, let's create a new component called loader.jsx, run rafce, and then import it right here as a custom component. There we go. And of course, we have to import it at the top by saying that it's coming from loader. Now, if we go to the loader, now if we reload, it will break because don't forget, we have to wrap it in HTML so that it knows that it's not 3D. So we need to wrap it in HTML. And this HTML coming from React 3.js. And then we can give it a div, which we can absolutely position by giving it a class name of absolute, top 0, left 0, W full, H dash full, flex, justify dash center, and items dash center. Within it, we can render a new div that will say something like loading ... And we can also style this a bit by giving it a class name of W-10VW, H-10VW, and rounded-full. Now, if I scroll down and reload, it's looking just a tiny bit better, but actually I created this loader file to give you the opportunity to play with some interesting and exciting models. Maybe search the internet for some exciting 3D models of different loaders. And once again, a complete list of websites where you can find different 3D models can be found in our Three.js guide. So download it, check it out, and do something interesting with this model. And once you do that, go on LinkedIn and X and tag us on there because I would be more than happy to share your work. With that in mind, you can see that there's only one property that we didn't use, which is the set rotation size. And that's because I misspelled it. It was supposed to be set rotation state, which we are using right here below. On end, we properly set the rotation state. So with that in mind, let's go back to our, that's going to be a model.jsx. And right now we have some fixes to make. You can see that our second model, which is the big one, is also visible on the bottom. And if I click right here, nothing really happens, right? So let's play with GSAP, where for the first time ever, we're combining GSAP animations with Three.js models to make something truly exciting like this thing right here, where it rotates and we get the second model. To make that happen, we can scroll all the way to the top, create something known as a timeline. We can call it TL for short and call it a GSAP.timeline so that we can move across that timeline. Then we want to create a use effect like this. And it's only going to change when the size changes. Here, we want to check if we are going to trigger the size is equal to large, in which case we're going to do something, or if size is triple equal to small, when we can do something else. So now we're going to do a special kind of animation, which is a timeline animation. So it looks like this broke our application, most likely because we haven't yet imported useEffect from React. Yep, that was it. And now let's create a bit of a more complicated animation. Since it will be a bit more complicated, what do you say that we extract its logic to another file? We can create a new file within the utils folder, which we can call animations.js. Within here, we can say export const animate with GSAP timeline. And this is a special function which we will call. Now, let's first talk a bit about what a timeline even is. A timeline is a powerful sequencing tool that acts as a container for tweens and other timelines, making it simple to control them as a whole and precisely manage their timing. Without timelines, building complex sequences would be far more cumbersome because you need to use a delay for every animation. Like this, you apply delays, wait, and so on. But with a timeline, you can specify exactly what you want one after another. But to make that happen, instead of calling gsap.to, you first create a timeline and then call the timeline.to, exactly like what we have done right here. So what we can do next is we can call this animate with GSAP timeline right here. And of course, we have to import it from utils animations. And we want to pass a couple of props to it. We're going to pass the timeline itself. We're going to pass the small model right here, the small rotation, as well as the view1 ID and the view2 ID. So we know when to move around. And you might be wondering, why are we doing small for the large one? Well, if the size is currently large, we want to animate it to the small one and vice versa. Also, we're going to give it an object of transform where we're going to run a translate x of minus 100%. This will remove it from the view. And we can also provide a duration of about 2 seconds. So what we're doing here is we get the current value of the small rotation. Then we rotate the small model by the value stored in that rotation. We animate the small model view to the left, and we animate the large model view to the center. But if the size is small, we're going to repeat the same thing right here, but we're going to display the large model and the large rotation. And we're going to animate from view 2 to view 1, and the translate x is going to be 0. There we go. So now we're passing all of the necessary props into this animate with GSAP timeline, and we can accept all those props right here. First, we passed in the timeline, then the rotation, ref, then the rotation state, then the first target, then the second target. These are view 1 and view 2, and then all of the animation props. Now that we have these, first we can call the timeline dot to, and we want to go to rotation ref dot current dot rotation. So we get a specific rotation, and we modify it by saying y is rotation state, duration is 1 second, and ease, I found this one to work the best, power2 dot in out. Right below that one, we called the timeline to once again, and this time we timeline to the first target, and we spread out all the animation props. So these will be the things like Y, duration, and more. So animation props coming from the props, and we can provide the ease of power2 dot in out. And also after that, we can provide a string of the lower than character. This symbolizes to insert the animation at the start of the previous animation. Finally, we can duplicate this one right here below and say timeline to second target, same thing, and everything else will be the same. So we animate from the first target to the second target. Now, if we save this, you can see that something started happening. They're moving. So if we select the small one, we get it back. If we select the big one, they're both gone. Now, let's see why here we have two, and on the other one, we have no models at all. Well, we can go to our model, and let's go directly into the model view. And here is where we're messing with which one are we showing. So basically, we modified the right position of one to basically get it off of the screen. But this right 100 is not going to work if it's not absolutely positioned. So here we can add position of absolute, and now they show one on top of another. Look at this. This is looking a bit weird. Let me reload. Yeah, there's still one on top of another. And that's because this right is not getting applied as it's outside of the dynamic block. So it needs to be within that dynamic block. Right here, if index is 2, then apply right, else apply this one. There we go. So now it's hidden, and if we go right here, it's showing. This is wonderful, and you can see how nicely it rotates. Like if you mess with it, it's gonna rotate back to the starting position and then move away. This means that our models are now great. We can modify the colors. Notice how the screen also changes, and you can go back to the different one that also changed the color. The meshes, the textures, the lighting, it's all looking great. And now that we can actually see the model, we can also play with the intensity a bit, like bringing it to 0.5, maybe bring it to 5. There we go. Now you can notice a big difference, or even 10, right? Now everything is very, very light, no matter which color you choose. So the colors really pop. But to get that realistic look, I kept it very, very low to 0.3, and that way you can really see the titanium coming out of this iPhone. But of course, this is something for you to play around with. You can modify the perspective camera, the lights, and so much more. That's the beauty of Three.js, learning how to navigate your way around the 3D world. And of course, if you want to learn a bit more about all of the different types of lights that exist, all of the different cameras that exist, and all of the other properties that you can use to mess with your models, definitely check out our guide, which is linked down below. With that in mind, let's close our model view, animations, and model, and let's expand our browser to full screen. I'm gonna scroll up and reload, and let's see how all of this looks like in full screen. We have this beautiful titanium iPhone 15 Pro. We scroll down. This was a tough one, right? The highlights section with animated progress tracking bars. This looks and feels good. We can also pause it, and we can scroll to reveal the model. Now you can move it around, see how it looks like in different light, and make a decision on which one you want to buy. It's no longer, should I buy it or not? It's which color and which size should I get? Apple's marketing division is definitely very good, so we can learn a lot from the way that they present their products on the website. And this is one of the perfect use cases for smooth animations, as we saw with the videos, and also perfect use case for showing up those 3D models. There aren't a lot of 3D websites, but if there is one that really should use 3D, it's the one where you can show the products in all of their full glory. And now that you have done all of this, created a 3D model as well as these playing videos and a nice looking header, when building websites as phenomenal as these ones right here, there's something that we often overlook, and that is performance, right? You're gonna say, why should I care about performance when my websites look like this? That's the most common thing we think about as developers, right? But still, no matter what you put into it, they still have to be performant and quick. Not to mention that the design should never take away from the form. You need to be able to figure out if the business objectives of the website are properly achieved, such as, is this titanium iPhone taking away from the screen? And are people actually clicking the buy button? So today, I wanted to take this video a step further and allow you to get answers to all of those questions. And learning this matters. It matters a lot. Let me give you a comparison of two resumes featuring projects from different developers. Take a moment to read through them and let me know which one sounds more impressive. The first one just built a website that looks like the iPhone 15 Pro page from Apple and used React, Three.js, and GSAP. Cool, right? But the second developer developed that website as well as tracked the number of visitors and how they're actually browsing the site. Are they taking the necessary actions that we want them to take? The second developer, they're also tracking performance, loading speeds, click-through rates, and all of that good stuff. So let's be real. Which developer will get a job? Well, it's gonna be the one with business metrics and performance optimizations. So for that reason, in this video, even though you might not have expected it, I want to teach you not just how to build and deploy a website, rather teach you how to get answers to all of those hard questions. And we'll do that using a completely free tool called Sentry, which will give us access to all of this information and more. It's super simple to integrate. So click the special link in the description so you can follow along and see exactly what I'm seeing, and then click Try Sentry for free. Create your account by signing up with Google or GitHub, and after you sign up, you'll be able to answer a couple of questions, such as your organization's name. If you have a company or if you work within a company, enter their name. If not, simply type JSM. Click I agree to terms and services, and you can choose whether you want to get email updates. Let's continue. And now let's follow the onboarding. We can install Sentry by clicking Start, and we'll choose the platform we want to monitor. In this case, it will be browser, and how handy it is, they also have a React wrapper. Press Configure SDK, and we can follow the steps provided right here. Let me zoom it in a bit. And first things first, we want to install Sentry as a dependency. So let's copy this command, open up our terminal, paste it, and press Enter. Then we can configure our SDK by copying this entire block of code and heading over to our main.jsx. Here is where we can paste what we copied, the setup for Sentry. We'll modify it just a tiny bit by removing this root render, as we already have that right here, and we're gonna keep the most important stuff right here that we copied. It seems like a lot, but you can also just remove the comments, and then you'll be able to see that there's basically a couple of specific properties that we are applying right here to customize the way that we want to track our application. There we go. This is it. Next, we have to upload our source maps, which allow us to track the traces for errors. Trust me, you're going to be pretty amazed at what this does. So let's copy it. Let's install it, as we have done that before. And to verify, we can render this somewhere by returning this button. Here, we get asked to install the Sentry wizard, so let's press Y, and you'll be asked to select what you want to do. We can choose yes or no. In this case, it says you're not within a GitHub repository. The wizard will create and update files. Do you want to continue anyway? I'm going to select yes. Are you using Sentry SaaS or self-hosted? We'll be using Sentry SaaS. Do you already have a Sentry account? Yes, we have just created it before. The wizard will verify that. And you can select your Sentry project and choose your framework. I'm going to choose Vite. And just like that, it's going to install the Sentry Vite plugin without you having to do anything. It's going to ask you if you're using CI/CD tool to build your application. We're going to say yes. And we're going to say yes, continue. That's it. We have successfully set up Sentry for our project. Now that that got installed, let's modify our integrations right here. Right now, we're using the browser tracing integration, but we also want to add Sentry.metrics aggregator integration like this. And we also want to add a Sentry.react router v6 browser tracing integration, to which we can pass an object and say useEffect is equal to react.useEffect. This way, it just knows that we're using React and how useEffects work. Finally, we want to update our app.jsx to wrap the app with Sentry. So let's navigate over to app. We're going to import everything as Sentry from add Sentry/React. And then we can simply wrap our app by saying Sentry dot with profiler, and then we wrap the app we have. Believe it or not, that's it. That's the entire setup. So right now it says this snippet contains an intentional error and can be used as a test to make sure that everything is working as expected. So let's simply copy this return, and instead of returning this entire main, let's try to simply return that button that contains a method that doesn't exist. I'm going to save it and run our application by running npm run dev and opening it on localhost 5173. Immediately, you can see break the world. So now, if you click view sample error, it's going to process that sample event, and it will give us all the information about the event that happened. Type error, object has no update from. Interesting. This one doesn't belong to our app, but soon enough, we'll configure Sentry to start viewing real errors. So let's break our app. This break the world is actually a button which you can click, and it contains a method that doesn't exist within our application. So if you inspect it and go to the console, you can see, if I make this the normal size, that it's going to say uncaught reference error, method does not exist, is not defined. So we really are breaking the world. So once you do that, Sentry should have gotten that event and should enable our account. So now if we go to issues, you can see that we have our reference error, method does not exist, is not defined. Sentry will automatically group similar events together into an issue. So let's click got it, and we can go into it and see more information about that issue. A pretty crazy thing about this is that you can see the browser, the operating system, as well as so much more information about that user, their IP address, the URL, and more. We can also mark it as handled or not handled. We can also see which function triggered it, and we can see full breadcrumbs of how this error came to be, all within this Sentry interface and not within our application. So imagine if you gave your app to the users and if they noticed an error. It will be almost impossible to debug. They would send you screenshots, pieces of code, and so much more. But with this, you know exactly what is happening. And believe it or not, you can also see a replay of what the user was doing when the error happened. You can do that by going to replays, and you might need to wait a bit or reload to ensure that it actually shows up. But check this out. We have most dead clicks, which means clicks that don't do anything. And I did click on that button 4 times. We have rage clicks as well, because I was clicking on it and nothing was happening. So I was raging a bit, guilty as charged. And then we do have a full recording of the duration with everything that was happening. Let's click into it and check it out. If I click play, we can see the entire screen of exactly what I was doing on the screen and when I clicked it, as well as when the specific errors were happening. How crazy is that? I was also messing with my desktop and mobile view, so we can see that as well. And you can see exactly what's happening right here on the timeline. Pretty cool stuff. But of course, the most important thing we're concerned with is the errors tab, where you can click it, see the exact event ID, and see all the information about the error that happened so that we can resolve it. And to resolve this error, we can also scroll down a bit and see more information. You can see that the session replay, since now it has been rendered, actually appears right here within that specific error, so you don't even have to go to the replays. And then we have the complete breadcrumb of the error, as we have seen before, and everything about the user's device, browser, and more. And if you scroll a bit up, you'll be able to see this resources and maybe solutions. I like how at least they are being realistic with AI. Sometimes you might get lucky, but again, maybe not. So what we can do is we can click view suggestion, and their AI will, of course, if you give it consent, try to solve the error for you. And hey, it looks like you've encountered a reference error in your JavaScript code, which we did. So to fix this issue, you'll need to define the method does not exist in your code by adding it right here. And they give you some more tips for debugging it. In this case, instead of actually declaring it, we know that this is faulty code, which we don't need. So for now, I'm going to simply remove it from here, and that will fix the error. So I'm going to say, yes, this was surprisingly helpful. Now, let's see if the error has truly been fixed by going back to our app and reloading the screen. Yes, we have our titanium video, we have our highlights section, and we have our iPhone model right here. Looks great. But we're not here just to fix errors. Let's explore the performance tab. For you, it might say 0. It does take a minute or two to load, but very quickly, you should be able to see 100 here. I mean, our website is loading incredibly fast. We can see that the timing is incredibly low, and we can also head over to Web Vitals, and we can see the largest contentful paint within 300 milliseconds, which is good, and you get more information about everything that is happening on your app. I mean, how cool is this, and how convenient it is to have all of this in one place. We can also go to resources, where you can track exactly what your website is transferring over to the devices of different clients. The main JSX is the main thing we're transferring now, as well as some assets and images. Next, let's scroll down a bit and check the Discover tab. Here, you can discover different trends for your application. Like, we can bring it to the last hour, and you can see exactly when your users were doing what, which is quite exciting. So here you can see that one user had an error, and there was a transaction for the other user. Then you can track and see exactly what they're doing, from what browser family, what device, and so much more. It is all here, as we have explored before, and you can also see complete network events for everything they were doing on the site. Next, let's check out the dashboard. You can choose from different templates that you can use, like the Frontend template, which shows you the erroring URLs and Web Vitals, or you can just check out the general one. So let's see the general. And here you can see the number of errors, the number of issues, the number of affected users, which is interesting, the handled versus unhandled errors. You can see this one is now counted as handled because we have fixed the error. You can see the errors by browser, so you know where everything is failing. Overall user misery is also a very interesting metric to track, I guess. And I mean, all of this is working so well for tracking what's happening on your application. Now, let me go back and let's see if I can get some more information from the frontend template by adding it to my dashboard. And here, if I zoom out just a tiny bit, you can see more information about the overall LCP, FCP, layout shifts happening, page load times, and more. So you can see the top 5 issues by unique users, URLs where the issues are happening, and if you have any slow page navigations. Of course, you can customize this by adding more widgets for duration, throughput, crash rates, health, and so much more. Even LCP by country, which is good to know if you have users from different countries. So I hope you liked this little intro to Sentry and how we can use it within our project. Now, as we continue developing our project, we'll be able to come back to it and see if it has recognized some new errors or if our app's performance dropped as we introduce some new animations. So we'll be able to track it all in real time. And you'll see me use Sentry in many more videos in the future. I recently found out about it, and I'm gonna use it for all of my apps, including our official course platform. Here, there's a lot of things that could go wrong just due to the sheer amount of features we're implementing within this project. People that have purchased the Ultimate Next.js course have access to this platform, and we want to ensure that nothing goes wrong. On the platform, we have a lot of custom stuff, like custom code blocks which you can copy, all the way to complete files, complete configurations, hints, images, and a lot more stuff like these callouts right here so you don't forget stuff. So if you're watching this video for building a GSAP and Three.js React application, you're gonna love what we do in the Ultimate Next.js 14 course. So check it out and you'll be able to access it within our new platform. And getting back to Sentry, as I said, you'll see me using their software in many of the upcoming videos, and we're gonna dive deeper into things like profiling, user feedback that allows your users to quickly add a bug report, cron actions, alerts, and so much more. While my goal is to teach you how to build beautiful websites, with this, I want to take you a step further and also teach you how to make them make sense from a business as well as a marketing and maybe even performance optimization side of things. So with that in mind, let's focus on the next section of the day, which is going to be this one, where you can explore the full story of how iPhone gets made with this video and some new images appearing. And of course, if you continue scrolling down, more text and then these images animate back in. So with that in mind, let's get started working on the next section by pulling this to the side and adding the next section right here within our app.jsx. To get started with our next section, we can create a new component within the components folder called features.jsx. We can run RAFCE right within it, and then we can navigate over right here, imported features coming from features, and that's an automatic import from /components/features. Now, if we go back to our website, you should be able to see features right here at the bottom, which means that we can dive right into the features and start implementing it. First things first, we're going to turn this into a section with a class name equal to hfull for full height and common-padding. We're going to also give it a BG of zinc as well as relative and overflow-hidden. Now you can see features has its own space right here. Let's also create a div right here with a class name equal to screen-max-width. Within it, we'll have a div with a class name equal to margin bottom of 12 and w-full. And right within it, we're going to have an h1, which will have an ID equal to, we can do features underscore title, so we know what it is, and you know why we're adding it. That is because we want to animate it. Let's also give it a class name equal to section-heading, and it can say something like explore the full story. Dramatic as Apple usually likes to do it. So now we can add that first animation. If we scroll up and say use GSAP coming from GSAP React. Now, you know how we used the use GSAP before. You provide a callback function right here, and then you also add a dependency array. Now, in this case, I want to teach you how to make this just a bit more optimized, and we want to use a dry principle of good code architecture, which means don't repeat yourself. Now, whenever we use the use GSAP, which you can see it's a couple of times so far, typically we use GSAP.to and then specify what we want to happen. And in these cases, we didn't have to use the scroll trigger, but sometimes we did. So if you see scroll trigger, we used it in the video carousel right here, where we have this use GSAP, GSAP2 with the trigger video and then toggle actions. Now, every time that we want to use a specific scroll trigger, we need to repeat this part. Trigger is video, toggle actions is restart, none, none, and so on. So wouldn't it be better if we extracted this function call, where we repeat some stuff, to a new function within our animations.js file? We already have this animate with GSAP timeline, but right here above it, we can create a new export const animate with GSAP, which is equal to, we get the target, which we want to animate, the animation props, such as, opacity 1, and then also scroll props. And here, we're going to call the basic GSAP.to property. Of course, GSAP has to be imported from GSAP. Which target do we animate? Well, we already have it under target. And then what are the animation props, such as opacity 1, right? In this case, we can just spread all of the animation props coming from the props. And then we can also add this scroll trigger that I talked about, where the trigger will always be equal to the target, in our case at least. And then we also have these so-called toggle actions. And what toggle actions are is they determine how the length animation is controlled at 4 different places. On enter, so when we first enter it, we want to restart the animation. Then on leave, once we leave this specific target, then we want to reverse the animation. So this is interesting, reverse. Then when we enter back to it, we want to restart. And then when we leave back, we want to do reverse. So this toggle action figures out what will happen with this specific animation on 4 different distinct places. Whenever we scroll in, when we come back, when we scroll down and scroll up once again. Within here, we can also define the starting position of the scroll trigger, something like top 85%. That means that when the top of the trigger is 85% from the top of the viewport, it's going to activate, giving us enough space and time to trigger the animation. And we can also spread the rest of the scroll props. Great. So now we have this animate with GSAP function with scroll triggers. And now we can go back, not here, but rather in the features, and call animate with GSAP. And the only thing we have to do right now is provide the target. And in this case, the title is the ID of the H1, so features underscore title. And then we need to specify the Y is 0 and opacity is 1. So basically, we're simply saying, what do we want to animate? And now if we scroll down, we cannot see anything yet. And that's because I forgot to provide the hash to indicate that it's an ID. So now if I reload, oh, nothing is happening yet. The ID seems to be correct. And animate with GSAP indeed provides the GSAP2 functionality. Oh yeah, but for scroll triggers to work, we also need to register a scroll trigger plugin. And you do that by importing the scroll trigger coming from GSAP all, and then you say gsap.register plugin. And you simply pass that specific plugin you want to register. This is how you use plugins within GSAP. So now if I reload, that is how you use plugins within GSAP. And the reason why we might not be able to see the animation yet is because we cannot scroll to the top of it. So we need to keep adding some more stuff. So once we scroll down, we'll be able to see it. So let's go back to features. Below this h1 and below another div, we'll create a second div with a class name equal to flex, flex-call for column, justify-center, items-center, and overflow-hidden, so we don't see any scroll bars. Within it, we can create another div which will help us position the title within it by giving it a class name equal to margin top of 32, margin bottom of 24, and padding left of 24 too. Within there, we can simply say h2, that's gonna say iPhone. And that iPhone you can see here. So let's style it a bit by giving it a class name equal to text-5XL, that's very big, as well as on large devices, text-7XL, which is even bigger, and font-semi-bold. There we go, iPhone. Let's also duplicate this below and say forged in titanium. As here, we want to show what it is made out of. There we go, iPhone forged in titanium. And now you can also see the explore the full story appear because we scrolled nicely there. Let's also go below this h2 and below another div, and then create another div, inside of which we'll show our animated videos and images. Let's give it a class name equal to flex-center, flex-call. On small devices, padding x of 10. Then we can give it a div inside of it, which will help us position these elements by giving it a class name of relative, h-50 view height, so that's 50% of the screen, w full for full width, flex, and items-center. Finally, within here, we want to display the video. So we can say video with a source that will have an src of explore video coming from utils and a type of video mp4. If we scroll down, we can see something that appears to be a non-playing video. So let's give it a property of plays in line. Let's give it an ID of explore video. Let's give it a class name of w-full for full width, h-full for full height, object-cover, as well as object-center. We can also give it a preload of none, so it doesn't take away from the website's performance. We will play it muted, and we will autoplay it. And we can also give it a ref to later on play with its settings. So at the top, we can create a new ref. Const video ref is equal to use ref coming from React. And we can pass that video ref right here. And there we go. As you can see, it started playing. Now, what's going to happen when it ends? It just stops. But later on, we want to make sure that we animate it in and out once we go up and down. Before we do that, let's also render the other two images, which we will animate. So we can go below this video and below another div, and then create a container for our images by saying div will have a class name equal to flex, flex-call, w-full, and relative. Within it, we can create another div which will have a class name equal to feature-video-container. And within it, we can have another div that will contain one specific image. So it will have a class name equal to overflow-hidden, flex-1, and h-50vh. Within it, we can render a self-closing image tag that will have a source equal to explore1img, an alt tag of something like titanium, and a class name equal to feature-video g_grow. We'll use this to target this and give it some animations. So now let's duplicate this entire div containing the image And let's make the second one render the Explore 2 IMG, which we have to import, say Titanium 2, and I think this is it. If we save it and reload, we thought that we might be able to see those images, but there's nothing yet. And that's because they're hidden. So let's go ahead and animate them in. We can scroll up and we can reuse this same animate with GSAP function, where we can provide a new target of .g_grow, and then we can expand it so it's easier to see which props are we passing. And we can also give it the animation props, such as scale of 1, so it's going to get bigger, opacity of 1, and ease of power 1. So this is the way that it actually animates. We can also give it some scroll properties, and in this case, I'm going to use scrub of 5.5. I found this value to work the best. And as soon as you save the file, you can see those two images appear. They go out and they come back in. Wonderful. Now let's scroll a bit more down. And let's also add some text below those images. So let's find the last image, go 1, 2 divs below, and create a final div container that will have a class name equal to feature-text-container. Inside of it, we can create another div that will have a class name equal to flex-1 and flex-center. And within it, we can have a piece of text, a p tag, that has a class name equal to feature-text, as well as g_text, because we'll animate it as well. So this g underscore stands for GSAP. And here we can say iPhone 15 Pro is, and then we can leave a space like so, and save it. You cannot see anything yet because we didn't animate it in. But at the end, it should look something like this. There we go. iPhone 15 Pro is, and then we want to create a span for the rest of the text. So let's do that. Right below, we can create a span element with a class name equal to text-white. And then you can follow along and type with me. I'm going to say the first iPhone to feature an aerospace grade titanium design using the same alloy that spacecrafts use for missions to Mars. Okay, let's go back. We still cannot see it, so now might be a good idea to animate that in. So if we scroll right here below this animate with GSAP, we can add a new one and say animate with GSAP. What do we want to animate? In this case, it will be a .g_text. You see how easy it is once you have a function you can reuse. Then you provide specific properties you want to animate, such as y of 0, opacity of 1. We can also do an ease of power 2 .in out and a duration of 1. Of course, this has to be within an object, so let's fix it. There we go. And that is it. So now if you reload, you can see that the text appears right below. Let's fix this. It's an iPhone. And now if I reload, it's not there. That's because we have to scroll a bit more to see it. Don't worry, we'll do that soon. Let's just go below this div and then duplicate this entire div with flex1 and flex-center for the second piece of text. There we go. Now you can see it. But of course, we have to say something different now. So in this case, I will say something like, let's do titanium has one of the best strength to weight ratios of any metal, making these our, and here we can say lightest Pro models ever. Apple surely does know how to market. And here we can say you'll notice the difference. the moment you pick one up. There we go. So now we have this nice piece of text right here. Looking great. So now this entire section is looking good. The images are indeed animating in. The text comes in as well. But this video, once it continues playing, it's just stuck. So we have to play with it a bit more to make it come to life. Let's scroll up. And what do you say that we try using this animate with GSAP? So we can say animate with GSAP, where we can provide the hash explore video and save it. Now, if you reload, it starts playing. It looks great. There we go. It animates. But if you scroll up or down, still nothing happens. So let's go to animate with GSAP. Let's copy this entire GSAP.2. And for this one, let's apply a manual animation without using a reusable function because it will be just a bit different. So the target will be the explore video, of course, with the hash at the start. We don't need to pass any animation props. The scroll trigger will also be explore video, and the actions will be a bit different because we're dealing with the video. So it's going to be play, pause if we go away, and then reverse, restart. You can play with these toggle actions a bit more and see how they behave. Finally, the start will be minus 10% at the bottom. And finally, the third property will be on complete. So what happens once it is complete? And here we want to say video.play. So essentially, we will just restart the play. And of course, here we also have to import GSAP from GSAP. And now we can scroll down. You can see that the video plays, the images animate, and once it comes to the end, if we go out and come back again, nothing happens. And that's because this video.play right here is not referring to anything. Rather, it should be saying video ref.current.play because that's how we're targeting this video. So now, as you can see, it's playing, and once it finishes, if I scroll up or down, it will start playing once again. Great. Now let's expand our browser and check this out. Right here, after you see this great looking model, you scroll down and you're greeted with explore the full story of the iPhone forged in titanium. We have this great looking video and two images that give you more detail. Now, if you scroll down, you see some pieces of text. And if you scroll up, nothing happens to the video, but if you go once again down, it starts playing again. It's just a small little detail, and of course, you have a bit of creative freedom to figure out how you want to play with these animations by choosing when you want to trigger them. You can trigger them on click or on scroll or in many different situations. With that in mind, our phenomenal feature section has now been completed. It's been a bit easier than the last two, right? Well, that's because now you know how to animate better, and let's be honest, it also was a bit easier to implement than the last two. But now, let's move to the next one, which looks like this. A17 Pro chip, a monster for gaming. Looks like this. And on desktop devices, it looks like this. The chip animates in, and this great looking video starts playing. So, with that in mind, let's start doing that section next by going back to our development environment, closing everything besides the app, and creating a new component within the components folder called how it works, or you can also call it a chip. So I'm going to say how it works.jsx, run RAFCE, go back to the app, and render the how it works section, which of course we have to import from the components. How it works. And now at the bottom, there it is. We can come into it and start developing it. To get started working on our how it works section, we can first turn it into a section and give it a class name equal to common padding, as we typically do. Next, we want to Also, give it a max screen width so we can create a new div and give it a class name equal to screen max width. Now, right within it, we can create a new div that will have an ID equal to chip. And yes, this will be our processor chip image. So we can give it a class name equal to flex-center, w-full, and margin y of 20. Within it, we can render the self-closing image tag. This image will have a source equal to chip image or chip img coming from utils, as well as an alt tag of chip and a width of about 180 and a height of about 180 as well. There we go, A17 Pro chip. Now, what do you say that we go ahead and animate it? So right at the top, we can use the use GSAP hook, and we can create a callback function and then an empty dependency array. Right here, we can say GSAP dot, and for the first time ever, we'll use the from property instead of to property because we're animating it from a specific position. So here, we can say what do we want to animate. It's going to be the ID of chip, and we have to import GSAP from GSAP. Here, we can give it some scroll properties by saying scroll trigger, and the trigger will be the actual chip, so once we reach it, and we're going to start on about 20% from the bottom. And we want to animate from opacity of 0, scale of 2, duration of 2 as well, and ease of power 2 dot in out. Now, if we save it, you can see it's gone and then it comes in. As simple as that. Let's reload that and see it one more time. There we go. That's looking great. Now let's go below the chip and below the div and create another div with a class name equal to flex, flex-call, items-center, and right within it, we can create a new h2 property with a class name equal to HIW, which means how it works, title, like this, and we can say something like, let's do A17 Pro chip, like this, and then we can add a break tag, and then say a monster win for gaming. So now you can apparently game on your phone as well. Below it, we want to have a p tag with a class name equal to HIW subtitle. And here we can say it's here, the biggest redesign in the history of Apple GPUs. And save. There we go. That's more like it. Now below it, we want to show that huge video which will be playing right here. So let's scroll down. Let's go below the p tag and below one more div and create a container for our video player. We can do that by saying div with a class name equal to margin top of 10, on medium devices margin top of 20, and a margin bottom of 14. Within it, we can give it a div with a class name equal to relative, h-full for full height, and a flex-center. Within it, we can have one last div with a class name equal to overflow-hidden. And within it, we can render the image. So this will be a self-closing image with a source equal to frame img coming from utils, an alt tag of frame, and a class name equal to bg-transparent, relative, and z of 10. So now if we save it, you can see this iPhone looking frame. We want to place the video right within it. So right below this image, we can have another div with a class name equal to HIW video, and right within it, we can create a new video property with a source of src frame video and a type of video MP4. Now it appears at the bottom of it, but let's style it. Now currently it appears at the bottom of it, and that's because we should have put it below this div closing the image. So here we have the image, and then we go one div down and then paste it right here. Now it fits perfectly within the image. Let's also style this video property by giving it a class name equal to pointer-events-none. Let's give it a plays inline, a preload of none, a muted property, autoplay, and we can also give it a ref equal to video ref, which we need to, of course, create at the top by saying const video ref is equal to use ref coming from React, which we, of course, have to import. Now, if we save that, you can see that the video starts autoplaying. Of course, we'll kind of animate it so that it looks better even on larger devices. Now we want to add a bit of text at the bottom, so we can scroll below the video and then below 2 more divs. And here we want to do a p tag that says Honkai Star Rail. This is apparently a very good game that runs on this specific chip. We can style it by giving it a class name of text-gray, font-semi-bold, text-center, and a margin top of 3 to divide it a bit from the phone. Now, right below it, we want to have a couple of pieces of text that nicely slides in. And this text is quite similar to the text that we had in the previous section. So let's go to the app, go to features, and let's just copy these 2 pieces of text. There we go, div text container. As a matter of fact, we can copy the entire text container from here to here, and then paste it right within how it works below this p tag. Now, if we save it and go back, you won't be able to see it yet because it's hidden by default. So let's style it a bit. Instead of saying feature text container, we can rename it to HIW, which means how it works, text container. Then it can have a property of flex, flex-1, and in this case, we can do justify center and flex-call. Next, instead of feature text, we can have an HIW text. There we go. And we can call it G fade in because we want to fade this text in. And here we can say something like A17 Pro is an entirely new class of iPhone chip that delivers our space, and then in white we can say something like best graphic performance by far. We can delete this thing after the span, and then we have the second div, which we can remove and just have a p tag that says HIW text. We can say something like mobile. Within the span, games will look and feel so immersive. And then after the span, we can say something like with incredibly detailed environments and characters. Now, if we save it, you can see this text right here, but we cannot yet see this one. That's because this one also has to say fade in, and then both will be gone, and we'll be able to animate them once we scroll in. Before we do that, let's also add this one, new Pro class GPU with 6 cores. That's going to be below this div containing the p tag. It's going to be a special div with a class name equal to flex-1, flex, justify-center, flex-call, and g_fade in as well. Within it, we can have a p tag that will say something like new, and it will have a class name equal to HIW text. Now we can duplicate this 2 more times. The second one will say Pro class GPU, and the third one will say with 6 cores. Now if I save it, we cannot yet see it because it also will fade in. And the middle one will have a class name of big text because we want it to appear like this. So now let's go ahead and fade those in. We can do that by scrolling up, going below this GSAP from, and calling our reusable function animate with GSAP. We want to animate anything with a class of G, fade in. Make sure to add a dot at the start as it's a class. And then we can provide opacity of 1, Y position of 0, duration of 1, and ease of power 2 dot in out. If we save it, you can see all of these nicely scroll in. Now it looks like this is not properly positioned, so let's position it properly. If we scroll down, you'll notice that we have this div closing the video, and then one more div which closes this video context. And then below it, we have the Honkai Star rail. But what needed to happen here is we need to close this previous div. So here we close another div, and then right below at the end, we can remove one closing sign. This will now properly position it. Also, looking at this part at the bottom, it seems like it's too close to what we have at the top. So let's see if it's in the right container. We have this HIW text container, and it looks like I ended it a bit too soon. It should have been ended right here at the bottom. So if I fix this, now this looks better. So let's expand it to see it on full screen. I'm gonna scroll up and reload. And now I'm gonna smoothly scroll down. You see the chip animate, you see this video play, looks much better on the big screen. And then we have the text right here. Oh, let's see if this text is looking good. It looks like the positioning is a bit off. As you can see right here, it looks like we didn't properly close these two first pieces of text together. So let's do that by taking a look at this one, and then we have to close it right below this p tag. Now, if we do that, you can see it looks great. We cannot get to the second piece of text because we don't have the footer yet, but we will soon, and it will look like this. So with that in mind, let's quickly get the footer going as well. It'll be quite simple. We just have to go to the components and create a new footer.jsx component where we can run RAFCE, and we can just render this footer right here. Of course, it has to be imported at the top, footer coming from footer. There it is at the bottom left. We can dive into it, and we can develop it by enclosing it within an HTML5 footer property with a class name equal to padding y of 5 on small devices, padding x of 10, and usually padding x of 5 as well. Let's also bring this back to the mobile view so we can see what's happening. Within this footer, we can have another div for the max screen width by saying class name is equal to screen-max-width. Within it, we can have another div for our first part of the footer. Within it, we can have a p tag that will say more ways to shop. There we go, more ways to shop. Let's style it a bit by giving it a class name of font-semi-bold, text-gray, and text-xs for extra small. Then within this p tag, we can have a span that will have a class name equal to underline and text-blue to signify it's a link. We can add a space beforehand and say find an Apple store. We can also add a space, exit the span, so that looks like this right now. And this space can be outside, so it doesn't get an underline right here. There we go. And then out of the span, we can say or, and then once again within this same span, so we can simply copy it and paste it, we can say other retailer, and then exit out of the span near you. There we go. So this looks good. We need to provide some spacing. So after or and after the span, some space. We can go here and duplicate this p tag one more time, right below the first one, and properly close it. And here we can say something like or call, and then we can do some kind of a phone number. I'm just going to type some random stuff right here. There we go. This looks good to me. Now we want to go below this p tag and below this div and create just a self-closing div, which will act as a divider line by giving it a class name of bg neutral of 700, margin y of 5, h-1 pixel, and w-full. This will give us a nice divider line, and right below it, we can show all of the footer links. So to do that, we can just say div with a class name equal to flex, on medium devices, flex-row, flex-column on smaller devices, on medium devices, items-center, and justify-between. Within it, we can have a p tag that will have the same class name as the one above. So we can copy that class name, font semi-bold, text gray, and text XS, and we can say something like copyright 2024 Apple Incorporated, all rights reserved. There we go. And finally, we can have a div below this p tag with a class name of flex. And here we can map over our footer links. So footer links coming from constants dot map, where we get each individual link, and for each one we can return a p tag with a key equal to link, same class name once again as the previous one, and within it we can render a link and then a space after the link that will look like this, and you have all of the links right here. Now you can notice that after some we don't have space, so we can say if I is not equal to footer links dot length -1, so if it's not the last one, then also add a span with a class name of margin x of 2, so mx2, and add a straight line like this. And this will create some spacing, but of course make sure that you're properly closing everything. And in this case, we also have to get the index as we're mapping over it. And now if we scroll down, you can see this great looking footer. And of course, you can turn these into links once you actually have somewhere to navigate. And with that said, our footer is done. But it's not just the footer. It's our entire GSAP, Three.js, and Sentry-powered website. And now is the time that we deploy it. It's time to share this wonderful looking hero section that animates in, this highlight section which we worked so hard on, this great looking Three.js modal section, as well as the explore the full story and materials, the chipset, and even the footer. It's time to get it all deployed and on the internet so you can share it with everyone. To start deploying our Apple website, head over to your Hostinger's dashboard, find the project, and head to its file manager. Now you can go into the public HTML and remove this default PHP by deleting it. Then we'll be able to upload our entire code base. So back within our Visual Studio Code, you can stop our terminal from running by pressing Ctrl+C and then clear it. Next, head over to package.json, and within here, we can see that the build script is npm run build. So let's type npm run build, which will run an optimized production build of our application. There we go. In about 8 seconds, it is done. So now, if you close this up and head to the File Explorer, if you collapse it, you'll be able to see a new dist folder appear, which, if you right-click, you can reveal in Finder or open in File Explorer. Once you open it, you can go into it, copy all of the files and simply drag and drop them within this empty folder on our H panel. This should take just about a minute, maybe even less. And as soon as it is done, we can go back to our specific project's dashboard and click our chosen domain name. Just like that, our project is now deployed and live on the internet. It took less than a minute. Now we can scroll through it and admire it in its full glory with this phenomenal highlights section. Not to mention that we also have this great looking Apple iPhone logo and the Apple iPhone title, and our domain is HTTPS secured. Let's continue scrolling down a bit to take a closer look at our 3D model. This is looking phenomenal. Let's not forget that we can also change the colors, which are immediately reflected right here. And let's see how GSAP and Three.js work together by animating this model. There we go. That's more like it. Now let's continue and see this section where we can see this titanium in more detail. Learn more about the A17 Pro chip, and then see the footer with all the links. Of course, let's not forget that the entire project is completely mobile responsive. So if I open up my inspect element and collapse this just a bit, you can see how in mobile we get a completely different view with the highlight section videos appearing like this, 3D model looking like this, and all of the other sections seamlessly fitting into the view. Wonderful. So with that in mind, huge thanks to you for coming to the end of this video, and congratulations. Be proud of yourself that you built something like this. And if you liked what we were building here, you will love what we do on JSMastery.pro, specifically our ultimate Next.js 14 course. I can proudly say that it is the best course out there to make you the top 1 Next.js developer. We follow what the best companies in the world are doing and how they're using Next.js. They're not using it like good old React, because then they would fall into a trap of using the client side on everything and having bad performance, accessibility, and SEO. Thankfully, I'm gonna teach you how to use it like a real pro. We'll do a deep down to fully understand how it works behind the scenes. Then we'll build and deploy a very complex app, and you'll also get a chance to participate in active lessons where we give you complete hints, and then you have to build a specific feature. Everything from task to examples, think, resources, and even hints on developing something so you can truly understand what you're doing. And of course, you're gonna build one of the best apps out there, a modern version of Stack Overflow. So with that said, what are you waiting for? Go to jsmastery.pro and check out our ultimate Next.js 14 course. I'll see you there. Are you finished building those basic websites that even AI tools like V0 can quickly spin up? Now is your time to flex and build a modern landing page with smooth animations that stand out from other, let's be honest, outdated and boring sites. This is our top UI UX video yet, and probably the best one you'll find on YouTube. Let's take a look at the final application you'll build to future-proof your skills. Presenting Brainwave, a modern AI app. You'll build a beautiful hero section with different shapes reacting to your cursor, a navbar with a colorful button that transforms into an animated hamburger menu when you're on smaller screens. And look at that subtle, smooth scroll parallax effect that moves these elements down as we scroll. Moving on, we've got a nice services section featuring gradient borders on the cards and unique curved rectangle shapes. Each of these cards also reveals a hidden background image. Next, we have a pattern that showcases the most important elements in a circular layout. After that is a very fresh and modern web development layout called Bento Box. Many popular companies like Apple, Linear, and Clerk use this layout to display their features effectively. Below, there's an always needed pricing section. After that, there's a grid style layout presenting the application's roadmap with gradients, grid lines, high-quality images, and geometry lines on both sides, creating a modern look. Lastly, there's a simple footer where we connect to the website's social media pages. Of course, everything's 100% mobile responsive, which makes this a perfect tutorial to learn not just how to code a design like this, but also the best practices of responsive front-end development, which will save you hours and make you a front-end machine. This is the best time to go beyond the basics and make something cool and creative to show that you're at least one step ahead of AI tools. And for that, we have to thank our friends over at UI8. Their creativity made this special design possible. This video features just a couple of screens out of 44 pre-made screens and hundreds of components. Check them out, the link is in the description. And if you're still wondering if you should learn how to build this, trust me, you really should. JavaScript knowledge is required, and I highly recommend taking our Tailwind CSS crash course before watching this video. The first step in building our app is setting up our hosting. I want to teach you how to deploy this incredible app to the internet so everyone can see what you've built. See, the app you'll build today isn't just a project, it's a career asset. It's designed to showcase everything you're capable of, making you an attractive candidate for any job. I highly recommend Hostinger for this app. They're offering an amazing deal right now. I'll go for the business plan. Here's why it's perfect for this project. You get up to 5 times increased performance, free SSL for HTTPS security, which builds trust with anyone visiting your website. You also get a free domain name, giving your website that professional touch, and a free CDN to speed up your site. It ensures that your website loads quickly, improving the user experience. And because we've partnered with Hostinger, you get an even bigger discount. So click the special link in the description, click Claim Deal, and Add to Cart. Here, we have to choose the period of our hosting, and I'll choose 48 months to save the most. Down below, you can choose your payment method and enter your JavaScript Mastery coupon code, which gives you the biggest available discount on your hosting package. And once you purchase, we are ready to set everything up. Right within Hostinger's guided setup, it's asking us what tool we want to use, WordPress with AI or the Hostinger website builder. In this case, we are real developers, so we're going to click skip as we want to develop our own website. And I love this UI. As you can see, I'm using Hostinger to host our official JSMastery.pro website. There, you can check out our ultimate Next.js course, or if you're a bit more advanced, the JSM masterclass. But for our Brainwave, let's try to think of something unique. I'll go with JSM-Brainwave. And in this case, the .com domain is available and it's completely free for the first year. Let's click next. And once your domain registers, you'll also be able to choose where your website target audience is, so that way it loads fastest for them. I'm gonna leave it as the default and click next. And just like that, our hosting has been set up. Now, let's actually develop our application so that at the end of this video, we can deploy it using our new hosting and domain name. To start developing our fantastic project, we'll start from bare beginnings by creating a new empty folder on our desktop. We can call it Brainwave, and simply drag and drop it into your empty Visual Studio Code. Once you have it, open up your terminal, and we can get started. First, I'll teach you how to set up your React project using Vite, and then we'll set up Tailwind CSS, which will allow us to style our applications much more easily. So, to get started, you can head over to tailwindcss.com, click Get Started, then go to Quick Search and type Vite. Click Install Tailwind CSS with Vite, and let's follow the steps. First, we have to create our project. So let's just copy this command right here, paste it within our console. But then, instead of my project, type /, which will create this project setup within our current repository. Press Y to install Create Vite CLI, and then, as you can see right here, run npm install to install all the necessary dependencies, and then run npm run dev to run our project on localhost 5173. And there we go. We are live with Vite and React. Now, let's follow the second step in our guide, which is to install Tailwind CSS. So let's copy this command, stop our terminal from running, clear it, and paste what you copied. npm install -d, Tailwind CSS post CSS auto prefixer, and then later on after that, npx Tailwind CSS init-p. Once you do that, you'll see some new files appear. Next, let's follow the other steps as well, such as configuring our template paths. So copy this content part and let's head over to tailwindconfig.js. That is right here, and modify the content. That way it will know where to find Tailwind CSS class names. Next, we have to add our Tailwind CSS directives. So copy this, head over to source, index.css, remove everything from here, and simply paste the Tailwind CSS directives. Then, as the application says, run npm run dev one more time. And let's make some changes to our app.jsx, such as by adding this h1 that says hello world. So if we go right here, we can remove what we have right now and just replace everything with a simple h1. We can remove the count, the logos, and everything else that's in here. The only thing we need is the import of the app CSS and this hello world. Back on our localhost 5173, you can see that it is bolded and underlined, which means that Tailwind CSS is properly reading our utility class names, such as text3excel, font bold, and underline, and it's applying specific CSS properties. If this pop-up is not appearing for you, telling you exactly which CSS styles are getting applied, that must mean that you don't have the Tailwind CSS extension. So simply type Tailwind under extensions and install Tailwind CSS IntelliSense. With that in mind, you've successfully set up Tailwind CSS with your simple Vite project. Now, let's focus on formatting a bit to ensure that our codebase is always clean and readable. You can create a new folder within the root of your application called .vscode. Within there, create a new file called settings.json. Doing this, we're specifically applying some settings just for this project in the workspace. It won't work for all of your other projects. This is very handy to use if you have different settings for different projects you're working on. And for this project specifically, I have created a configuration that uses Prettier that my entire team and I use when creating these projects. So you can find it in the README of this project, copy it, and then paste it right here. It's going to apply some Prettier properties like tab width, single quotes, and more. Now, if you go back to your app.jsx, and if you modify something or just press save, you'll notice how automatically it will format it based on its properties. This will ensure that you and I always have the same exact code. The next thing we'll do is create a file and folder structure to make it easier to develop our application in the future. So you can head over to source and delete the app.css as we won't need it, and remove it from app.jsx. All of the styles we'll use will be within the index.css. Next, we'll update our tailwind.config.js with the colors we'll be using throughout this project. This file will also be in the README down below, so simply copy it and then override what we have right here. You can see right here that we're adding some special class names such as H1s, H2s, and so on, as well as we are adding some special font families and colors. That's more or less it. This will be very helpful later on, as we won't necessarily have to say, use the color AC6AFF. Rather, we'll be able to declare it in a simpler way. Another special thing that we've done here is this plugins part, which you can see here. This allows us to define some of the components that we can then later on use within our application, such as the H1s. We want all of our H1s to have same exact styles, which is why we apply these specific properties to all of the components that use the H1 class names. Next, we want to go inside of the index.css, and also in the README, you can find the updated file and override this one right here. Here, we provide some special class names for rotations, for some animations we'll have, but more or less, we simply import and set the fonts. And another thing we can do here is declare the color scheme to be dark, as most of our application will have dark colors. Now, if we go within our application, it's going to look something like this. So now that our base class names are set up, we can start focusing on the file and folder structure. But don't worry, you will still write all of the styles. These are only some baseline classes. So what we can do next is open up our terminal and open up a new terminal tab, inside of which we can install React Router DOM by running npm install react-router-dom. Then we can go to source and main.jsx, and we can wrap our entire application with the router. By wrapping our app right here, with the router, which is coming from React Router DOM, like this. We have to close it, of course, and indent it properly, which Prettier will do for us, which is great. Now, it's not a router right here that we have to import. Rather, it's the browser router as router coming from React Router DOM. Great. This is exactly what we want. Next, if you go to your browser, you can notice how you have this default Vite logo. We want to make this a real favicon corresponding to our application's UI, such as this one, Brainwave. To do that, you can delete the existing assets folder within the source folder. And then in the README down below, you can find the assets folder containing all of the images and icons we'll be using throughout this project. So simply download it, unzip it, and then drag and drop it here within the source folder. And if you expand it, you'll see a lot of different images, all sorted within their own sections. You can also see that we have our Brainwave SVG, which is the actual icon we'll use for the favicon. Great. Now we want to head over within our index.html, and we can modify our link icon from vite.svg to something like .src or ./src /assets /brainwave symbol .svg. We can also modify the title to say Brainwave. If we save it and go back, you can see that our meta tags have modified. Now we have this Brainwave icon as well as the Brainwave title, which means that we are ready to start setting up our application skeleton, meaning the structure for where all of the components will go. Great job on setting up a React project using Vite, Tailwind CSS, formatting, and the base file and folder structure. To get started creating our layout, we can navigate over to our app.jsx, which will be our homepage. Here, we can declare our app using the ES6 plus const function, like this, and then we can wrap our H1 with something known as a React fragment that looks like this. So we have a React fragment allowing us to add more elements right here. And of course, we have to close our return. Now, below our H1, we'll render something known as a button gradient. And to get access to this button gradient, we can say import button gradient from ./assets /svg /button gradient, like this. This button gradient is an SVG through which we're giving the gradient effect to the button. If you hold Command and navigate into this button gradient, you'll see different linear gradients. They're going to be used within buttons. We're giving an ID to each one of these linear gradients so we can then later on consume them within our code. So what do you say that we start off with a button component so I can show you how we're going to consume this button gradient? We can create a new component within a new folder called components. And within components, we can create a new file called button.jsx. Within our button, we can run rafce, which will create a new React arrow function. If this didn't work for you, that must mean that you don't have the ES7 React Redux React Native snippets installed. So install it and try again. Now we can import this button within our app.jsx just to test it out. So let's put it within a div. And that div will have a class name equal to. We can add a bit of a padding top, so like pt dash, and let's do a 4.75 rem. Whenever you want to provide specific values, then you can use square brackets. We can also, on large devices, provide a padding top of about, let's do 5.25 rem, and overflow of hidden. Within there, we can render our button component, which we can automatically import from components button. It won't be a self-closing component. We can give it a class name of mt10 for margin top and an href of hash login. And it can say something for now. Now, if you go back to our localhost 5173, you can see this simple button right here, but we cannot yet see something. We just see hello world. That something is hidden because the button is just rendering the text that says button. So what we must do now is transform this button into a completely reusable component. This is why I wanted to start off this project with a simple button. Because if you can understand how to create complex reusable components on something as simple as a button, then you can do it for more complex things as well. So let's get started by making this button accept some of the props. For example, the class name or an href that we're passing here. We can destructure the props and accept a class name, as well as href. And later on, we also might want to accept a specific onClick, or some children that that button might accept, or even pixel values, or just color. Is it white or is it dark? Once we accept all of these values, we can then render that button. And we can just return it like we are doing here. But sometimes, let's say we want to make our button a link, and sometimes we want to make it a real rectangular button. To make that happen, we can render two subfunctions called const render button, which is equal to just an arrow function, where we have an instant return. Keep in mind, these are parentheses, not curly braces, where we just return a button component. And this button component will render a span element, rendering the children, like this. And it will also render a special button SVG component. So we can do it like this, button SVG, to which we pass the color, white. Now this button SVG, of course, has to be imported. So import button SVG from /assets/svg/button SVG. And finally, we can return the render button component and call it like so. And of course, we have to make sure that our path is correct. So just add an additional dot right here to ensure that we have the correct path. Now, back in our browser, you can see that we have something that resembles a clickable button, but right now it is within Hello World. So let's continue modifying the styles further. I'm going to put our browser to the right side of our editor, and that way we can see exactly what is happening. Now, when we're rendering this button, let's give it some additional classes by creating a new property at the top, const classes is equal to, and we can start defining them here. But before we start defining them, let's use them within our button by simply saying class name is equal to classes. Now, if we give it a class name of something like a button, you can see that it's automatically getting applied right here, something. Now, let's make that something a bit more interesting. Let's make it relative. Let's make it inline-flex. Let's give it items-center, justify-center, h-11 for height, transition-colors. On hover, we want to make it text-color-1. Now, if we're passing some specific pixel values, like this, pixel coming from props, coming from the parent component, then we're going to render it. Else, we're going to render a default of px-7. Next, if the white is true, then we want to render a text n of 8. And else, we want to render a text n of 1. And finally, if we have the class names, we're going to render them. Else, we're going to render an empty string. This way, we ensure that all of the properties that we pass from our parent component into our button indeed get passed to our button. You can see that from our app, we're passing something like padding top, or passing a margin top of 10. And if we give it a margin top of 20 right here, you can see how it changes it. This is how you make reusable components. Now, I will go a step further here and make it even more reusable. I'm also going to define const span classes, and I'm going to give it relative and z index of 10. We can also now apply the class name to the span element. That way we can change and modify the text within it. Now, what if we don't want to render a button such as this one? What if we want to render simply a link? Well, we can create a new function for that by saying const render link, and then we can have a return statement, an automatic one again, where we have an anchor tag like this that will have an href of href, because this is a clickable link. And we still pass over the class names from classes. And then the span and the button will be exactly the same, so we can simply copy it here. And now that we have render link and render button, we can choose when we want to render each one. So right here, we can say return. If the href property exists, then we can render the render link like this. Else, we can return the render button. There we go. In this case, we did pass the href, so of course, in this case, we will render a link. But if we now remove the href, if we make it a regular button, you can see that it will look something like this, all completely reusable. And we'll be able to expand on this component even later on and make it more dynamic. For now, this is good enough. I just wanted to teach you how to create reusable components. Now, let's create another component which is more important than the button for now, which is the header component. So we can head over to components and create a new header.jsx. We can run rafce. We can remove this import from React as it's no longer needed. And within our app, we can remove this button. We no longer need it, but rather we can just render the header. Coming from /components/header. And we can also remove this h1. The reason we have this padding top is because the header is fixed and we don't want it to overlap with the content. So at the top, we'll show the navbar. With that in mind, we can head over to the header and start creating it. We can start with the structure by returning a div element like this that has a class name equal to fixed top-0, and this will pin it to the top. Z index of 50 to appear on top, background of N8 over 90, backdrop dash blur dash small. This is a CSS property that adds elements backdrop. It will kind of give it that glassy look. We also want to give it a border dash B for border bottom, border dash N dash 6. This is a border color. And on large devices, background of N8 over 90. And on large devices, backdrop of blur dash SM. Now we cannot see anything yet because this header has no content. But as soon as we add the header, you can see it here. Within this div, let's create another div. That div will have a class name equal to flex, items-center, padding x of 5, on large devices, padding x of 7.5, on extra large devices, padding x of 10, on max large devices like this, we can give it a padding y of 4 for top and bottom. Immediately within here, we want to render an A tag, an anchor tag, that will render the image of source is equal to Brainwave. And this Brainwave has to be imported from our assets by saying import Brainwave from /assets. There we go. That's better already. Let's also give it a width of about 190 and a height of about 40 with an alt tag of Brainwave. This anchor tag can have a class name equal to block, W of something like 12 rem, on extra large devices, margin right of 8, and an href of #hero, like this. This is an ID used for navigation. We want to specify what happens if we click it, and in this case, if we click it, we navigate over to the hero section. Now, I can notice this is a bit too close to the left side of the screen, and I can notice that I didn't put it within this inner div. So let's move it over to inside of the div we created not that long ago. There we go. That's much better. Now, below this anchor tag, still within the other div, we can create a nav element. And this nav will have a class name equal to hidden, fixed, top property of 5 rem, left 0, right 0, bottom 0 as well, background of N8, on large devices, static, on large devices, flex, on large devices, margin X of auto, and on large devices, BG of transparent. And of course, I have to spell the class name properly with a capital N. Now, within this nav, we can create a div to create some layout. This div will have a class name equal to relative, Z of 2, flex-call, items-center, justify-center, margin of auto, so mauto, and on large devices, flex row. And within it, we want to show all of our items, such as 1, 2, 3, and so on. Right now, we cannot see them because they're dark. And for that reason, to more easily map over our nav items, we can create a new folder within our source called constants. And within the constants, we can create a new file called index.js. In the README down below, where you found all of the other class names, you'll also be able to find this constants file. So simply copy it and paste it over here. Now you might wonder, 300 lines. Oh my God, is this our entire application coded for us? But not really, no. This is simply different lists of content, of text that we'll be using throughout our application. Such as when we're going over the pricing section, I don't want you to hard code all of these values. Rather, we'll extract them from here and then map over them. Similarly, we're doing that for our navigation bar. So if you see the navigation, immediately here, we create different link items with a title, URL, and the ID. So now we can go back over to the header and we can map over them. We can do that by scrolling over to the top and importing, in curly braces, navigation coming from /constants. Now we can use that navigation right here by using a dynamic block of code called navigation, and then mapping over it by saying .map, where we get each individual item, and for each item, we instantly return something. And that something is an anchor tag. This anchor tag can render the item.title, and it will have a key equal to item.id, as well as an href equal to item.url. So now we're mapping over all of these properties, and we're using the URL and the title. But if you save it, we cannot yet see it. And why is that? Well, that's because this nav is usually hidden. So if we expand our browser, you'll be able to see it right here. Features, pricing, how to use, roadmap, new account, and sign in. So we can keep this view right here while we're styling them. Let's also give this anchor tag a class name. This class name will be dynamic, and it will first turn each element into a block. Then it will also give it a relative, a font-code, which will apply a special font family, text-2XL to make it a bit larger, uppercase, of course, because we want to be able to click on these links easily, text-n-1 to change the color, transition-colors, and on hover, text-color-1. Of course, make sure to apply to the hover element. And now if you hover, that's already much better. We also want to turn on a special property called item.onlyMobile. So some of these properties will only be showing on mobile. And if that is the case, then we can do LG hidden, which means we can hide that item on desktop, or we can just apply an empty string, which will look like this. Now we can continue with the styling by giving it a padding X of 6 to create some spacing. We can also give it a padding Y of 6. On medium devices, we can give it a padding Y of 8. On large devices, we can give it a minus margin right of 0.25. On large devices, text-XS, and on large devices, font-semi-bold as well. This will make it look like this, a bit smaller. Next, we have to figure out which link is currently clicked, meaning are we on features or are we on pricing? To do that, we can use a special property called useLocation from React Router DOM by importing, in curly braces, useLocation coming from React Router DOM. Then, right at the top of our component, we can say const path name is equal to useLocation. And this will give us access to the current URL we're on. With that in mind, we can scroll down, and within the styles, we can check if the item.url is triple equal to the pathname.hash. in which case we can apply a z-index of 2. We can apply on large devices a text-n-1. And if that is not the case, we can then give a class on large devices of text-n-1 over 50. So now you can see all of them are grayed out besides pricing, or features, or how to use. This works for all of the links. Next, let's also give it on large devices a leading of 5, which will increase the line height. And on large devices and hover, we can also give it a text n of 1. And on extra large devices, we can give it a padding x of 12. So now we have something that looks like this. Great. Finally, on the right side of the screen, we want to have a sign up. We're trying to replicate this. We want to finally use this reusable button component we created not that long ago. So we can head over below our div and below our nav and create another anchor tag that will have an href equal to hash signup, and it will have a class name equal to button, hidden, margin right of 8, text-n-1 over 50, and this simply allows us to apply this color we have declared in Tailwind CSS config, transition-colors, which will apply a nice transition once we hover over it, and on hover, we want to modify the text color to n1, as well as on large devices, set it to block. Within this anchor tag, we can say new account. There we go. We can see it here. And right below this anchor tag, we want to create a button, or rather we want to use our button component we have created not that long ago. So we can at the top just import it by saying import button from /button. This button will have a class name, which will be hidden usually, but on larger devices and larger, it will be visible. And it's going to have an href of hash login, and it will say sign in. If we save it, you can see how nicely it appears on the right side. Now, we're almost done with this desktop navbar, but I can notice that it's not going all the way to the end of the screen. So if we head over to our first div, we can see if we properly applied all of the classes. Top 0. Oh, we're also missing the left 0 right here to ensure that it's positioned on the 0 from the left. And we're missing a W-full for it to take the full width of the screen. This is more like it. We have the primary navigation, we have the new account and sign in, and if we expand it, this is looking wonderful on mobile devices, exactly the same as our deployed application. But unfortunately, there's absolutely nothing on our mobile screen. That's because we'll implement a completely custom mobile menu, which looks like this. You can open it and you can close it. So to get started creating our mobile navigation, I'm going to help you to create the circles behind the actual navigation. You can see these circles and these little icons. Let's make that happen first. And to make that happen, we can go to our file explorer, and from the README down below, you can download the design folder, unzip it, and then drag and drop it within our components folder. Within our design folder, you'll notice that we have a header.jsx file. And here we have things such as rings, sidelines, background circles, hamburger menu, and we're then using all of them right here within our app. I think you can understand what those are. Rings are the rings you see around. Background circles are those balls that you can see around as well. And sidelines are those vertical lines you can see here and here. The reason I wanted to provide you with this code is because all of these are hard-coded values that we can play with and find the ones that work accurately for us. It's just absolute positioning, more or less. But if you think this code is confusing, and if you're wondering how to properly use the absolute properties, I would highly recommend to check out the absolute positioning inside relative positioning guide by CSS Tricks. The link will also be in the README. With that in mind, we can now go back to our original header, and we can import two things. One thing is to import the menu SVG coming from /assets/svg/menu SVG. And the other thing is to import the hamburger menu inside of curly braces from /design/header. And now we can neatly combine this mobile menu with the desktop menu we had before. So let's create a new use state at the top by using the use state snippet. Let's call it open navigation and set open navigation. And at the start, it will be set to false. Then we can modify this div by turning it into a template string like this, and then checking whether we are currently open or not by saying if open navigation like this, then provide a bg of n8, else provide a bg of n8 over 90 and a backdrop blur small like this. So now we of course have to import use state coming from React. And if you do that, you'll get an error saying that the hamburger menu does not exist. That's because we misspelled it right here. Hamburger menu, it's missing an R right here, burger. Once you fix that and reload, we're back in action. So now let's go below this div that's wrapping our items. And right here, let's render a hamburger menu, a self-closing component. And also, we have to make it show by going to our nav and modify the class name by once again making it a template string, close it with a template string as well, and then in here, we can check if the navigation is currently open. So if open navigation, in that case, we can make it flex, else we can make it hidden. And then we can remove hidden from here. Now, it's obviously false, but if we turn it to true, you can see the navigation menu. Of course, we're going to leave it to false by default, but now we want to go over below our sign in button and add a new button. This button will render the menu SVG, so it will look something like this. It will have the class name equal to margin left of auto, and on large devices, it will be hidden. Margin left auto will align it horizontally right here. We can also provide it a pixel property of px3. And to this menu SVG, it needs to know whether it's opened or closed, so we can provide it the open navigation state. Of course, we want to somehow turn it on or turn it off like a toggle switch. So right here, we can create a function called const toggle navigation that is equal to a function that checks if the navigation is currently open. In that case, we can set open navigation to be false, and else we can set open navigation to be true. Also, we can declare a function called const handle click. And once we click something, we want to set open navigation to false. Because the last thing you want is have something opened, and then once you click on it, to then have to go and close it. You want everything to be closed automatically once you click. So now, back in here, let's attach this toggle navigation to our menu button by giving this button an onClick property of toggle navigation. If we save it, and if we click here, oh, nothing seems to be happening. But if we manually switch it to true, you can see that it works. So that must mean that something with the toggle navigation function is not good. Let's see if we're properly using this onClick property within our button component. And would you look at that? This reusable component button hasn't yet learned how to use the onClick. So we can simply pass it to this button by saying onClick is equal to onClick. Now, if we go back and click here, you can notice that it opens it. Although it's not looking exactly the same as the finished application, right? So let's see what's wrong with the layout. This hamburger menu should have been rendered below this div right here. That way we enclose the div and then have the hamburger menu. This will fix it just a tiny bit. I also think we forgot to pass an onClick listener to each one of our navigation items. So we can do that by saying onClick is equal to handle click. We'll most likely have to look into our div that's wrapping our entire nav or our entire header. So let's see, fixed top Z index, that's good. We can remove this color from here as we're changing it in the open navigation. Backdrop blur SM, we can also remove it from here. And let's see if that fixes it. And it does. This is great. We have our vertical lines, we have our linear rings, everything is looking great, and we can open and close our mobile menu. As you can see, the only thing we've done is we've used this header component, which then goes over the rings, sidelines, and background circles, which are basically nothing more than absolutely positioned values. Sometimes beautiful designs like these, which you might think, how the hell did they do that? Well, they simply use absolute positioning. So now you know the tricks. Now, another important thing we have to do with this mobile navigation is implement a special package called screen lock. It's this package right here. And the only thing we'll use it for is to disable page scrolling. This is for mobile devices. This will ensure that once you open up the page, you cannot scroll once you're here. Rather, once you click somewhere, then the page will scroll automatically to that element. So let's install it by going to our terminal and running npm install scroll lock. Let's go back to our header and let's import disable page scroll and enable page scroll, which can be imported from scroll lock. Finally, once we toggle the navigation off, we want to enable the page scroll so we can once again scroll. Make sure to put the P as uppercase as it has to be, so enable page scroll. And once we turn on this mobile menu, then we can disable page scroll like this. Also, once we click on a specific element, if not open navigation, so if it's closed, then we simply want to return. We are not allowed to click then. And here we can just enable page scroll and set navigation open to false, because that means that we clicked and we are ready to go somewhere else and scroll once again. And with that in mind, you have successfully implemented your first major component, the header. Not only this beautiful mobile header that looks like this with absolute position values, that once you click, it leads you to a specific section, but also this great desktop header, which looks like this. You have the logo on the left, you have some links in the middle, you have the new account and sign in on the right. This looks clean, but what's even cleaner is this phenomenal modern hero section with this nice looking image, a great heading, and a call to action button. So without any further ado, let's get started not only with creating our hero section, but by creating a reusable section component, which we'll use for all of the sections to come. To start creating a reusable section component, we can start creating it like we would any other component by creating a new component within the components folder called section.jsx, where we can run rafce to get it up and running. This component will act as a common skeleton which we'll reuse in all section components. This component will create all the lines between different components. So to start working on this component, let's first accept some props, such as class names or class name, the ID of the section, the crosses, whether we have them or not, crosses offset, soon enough you'll see what this is, custom paddings, and children. Once we have that, we can return our div, and to that div, we can provide some class names by giving it a class name of, and we want to make it dynamic. So we're going to do it like this and give it a position of relative. Check if we have custom paddings, and then also provide all the other styles, such as padding Y of 10, on large devices, padding Y of 16, on extra large devices, padding Y of 20. Then if we have crosses, so if crosses, then on large devices, we can give it a padding Y of 32 and extra large of padding Y of 40. else just render an empty string. Finally, if we're passing some additional class names, we can just render them here, or else just render an empty string. Now, within the section, we can render the children. So we can say children right here, meaning whatever we pass into it will be rendered right here. And we can also create the divs for the sidelines. Let me show you what those are. So in the finished website, if we go right here, you can see those lines. This one right here with those two crosses. So we want to differentiate our sections in this very, very interesting way. So to do that, I'm going to collapse our browser to mobile view, and I'm going to create a div that will usually be hidden. So it will have a class name of hidden. It will be absolute, top 0, left 5, with a width of 0.25, h-full, and bg of stroke-1, pointer events none. On medium devices, it will be block, meaning visible, and larger. And on large devices, left 7.5 to move it a bit away from the left corner. And on extra large, we're going to give it a left of 10. Similarly, we can duplicate this one and make it the same, but for right devices. Right 7.5 and right 10. And we also want to handle those crosses that you saw before. You cannot see them on mobile devices, but you can see them on desktop devices. So let's create a new dynamic block of code where we check for crosses. And if the crosses exist, we render a React fragment that has a self-closing div. This div will have a class name equal to, it will be a dynamic string of hidden, absolute, top-0, left-7.5, right-7.5 as well, h-0.25 for the height, bg-stroke-1, and a dynamic block of code if crosses offset exists, then we render the crosses offset like this. Also, we're going to give it pointer events none. And what this does is this disables all the pointer events, so we cannot click it. On large devices, we will show it, so it will be block. Usually it will be hidden. On extra large, we'll give it a left of 10 and right of 10, usually like this. Now, if we go back to our website, still nothing is happening because we haven't yet used this section, and we will use it very, very soon. But before that, we want to import those crosses at the top by saying import section svg from /assets /svg /section svg, and then we can use it right here if we have crosses below this div by simply saying self-closing component of section svg, to which we pass the crosses offset if it exists. There we go. So now we are ready to finally use this section. And before we use it, you can see that we have one warning right here, and that is that the class name is missing in props validation. This is just an ESLint warning, which we can fix if we go to eslintrc.cjs. If we go to rules and then add an additional rule that's going to say React /prop types will be set to off like this. And of course, we have to close the string here. And now if we go back to our section, you can notice that it's no longer complaining. It is now just giving us a proper warning that the ID is not being used. And we do want to pass that ID over to this div. ID is equal to ID. And finally, we are ready to use this section within our application. And what other section will we use it for rather than our hero section? So let's create a new component within the components folder called hero.jsx. Just run refce, and let's immediately consume it within our app.jsx. Just below the header, we want to render a hero section looking like this. Hero. There we go. That's pretty simple, right? Now we can go into the hero and we can start developing it. The interesting thing here is that we're not going to wrap it in a typical div. Rather, we're going to wrap it in our section. which we have created just before. So we can import this section coming from /section. And if we save it, you can notice how it pushes it down just a tiny bit. And if I expand it, you can also notice that it applies some vertical lines. Although it's very hard to see right now, it'll be easier to see as we pass some additional properties to it. For example, I'm going to return this properly so it's easier to see. And I will pass our section some more props that it wants, such as a class name of padding top of 12 rem and minus margin top of 5.25 rem. I found those values to work the best. You can see how it shifts it. And we can also continue adding some more properties, such as crosses, as well as a crosses offset property of large translate y of 5.25 rem, like this. We can also give it a property of custom paddings, and we can give it an ID of hero, as this is our hero section. If we save it and expand our browser, you'll see that not a lot is happening right now. We cannot see any crosses or anything. That's because we don't yet have enough content within our hero section. So let's change that. Let's wrap our section with another div, and this div will have a class name equal to container and relative. Within this div, we'll create another div, and that div will have a class name equal to relative z of 1, max-w of 62 rem, mx auto, this is for margin horizontal auto, and this will simply align all of the elements horizontally. We can also give it a text center to show the text in the center. We can give it a margin bottom of about 4 rem to provide some spacing. On medium devices, we can give it a margin bottom of 20, and on large devices, we can give it a margin bottom of about 6 rem as well. Finally, within this div, we can create a new h1 that will have a class name of h1. This is a special class we created before, as well as a margin bottom of 6. And within that h1, we can say explore the possibilities, like this. And we can also copy whatever else we say here. Explore the possibilities of AI chatting with Brainwave. So let's simply copy it, paste it here. The deployed website will be mentioned in the description down below, so you'll be able to copy all the content from it. And then within this h1, we also want to create a span element. And this span will have a class name equal to inline-block and also relative. Here, we can say Brainwave. Now, below Brainwave, we want to also render a self-closing image tag. This image will have a source equal to curve, and this curve will be coming from assets. It will look something like this, and we can also give it a class name equal to absolute, top-full, left-0, w-full, and on extra large devices, we need to reposition the bit to fit below Brainwave to minus margin top of 2. There we go. We can also give it a width of about 624 and a height of about 28. I found those values to work the best, alongside with an alt tag of curve. Now we can head below this image, below the span and below the h1, and we can create a p tag which will form our subheading. That subheading will contain all the text below, which will be this one. You can just copy it, and it can say unleash the power of AI within Brainwave. Let's style it a bit by giving it a class name of body-1. Let's also give it a max-w-3xl, margin x of auto, margin bottom of 6, text-n-2, and on large devices, margin bottom of 8. Right below this p tag, we want to show a call to action button. So it will be a button component, which we need to import from /button. I did that automatically right here at the top. And that button, since it's our component, we can pass it an href of / pricing. And we're going to give it a special property of white. And then we can say get started. There we go. Now we have a white button. Now this button is not looking great right now. You can see the text is not centered. So let's go into the button and let's see. If we apply white, why is it not centered? And usually it is. It looks like our classes are just a tiny bit wrong. So we do all the great stuff such as inline, flex, relative, item center, justify center as well. Then we apply padding, and then we have this white property where we apply text n8 or text n1, and then after that we apply a class name. The issue is the typo I have right here where it says infline. It rather should be inline. And there we go. Now our button is fixed as well. Now below that button, we can start creating the rest of the structure, which is quite exciting. So we can go below the button and below the div and create another div, which will be the container for the rest of our hero section with a class name equal to relative max-w-23 rem, margin x of auto, on medium devices, max-w-5xl, so it has a lot of width, and on extra large devices, margin bottom of 22. Within that div, we'll create another div to keep building out that hero structure with a class name equal to relative, z of 1, padding of 0.5, rounded-2xl, and we also want to apply this bg-conic-gradient. Within that div, we want to create another div, and that div will have a class name equal to relative, bg-n-8, rounded-1 rem, like this. And within that div, trust me, this is the last one, we're going to create a self-closing div that will have a class name equal to h-1.4 rem, bg of n10, rounded-t-0.8 rem. That's going to give it this grayish rectangle. And below it, we can have a div within which we'll show this great looking robot image with a source equal to robot coming from /assets. We're going to also give it a class name equal to w-full. We're going to give it a width of about 1440p and a height of about 1800 pixels with an alt tag of hero, as in hero section. That's looking great. Now let's style the div wrapping the robot. It will have a class name equal to aspect-33/40. This is the aspect ratio. And let's of course call it div as it is. Then let's give it a rounded-b of 0.9 rem, like this. Let's also give it an overflow hidden, so we cannot scroll through it. And on medium devices, let's modify the aspect ratio. So aspect-688/490. I found those values to work the best. And on large devices, we also want to play with it a bit by saying aspect-1024/490. This will make it look good on all different kinds of devices and screen sizes. Now let's go 1, 2, 3 divs down, and below it, we're creating one last final div. And within that div, we're creating the image that will be the hero background. So here we can say source equal to hero background coming from /assets. Let's give it a class name equal to w-full. And looking at it right now, I think I provided the class names of this image to the image above. So we want to take this width and the height and the alt tag from the robot over to this below one. So we want to do it like this. Width 1440p, height 1800, alt is hero, and that's going to give us this great looking background. For now, this background appears below the robot, but soon enough, it will look like this. It's going to come from behind it. To do that, let's add more properties to our robot, such as width of 1024 and height of 490, and alt tag of AI. Now, let's add the class names to this div wrapping the hero background by giving it a class name equal to absolute minus stop minus or dash 54%. This will make it appear below, or rather behind, this image. We can give it a left dash 1/2, which will move it a bit away, but then we can give it a width of 234%, which would make it a bit larger. We can also then use the translate property. So minus translate specifically dash x 1/2. That's going to look like this. And now it's going to appear right behind it. Then on medium devices, we want to play a bit where we show it. So it's going to be minus stop dash 46%, like this. On medium devices, W will be 138%. And on large devices, minus stop dash 104%. There we go. So now we have this beautiful looking hero section, as you can see. And if we expand it, you'll see that it's looking great, but not perfect, as it says curve right here. We want to remove that part where it says curve. Rather, that is just the actual component or the image. There we go. And if we compare it with the finished product, we're still a bit off, right? It looks a bit different. So going back, now we can make the fixes for desktop devices. Here, we're missing the positioning in rems. You can use rems, you can use pixels, whatever you prefer. This one is 84 pixels. And it seems to me that the image is definitely not looking good. So it's not positioned correctly, as you can see right here. So let's scroll down to where we have our AI robot, and let's provide it some class names other than wfull. For example, we can give it a scale of dash 1.7, a translate of y of 8%, which will bring it a bit up, and then we want to play with that scale and translate on different devices. Such as on medium, we can set the scale to be 1. On medium, we also can do the minus translate dash y dash 10%. And on large devices, we can do a minus translate of y of 33%. So now, if we save it, you can see that it looks much closer to the final design. Although we're definitely missing some space between our header, we're much closer than we were before. As you can see, on the final website, we have these moving circles, which we already implemented before, as well as these circular rings that go in the middle of the screen. So let's implement it. To start implementing it, we'll get some help from the package called, first we have to install it, React Just Parallax. So React Parallax, and then we'll use the same rings we have used before from design, but this time in the hero. You can see gradient, bottom line, we have different rings, and all of that is being displayed within background circles. And these little things within divs that are mounted, these are the balls that you can see flowing around. So now to implement those rings and circles and everything, we can head over to the hero section that we have developed, and we can import everything we need. We can import the background circles, bottom line, as well as gradient, coming from /design/hero. We can also import something known as hero icons coming from /constants. And let's not forget the parallax. We can import the scroll parallax coming from React Just Parallax. And it looks like we have to fix the import for our hero. We are right now within hero, so it's going to be just /design hero. There we go. Now, to make it work, we can give a ref to our div of the hero section by saying ref is equal to parallax ref. And we can define that ref right here by saying const parallax ref is equal to use ref, which is a hook, which we have to import at the start equal to null. Once we have that ref, we can navigate over below our image of the robot, of the AI, and then there we can render the scroll parallax coming from that package which we just installed. There we can say is absolutely positioned, which is one of its properties, and we can render a UL or an unordered list within it. We can give it a class name equal to hidden, absolute positioning, as we said it will be, a minus left of 5.5 rem, a bottom of 7.5 rem, padding x of 1, padding y of 1, background of n 9 over 40, backdrop blur border, and border dash n dash 1 over 10. Let's not forget to make it a bit rounded of 2XL, and on extra large devices, it will be flex. Now within there, we'll be able to show all of these different icons that you can see here floating around. So if we go back within this UL, we can open up a dynamic code and say hero icons dot map, where we get each individual icon and an index for that icon, and we can immediately return an li that has a class name of padding of 5, so p5, and a key equal to index. And within it, we render an image that has a source equal to icon, a width of about 24, a height of about 25, and its alt tag will be equal to just icon. Now, if we save this, you can see this menu appeared. Later on, we can make it clickable as well. And you can see how it flows. We have this parallax effect, which is really cool, and it is done by the library we installed. 2 divs down below that parallax, we want to render a self-closing gradient component, which looks like this. And this will give it this nice looking gradient to make it really pop. And then going below this background hero that we have here, specifically 1 div below the image, we want to render the background circles, which we also created not that long ago. And this will make it move like this. Now, this hero is looking much closer to the finished website. Let's see where is it missing some top margin from. If we check out our hero section, here we're giving it a padding top of 12 rem. But if we go within the section, let's see if we're actually implementing that class. So if I really make sure that everything is nicely divisible, we have relative, we then start with custom paddings. So if custom paddings are applied, apply them, else apply all of these styles right here, and then at the end, apply class names. Now make sure that this code is exactly as it is here, and then it will work. Most likely I had a typo somewhere. And if it still doesn't work, you can refer to the finished section.jsx code, so simply copy it and override it. But once that is done, you'll be able to see that now our hero is looking amazing. Also notice that we're saying Brainwave 2 times. So if I go back to my hero section and look at Brainwave, we don't have to say it for the second time. We have it within the span element, and we have to provide some space like this. So now it looks great. Amazing job building this hero section. You can see that now it's very similar to exactly how it looks like on the deployed application. We'll do some more improvements soon, but even for now, this is just absolutely amazing. Great work. Now, the only thing that our hero is missing for it to be perfect are these little jumping add-ons. These cards that go up and down, where we can see what we can do within this AI app, such as code generation, and also this AI is generating. Also, I noticed we have a bit of a different text spacing. So if we go to our deployed application, you can see that AI is at the top, whereas here it's at the bottom, which has a bit of a nicer text hierarchy. So going back to where we are saying possibilities of AI, right before off, we can render the N sign and say NBSP and then a semicolon. And we can also put that after AI. So let's just do it right here, before and after AI. That should be better. So now if we save it, you can see off space, AI space, and then chatting with. But make sure that there's no space between semicolon and chatting with. Then it's going to look exactly like this, which is now much more similar to this. And also, it looks like I misspelled possibilities. Great. With that said, we can focus on what matters, which is implementing those flying add-ons to our robot screen. So first, let's focus on this AI is generating text. I'm going to go back to our code. And if you look at here, we have a bit of a warning where it says that the bottom line is never used. So just before we implement those little add-ons, we can scroll to the bottom, and right before we're closing the section, we can also use this bottom line component. Now, let's go back to the components and create our first flying component. This one will be called generating.jsx. It's going to be a simple RAFCE component that's going to say generating, and it's going to render only a single image and a piece of text. This image will have a class name equal to W5, H-5, and margin right of 4, and we can also give it a source equal to loading. So this will be our loader, and this loader we can import loading from /assets. And then we can also give it an alt tag of something like loading, and we can also say AI is generating. Now, if we save that, it's going to be nowhere to be found. But now, as soon as we style this div by giving it a class name equal to, it's going to be a dynamic template string, and it's going to have classes of flex, items-center, h-3.5, rem, padding x of 6, background of n8/80, and rounded-1.7 rem. Finally, it needs to render all of the class names that we pass to it. So we can say class name here, and then render class name, or an empty string if we don't have any. And we can also give it a text-base. This will just provide it a typical font size and line height, so it looks good. Now we want to use this within our hero section. So let's go to our hero, and let's scroll up above our scroll parallax. And here we can render the self-closing generating component, which we of course have to import at the top by saying import generating from /generating. And it won't be within curly braces. That's my bad. If we save it, we still cannot see it. And that's because we have to pass some additional props or styles to it. Specifically, we have to make it absolutely positioned by giving it a class name of absolute, left-4, right-4, and bottom-5. Now on medium devices, we can modify the left to 1/2, and on medium devices, we can make it right-auto. On medium devices, we can also modify the bottom to 8, and on medium devices, we can modify the width to about 31 rem, like this. And on medium devices, we can also use the -translate or -translate x 1/2. This is just to ensure that we properly position it on top of our image, which you can see right now looks absolutely perfect. Later on, we can even make this SVG spin, so it feels like it's generating something. And now, the last thing we have to do is this code generation card. And we can create it by creating a new component within the components folder, and we can call it a notification.jsx. We can run RAFCE, and we can immediately use it within our hero. It's also going to be within its own parallax. So let's recreate another parallax, scroll parallax. That means that it's going to move up and down. It will be absolutely positioned, and there we can render the self-closing notification component coming from /notification, and we can also automatically pass some properties to it. We can pass a class name equal to, usually hidden, but on larger devices we'll be able to see it, absolute minus right -5.5 rem, bottom of 11 rem, W-18 rem for width, and on extra large devices, flex, meaning visible. We can also give it a title of code generation. This will be what the notification will say. And now we can go into the notification and start creating it. We can accept the props we're passing into it, such as the class name and the title, and we can start styling our div by giving it a class name equal to, it's going to be a dynamic template string where we first render the class name or an empty string if it doesn't exist. In this case, it will because we're making it absolute. We can also give it a property of flex, items-center, padding of 4, padding right of 6, background of n9/40, backdrop dash blur to make it feel like it's glassy, border dash n1/10, which is the color, rounded dash 2xl, gap of 5, and that's it. Already you can see this notification appear. Finally, we can wrap it within a div that has a class name of flex-1, and there we can render an h6. This h6 will have a class name equal to margin bottom of 1, font dash semi-bold, and justify between, and it will render the dynamic title we're passing from props. Now it says code generation. Right below this h6, we're gonna create a div where we have a class name equal to flex, items-center, and justify between. And now that I look at it, this h6 doesn't need to have a justify between. It's gonna have a text base to modify its font size and line height. Within this inner div, we're gonna have a ul that will have a class name equal to flex minus margin of 0.5. And then within this, we can map over our images of the users generating something with AI by saying notification images, which we can import from constants, that map where we get each individual item and the index, and we can immediately return an li that renders a self-closing image with a source equal to item, a class name equal to w-full, a width of 20, and a height of 20 as well. So let's fix it, and let's also give it an alt tag of item. Now, if I save this, you can see all of these different user avatars. Let's style them a bit by giving this li a key equal to index and a class name equal to flex w-6, h-6, border of 2, border dash n-12, and most importantly, rounded dash full, which will turn it into full circles, and overflow hidden, so we cannot actually scroll through them. There we go. This is much better. Notice how in the final version, we have this image of what they're generating. So we can add that to our application as well. By adding an image above this div with a flex of 1, this will be a self-closing image with a source equal to notification 1 coming from assets with a width of 62, a height of 62, and an alt tag of image. There we go. That's better already. And we can also make it a bit rounded by giving it a class name equal to rounded-xl. There we go. The last thing we need is a text that says 1 minute ago. So to do that, we can scroll down, and right below the UL, we can create a div that will have a class name equal to body-2 and text-n-13, and it can say 1M ago. There we go. Now this is looking more like it. It's fuller, and these things scroll up and down. If you want to make the AI is generating also scroll up and down, you can simply wrap it in this scroll parallax in case you want to do that. There we go. So generating, you wrap it into a scroll parallax and save it, and you can see that now it moves as well. But now it feels like too much is happening. I want to leave this here and only let those two move up and down. So I'm going to bring this back to what it was. Great. Finally, the last part of the hero that we're missing is helping people create beautiful content, add, and then these different logos right here. So that's going to appear below the hero section, or rather still within it, but a bit below. So to create that,
last hero component, we can go to components and create a new file called company logos.jsx, where we can run rafce, and we can go back to the hero and immediately use it within here. That's going to be all the way at the bottom, below background circles, below a div, and then right here, company logos, imported from /company logos. And we can also provide it a class name equal to hidden on smaller devices, relative, z of 10, margin top of 20, and on large devices, block, so it's actually visible. And now you should be able to see it somewhere here at the bottom, but it's quite dark, so you cannot see it. So let's go into the company logos, and let's make it appear exactly how it should be. We can do that by accepting these class names that we're providing, and then applying them directly to our div. Class name is equal to class name. That will make it appear right here at the bottom. Then within this div, we also want to render an h5 that will say helping people create beautiful content at, and then we want to start listing those logos. So we can remove this company logos. We can style this h5 a bit by giving it a class name equal to tagline, margin bottom of 6, text-center, and text-n-1/50. That's much better. And below the h5, we can render a UL that's going to have a class name equal to flex, and it's going to render or map over company logos coming from constants, dot map, where we get each individual logo, an index of that logo, and we return an li for each one of these. That renders a self-closing image with a source of logo, a width of about 134, a height of about 28, and then we can also say alt is going to be that actual logo. If we save it, you can see all of those logos at the bottom. And to style it a bit, we can give this li a class name of flex, items-center, justify-center, flex-1, and h-8.5 rem. And of course, we have to also give it a key equal to index. If we save it, you can now see those beautiful logos. And now we can say that our hero section is looking wonderful. This is one of the most modern designs I have seen in the long time. These circles or bolts move as you scroll, but still they're not taking away your attention. You have those circles or rings actually bringing your attention to this button and to this image. Here, these cards nicely float, showing you what you can do with this software, and then you get instant approval by seeing other companies using this software as well. Now that this hero is paired with our wonderful navbar, this is looking great, and let's not forget that it's also looking amazing for mobile devices. You can open it up, you can close it, scroll down, and here we remove or get rid of some of the clutter. You don't want to show all of these cards if you don't have enough space. On desktop devices, we have space. Here we don't, so we hide them. So that is it for the hero section. Phenomenal job on coming this far. But don't forget, this entire time, we haven't been just building the hero section or the navbar. We set the foundation for everything else we're gonna build. We have the reusable section component, which now creates these rectangular lines on desktop devices. And we have also set up the entire file and folder structure so that now we can simply render an additional section below the hero section. Specifically, the next one will be this one. We're going to call it benefits, where it says what you can do with this app, such as ask anything, improve every day, connect anywhere, or much more. It looks great on mobile devices, but it looks even better on desktop. So let's go ahead and create the second big section of the day, which is our benefits section. And snap, I just changed our Visual Studio Code theme to make the video a bit more interesting. I switched it to a theme called One Dark Pro, whereas before I used this Capuchin theme. What do you think of this one? Let me know in the comments down below which one you prefer. But with that said, let's continue with the video. We want to focus on another big section of this video, which is the benefits section. So we want to add this tagline as well as these beautiful cards indicating different benefits of our application. So to implement it, we can create a new component within the components folder called benefits.jsx. In there, we can run rafce, and immediately we can import those benefits right below our hero. So we can say a self-closing benefits, which we can automatically import from components. Now, if we go into the benefits, we can start creating them, and we should already see benefits right here at the bottom, although it's quite hard to notice. But we will be able to notice it once we wrap our benefits into a section component coming from /section. This will give it some space and nicely position it on the screen. We can also give it an ID equal to features, so we can later on scroll through it dynamically from the navigation bar. And what do you say that within this section, we also have a div with a class name equal to container, relative, and a z of 2. Within this div, we can render a special heading component. This is a component that we haven't created yet, so we can create it right away by creating a new heading.jsx component and run rafce. Then we can simply import it within our benefits, just like this. And now we can see heading. And to this heading, we can pass two props. We can pass a class name prop, allowing us to further style our heading, and we can also pass it a title prop. In this case, it can say something like chat smarter, not harder with Brainwave, and we can paste it right here. There we go. So now, if we go back into the heading, we can accept these class names as well as a title coming from props, and we can use them when creating this heading. So right here, this heading will be a very reusable component. It will allow us to use it as a title, as a subtitle, as a large text, tagline, and it will take many more forms. So right here, we can check if we're getting the title, and then within this div, we can say title and render an h2 that will render this title. And we can also give a class name to this h2 to be equal to h2. Now, if we save this and go back, you can see chat smarter, not harder with Brainwave. We also can do something with those class names, and specifically, we can use them within our div. So this div can accept a class name equal to, it's going to be a dynamic template string where we can render the class name dynamically. And we can also pass it some additional styles, such as max-w of 50 rem, margin x of auto, margin bottom of 12, on large devices, margin bottom of 20. So now if we save it, we can pass some additional class names every time that we call our heading. And this is useful because you might want to call headings in different places. So for example, in this benefit section, we can pass it a media query of medium, max-w-medium, and on large, max-w-2xl. So now as we scale this text, you can see how it will also change right here below. Great. This is it for the heading. But now we can focus on our benefits section. So right below this heading, still within the div, we can render another div, and this div will have a class name equal to flex, flex-wrap, gap-10, and margin bottom of 10 as well. Within here, we can map over our benefits, which we can import from / constants. So if you now dive into these benefits by command clicking them, you can see that this is a simple array with a couple of different objects. Specifically, each object is a card with an ID, a title, text, background URL, icon, and more. So what we can say is we can now say benefits.map, and we want to get each individual benefit. We can call it an item and automatically return something for each one of those items. Let's make sure that we properly close it right here. There we go. And I think we're missing one more div right here. There we go. We also want to give this div a key equal to item.id. Within that div, we can create another div. And within that div, we can have an h5 that simply renders the item.title. So now if we save this and scroll down, you can notice that we have 5 or 6 different pieces of text. Each one of these is a card. Even though right now it's just a piece of text, we will create that card. And we can do that by giving a class name to this outermost div. This div will have a class name of block, so each element is a block, relative for relative positioning, padding of 0.5 to provide some spacing, bg-no repeat, like this, bg dash, and now this is a special one, we can give it a length by saying length 100% underscore 100%. So now the background will take 100% of the size of this div. And on medium devices, we can also say max-w-24 rem. Now, the way we'll apply that background image to each one of these cards is by using the inline styles. So we can say background image is, it's going to be a template string of URL, and then in parentheses, $ curly braces, item.background URL. So for each one of these cards, as you can see, we're getting a different background URL. Now let's style this inner div right here by giving it a class name equal to relative z-2 flex-call min-h-22 rem. And this will just give these cards a bit more size. Even though it looks silly right now, it will look better very soon. We can also give it a p-2.4 rem for some padding. That's much better already. And we can say pointer-events-none, as these won't be clickable cards. To this h5, we can give a class name equal to h5 and margin bottom of 5. Okay. And below the h5, we can also render a p tag that will render the item.text. And we can style it a bit by giving it a class name equal to body-2, margin bottom of 6, and text-n-3. These n colors are just special colors we have defined in our Tailwind config. You can call them anything you like. If we go into our config, you can see right here, if we go to colors, that we just call them different things. Of course, we could have named them something else as well. Now, let's go below this p tag and let's render a div. And this div will have a class name equal to flex items-center and margin top of auto. Within here, we're going to render the icon for this card by giving this image a source of item.icon URL, a width of about 48, a height of about 48, and an alt tag of item.title. If we now save it, you can see that each card just got a special icon. Looking good. Let's also provide a p tag to say explore more. So simple p that says explore more. And below, we can also render an arrow, which is a self-closing arrow component, which we can import at the top by saying import arrow from /assets/svg/arrow. Now, if we scroll down, you can see explore more and arrow, but it's not really aligned. So let's style this p tag by giving it a class name equal to margin left of auto, font-code to change the font family, text-xs, font-bold, text-n-1 for the color, uppercase, and tracking-wider. This will give it a bit of a bigger letter spacing. Finally, it looks like I messed up the item center right here. If we do that, it's looking much, much better. Now, if we go a bit down, 2 divs down, sometimes we might want to have a light item, which will be a bit different from other items. And in that case, if item.light is true, meaning end, then we can render the gradient light, which is another SVG coming from the top. So we can import gradient light like this, coming from /design/benefits. If we save it, you can now see this gradient appear over the cards we choose. And the way we chose it is we simply put it right here. Card, light, true. And these ones don't have the light true. This one does have it. So you can just modify it, and that's going to give this nice effect of a gradient light appearing behind some cards just for some visual interest. Finally, we can go below this gradient light and create another div. This div will be interesting. If we go to the finished website, you cannot really see a lot of stuff here, but if we expand it, you can see how if you hover over the cards, you get this nice looking image to appear. Well, this will be for that image URL. But we have to be smart with how we're going to place this image onto the card so that once we hover over it, it happens, or rather it appears. So let's give this div a class name equal to absolute, inset of 0.5, which will apply a CSS inset property, and a background of N8. We can also give it a style equal to clip path of URL benefits. I don't specifically remember why I had to add this clip path, but I think it helps showing those background images on hover. So within this div, we can have another div which will render that actual image. So if we properly close it, and inside we check if the item has an image URL like this, only then render a self-closing image property that has a source equal to item.imageURL, also a width of about 380 pixels, a height of about 362 pixels, an alt tag of item.title, and if we save it, you can now see those images everywhere, but we want to give it a class name of w-full for full width, h-full for full height, and object-cover, so it nicely fits right there. Now, to hide it or to only show it on hover, we can style this div by giving it a class name of absolute, inset-0, opacity-0, but then transition the opacity. On hover, opacity will be 10. So now, if we hover, you can see how it nicely appears in a lower opacity, so it doesn't take away from the card. And right below these two divs, we can also render a property called clip path, which we can import at the top by saying import clip path from /assets/svg/clip path. This is just a simple SVG, which ensures that we also see the ends of our cards. Oh yeah, this will actually apply that clip path of benefits. So now if we go a bit up and you see this clip path of URL, it will actually allow us to see full rectangles for these cards. And with that in mind, we're done with the benefit section. We reused this amazing section that allowed us to quickly create it. You'll see how it looks like on desktop devices soon. We used a couple of SVGs, and we neatly mapped over our benefits, which are simply a collection of different data pieces. And we also created a heading, which will make much more reusable later on, and we helped ourselves with a couple of SVGs. So now if we close this and the heading, the benefit section is done. So let's see how does it look like on the finished website on desktop. There we go. This is looking great. If I compare it with the finished one, you can see that we definitely have a bit of a large size for our card headings. So if I go back here, and if I check out our H5, Oh, it looks like I said H2 right here. I should have said H5. So if we go back, this is now much more like it. It looks amazing. Chat smarter, not harder with Brainwave, and we have these nice looking cards. Of course, you can implement an on click right here, and then you'll be able to navigate somewhere, for example, to show more details about a specific benefit or a feature. Again, fully responsive. So if we go to a smaller view, you can see we have 6. And if we go right here, we'll have only 1 per row. And it looks and feels incredibly natural for mobile devices as well. So with that in mind, our benefits section is now done. And the next section we'll implement will be this AI chat collaboration section, which looks great on desktop. You can see a big heading on the left side with some illustrations on the right side. And if we go right here, it looks great on mobile as well. So let's get started with collaboration. To get started with the collaboration section, we can first create a new component within the components folder called collaboration.jsx, and we can run rafce and immediately import it within our app by opening a new tag and saying collaboration coming from components. Then if we scroll down, you can see collaboration right here. We can command click into it and start implementing it by first wrapping everything into a section coming from /section, which is going to just give it some space. And we can give a special property of crosses to this section, which will also, on larger devices, apply these crosses above the section. This just applies some visual interest so that it's not boring when you scroll. You sometimes have those crosses as well for different sections. And if you remember, it is so simple to do it now because right here within the section, we have implemented a special crosses part, which then adds this div with crosses, which is basically just a collection of SVGs. With that in mind, right within our section, we can create a div. That div will act as a container, so it can have a class name equal to container, and on large devices, flex. So now if we scroll, you cannot see anything. Within that div, we can have another div, and that div will have a class name of max-w-25 rem. So this is for the max width, and right within it, we can render an h2 that can say AI chat app for seamless collaboration. There we go. And we can also style it a bit by giving it a class name equal to h2, margin bottom of 4, and medium devices, margin bottom of 8. There we go. Now, if we go below that h2, we can render a UL, or an unordered list. And on a finished website, that's going to look something like this, where we need to map over a couple of different elements, such as integration, automation, and top-notch security. So we can give this UL a class name of max-w-22 rem and margin bottom of 10, and on medium devices, margin bottom of 14. Right within it, we can map over our collab content coming from /constants by saying collab content .map, where we map over each individual item, and for each one, we return an li. Now, this collab content is just a simple array with 3 objects that have different titles. That's it. And we can also pass special collab text, such as this one right here, which will pass into the second property. So let's give this li a class name equal to margin bottom of 3 and padding y of 3, and a key equal to item.id. Now, if we save it and go back, you cannot see anything, and that's because we have to provide some content within the li. In our case, that's going to be a div, and that div will have a class name equal to flex and items-center. Right within that div, we're going to render an image, which will have a source equal to check. This will be that check mark, which is coming from /assets with a width of about 24 and a height of 24 as well. Now, if we go down, we can also render an h6 element and render the item.title for each of these checkboxes. That's going to look something like this. So now we can also give this image an alt tag of check for accessibility purposes. And this h6 can have a class name equal to body-2 and margin left of 5 to provide some space between the elements. That's looking much better. Now, if there is a text, such as in a case of the first property, we can then check if item.text exists. Then we can render a p tag that's going to have a class name equal to body-2, margin top of 3, and text-n-4, and it can render the item.text. So if we save it, now we can see the text right here. This text should go outside of this div, not within this specific div that contains the checkbox and the text. So let's put it just below, and that's going to make it look much better. Now we also have to implement this button, try it now. So that button will come below the UL, and that button will now be simple to implement as we have our own custom reusable button component, which can say, try it now. See how simple that was? We now have a reusable section and a reusable button. As you develop your apps and UIs, it's all about creating that custom UI that you can then use and leverage, which is great. And Tailwind config, of course, makes it easy. Not that long ago, we had a custom class, and this container here is a custom class that applies a width, but also applies some media queries for different widths. And it's very useful to expand on the typical Tailwind config with colors, font families, and so on, so you can more easily create reusable classes. Great. With that in mind, we can start focusing on the second part of our collaboration component, which is this illustration right here. So to create it, we can go below the button and below this div and start focusing on the right side of the screen, at least on desktop devices. On mobile, everything is just below. So let's create this div that will have a class name equal to, on large devices, margin left of auto. On extra large devices, W-38 rem, like this. And we can now put something within it. Specifically, I'm going to put a p tag that will render the collab text coming from constants. This is a special text, which is just basically a string, but it's better to extract it into constants and then use it like this than to type it manually right here. Now, let's also style it a bit by giving it a class name equal to body-2, margin bottom of 4, text-n-4. On medium devices, margin bottom of 16. On large devices, margin bottom of 32. And on large devices, W of 22 rem. Also on large devices, margin X of auto, so we provide some margin or spacing between the elements. Great. Also, to divide this text from this button, we can also maybe add a margin top of something like 2, or maybe even more, such as 4. Now that we have that, we can start focusing on the right side of the screen, or as I said on mobile, that's below. It's this illustration that you can see. But the coolest thing is, this is not just a single image. If you try to drag and drop, you can see that each one of these icons is a separate thing. So this is not just an illustration that you just place on the screen. Rather, we're gonna develop this circle and the way that the elements go around this Brainwave logo. It won't be easy, but we'll do it together. Right below this p tag, we can create a div that will act as the wrapper for this illustration with a class name equal to relative, left of 1/2, flex, W-22 rem, aspect-square, because it's a square illustration, border, border dash n dash 6 rounded dash full minus translate dash x dash 1 over 2 scale of 75, and on medium devices scale of 100 to make it a bit bigger. So if we do this, you can now see this outer circle appear right here. We have just created a circle. That's it. Basically a div acting as a border that then has the round full property, which gives it a maximum border radius. Now, I think you can see where we're going with this. Right within it, we can create another div that will have a class name equal to flex w-60, aspect-square, margin of auto, border, border-n-6, and rounded-full. If you do that, you can see the second circle appear. Within that div, we can create another div, and that div will have just a different width. So we can give it a class name equal to w-6rem. We can also give it an aspect of square, margin auto, padding dash, something like 0.2 rem, bg-conic gradient, and rounded-full. And then within this one, we'll apply another div that will then render an image. This image will be a source equal to Brainwave symbol coming from assets with a width of about 48, height of about 48, and an alt tag of something like Brainwave, which is the name of our app. Now we can style this div to centrally position it by giving it a class name of flex, items-center, justify-center, w-full, h-full, background of n8, and rounded-full to make it a circle. So now it is nicely positioned at the center. But I think we're missing one circle. Even though we said rounded full, we don't yet see anything right here. And that's because I think we misspelled this conic gradient. It's BG conic. If I spell it properly, now this looks exactly like it should. As you've seen, it might have seemed simple, but we're gonna really build it, not just slap an image and call it a day. So now that we have all of this, we have to go 1, 2, 3 divs down and create a UL. This UL will wrap over collab apps. So collab apps is basically just an array of different icons. So you can see the title of the icon as well as the icon itself. And we can say collab apps.map, where we get each individual app and its index. And we can immediately return an li, a list item. This list item will have a key equal to app.id. Within this list item, we're going to have a div. And within this div, we'll render an image that will actually render a source of the app.icon. If we do that and scroll down, you can see all of these icons appear. Now, let's properly position them on the screen. We can start doing that by styling our li. So let's give it a class name equal to, let's make it a dynamic template string, and we want to absolutely position it on the screen. So position absolute. We're going to give it a top-0, and now they're going to just fly away somewhere. We won't be able to see them on the screen at all. What we also want to do is give it a left-1 over 2 and h-1 over 2 as well. Minus ml, margin left, dash 1.6 rem, like this. This is going to position it on a specific angle. And we can also give it an origin bottom, which is going to do a transform origin bottom property. And now we want to rotate it, which is interesting. So we want to say rotate dash, and now we want to make this dynamic. We want to apply a rotation by using $ curly braces, index times 45 degrees. So we're going to rotate it by 45 degrees, and we're going to get something that looks like this. This is great. Now, of course, we have to play with the scale a bit, right? So we can style this image within, not the div, just the image for now, by giving it a class name of m-auto, as well as a width of app.width and a height of app.height. Okay, this will change the width and the height, and we can also change the alt while we're doing this by saying app.title. This is more like it. But they're still not touching this outer circle. Let's first style this div, and then we can play with that further by giving it a class name equal to, let's make it dynamic, and let's give it relative positioning. Let's also give it a -top dash 1.6 rem. There we go. That's much better. Let's give it a flex property, w dash, so this is for the width of 3.2 rem. Let's give it also a height of 3.2 rem. That's much better. Let's give it a background like BG N7. Let's also give it a border and a border N1/15. So it's going to be barely noticeable, but I think you can see it right around those elements, like they're floating. They're kind of like planets in a universe flying around the sun. So we can give it round-XL to make it a circle, and we can also apply minus, so minus rotate dash, and now that's going to be index times 45. So now you can notice how they rotate, right? If I go back, you can see how these are not properly positioned right now, but if I rotate it back to where we had it, it's looking good. But now you might think, are we just not canceling out these two rotations? Well, let me show you what happens if I remove this rotation as well as this minus rotation. They're not properly positioned at all. So we have to rotate them on the LI axis, but then rotate them again for them to be properly positioned. So you can see them all in a normal view from top to bottom. Great. And with that in mind, you can see how this looks like on mobile. It's great. But if we expand it, you can also see it on desktop. But are we missing something? If we go to the finished website, you can see it looks good. What if I expand it even further? You can see that here, you have a try it now line that goes from this one to here, kind of like you're going to trigger some effect. And there's also a line going from here till the end, showing that you can collaborate effectively. It's these little details that matter. So to implement this, we can go below the UL and we can render the left curve like this, as well as the right curve right here. And these are two elements that we can import at the top by saying import left curve, as well as right curve coming from /design/collaboration. And you can see that now, if we go back to the current website, we cannot see them really on mobile. And maybe we should also provide some margin top on this. Let's do that. So if I go here to where we have our circles, I can provide a margin top of something like 2, or we did 4 before, so let's do 4. Or maybe let's do a margin bottom of this piece of text right here. Oh, we do have it, margin bottom of 4. It's weird, why is it overlapping? Let's try to increase it a bit to something like 5, or maybe even 6 or 8. There we go, that's a bit better. So now if I expand it, you should be able to see those lines appear on our current version as well. Although they're barely noticeable, you can see them right here. And how do those work, you might ask? Well, if we go into one of these, you can see that it's basically a div with an image that renders the curve, which I don't think we can see because it's an SVG, but basically it's just a line that you position the screen, and then we use absolute positioning to properly position it once again. This project has a lot of absolute positioning, but hey, it works, right? And you need absolute positioning if you want to make something like this, but you have to make sure that it works great on mobile devices as well. Great. With that said, we have completed the collaboration section, which is yet another section in our design. Let's see what comes after that. Is it the pricing? Well, not yet. We're going to do the pricing soon. But now we have a very exciting section that looks like this. Generative AI made for creators. We have this huge over the entire screen. I'm not even sure how I would call it, but we are reusing this AI is generating, which is pretty cool. We have some more additional checkboxes. I would call it some features, right? These are different features that our app has. Oh, and I got excited. This is exciting. We are not just seeing double this huge over the entire screen image. We have a big one, and then we have smaller one. This is, I believe, called a bento box design, if I'm not mistaken. Yep, bento box. It looks something like this. Apple has done it not that long ago, where we have more rectangles, some bigger and some smaller. You can see it here on the Apple website, and you can see just how similar it is to what we have on the screen right now, a big one and some small ones. So without any further ado, let's dive into creating our next section of the day, which is services. What are we offering? To get started with the services section, we can create a new component called services.jsx, run RAFCE, and then simply use it right here beneath our collaboration. Services. There we go. And we can just self-close it and import it from components services. Then we can go right here and we can start implementing them. This is maybe one of the most exciting sections of the application, maybe besides the hero section. I mean, you cannot really beat this, and also the mobile menu is pretty cool. So now in the services, we can of course wrap everything in a reusable section component, which we need to import. Oh, the import doesn't want to do it for now for some reason, so we can manually import it by saying import section from /section. There we go, and scroll down. Now, the ID of this one will be how to use, or meaning which services we provide. And right within it, we can have a div that will have a class name equal to container. Great. Now, within that container, we want to render a heading component. So heading like this. And we also need to, looks like, self-import it at the top by importing heading from heading. And to that heading, we can pass a title of something like generative AI made for creators. That's kind of our title. There we go. And we can also give it a text equal to Brainwave unlocks the potential of AI-powered applications. Now, this text won't do anything on its own, but what will is once we go into this heading and make it more reusable, allowing it to accept text as another property, and then to do something with that text, such as going in here and saying text, and we can then render a paragraph that will render that text with the appropriate class name of body-2, margin top of 4, and text-n-4. So now you can see the heading and you can also see the subtext. Great. Going back to services, beneath our header, we want to create another div that will have a class name equal to relative. This div will contain another div that will have a class name equal to, once again, relative, z of 1 to appear a bit on top, a flex, so it can flex some items within it, items-center, height of 39 rem, like this, margin bottom of 5, padding of 8, border of n 1/10, rounded -3xl, overflow -hidden, on large devices, padding of 20, on extra large devices, h-46 rem. Now, this didn't do a lot on its own. It just created space for something to show here. And that something will look a bit like this. This is what we're creating space for. Pretty exciting, right? So what do we do within that div? Well, we can create another div, and within that div, we can render a self-closing image that has a source equal to service1. And looks like auto imports are really not doing me service today. Maybe if I close the file and then reopen it, maybe now. No, still doesn't like me. Never mind. So let's auto import it from the top by saying import service1. We can also get the service2, service3, as well as check mark or check from /assets. Great. So now if we save this, you should be able to see this great looking image right here. But it doesn't really look that good on its own. So let's kind of style it to be a part of that div. Specifically, we can give it a class name equal to w-full, h-full, object-cover, on medium devices, object-right. We can also give it a width of about 800 pixels and a height of about 730 pixels. And we can give it an alt tag of smartest AI. Great. Now, this is still just an image. So let's style this div containing it by giving it a class name equal to absolute top-0 left-0 w-full h-full. There we go. That's more like it. Pointer-events-none to indicate it's not clickable. On medium devices, w-3/5, and on extra large devices, w off auto. There we go. That's much better. This looks more closer to what we have on the finished version. And now below this div containing this service, we can render another div that will have a class name equal to relative, z of 1, max-w of 17 rem, and margin left of auto. Within there, we can render an h4 that can say smartest AI, and we can also render a p tag that will say, let's copy it from the finished website, Brainwave unlocks the potential of AI-powered applications. There we go. That's good. And we can also render a UL that will have a class name equal to body-2. And within here, we can map over Brainwave services. Of course, if we spell it properly. And if we get auto imports, but looks like we don't have any luck today. So I'll go right here to the top and manually import it. Geez, I just remember the times when I had to manually import everything. Brainwave services and then Brainwave services icons coming from /constants. That's going to look something like this. It's basically just photo generating, photo enhance, and seamless integration. And services icons, I is capitalized. There we go. So now you can see the three of them: photo generating, photo enhance, seamless integration. But let's put them within different li items by saying Brainwave services .map, where we get each item and the index, and we can automatically return an li that will have a key equal to index. And within that li, we can render an image that will have a source equal to check. And beneath the image, we can render a p tag that will say item. This will look like this. Now, of course, we have to style the h4, the p tag, the li, and the image. So let's start from top to bottom with the h4 by giving it a class name of h4 and then margin bottom of 4 as well. We're creating some text hierarchy right here. Then we can create another class name that will have a body of 2, margin bottom of, let's do 3 rem, and then text-n-3. So we're making it a bit smaller, and we're also muting the color a bit. Then we can style our li by giving it a class name equal to flex, items-start, padding y of 4 to create some space, border-t for top, and border-n-6. As you can see, this provided this very light color border on top. And we can also style the image by giving it the width of 24 and height of 24 as well. And finally, we can style the p tag by giving it a class name of margin left of 4. And we have just converted what was previously just an image into something that looks more like this. Great. Now, we want to do a couple more of these, right? It's not just one. If we now expand it, this is looking so wonderful on desktop devices. But now we want to have 2 more of these. And as you can notice, they're all similar. They have a title, subheading, and then some text in this case. Or no, these are just titles and subheadings without text. This right here is just the image. But once again, this is not the entire image right here. You will create this pop-up manually, as well as the image, and even this icon and this track right here that you can see. All of that will be created manually. We're not just sticking a sticker on it. Same thing for this too. Why is this useful? Well, if you have a landing page where you know for a fact that this will not change, then you could have just used that as the entire image. Same thing for this here. Everything right here could have been just a single image. Although, if it's image, it's larger in size. But if you have it like this, this is not taking too much computational power or internet, right? And text loads much faster than an image, which allows you to use smaller images and achieve better performance. So with that in mind, I can now collapse this. You can still see how it looks on mobile devices, and we can start creating those 2 different cards. Oh, but let's not forget, on the original card, if you expand, we have this AI is generating right here at the bottom. And on our current version, we don't have it. So let's go right here below the UL and below the div, create a new generating, like this, self-closing component, which we can import generating from /generating. We have created this component before, but we have to provide it some class names to position it exactly where we want it to be. Right now it's here. We don't want that it's there. So we're going to make it absolute so it doesn't just jump into the view. This gives us power to position it where we want, such as left 4, right 4, bottom 4. If you do that, you can see now it's here. We can also give it a border n of 1/10, as well as a border in general. On large devices, now you want to play with the positioning a bit. On large devices, left of 1/2, and this is just a trial and error. So you can just figure out how to position it properly. LG right auto, LG bottom 8, and also LG minus translate x 1/2. So now it looks great on medium, it looks great on larger, tablet, even here, and it's even here on mobile. Wonderful. Now let's go a div below and let's start creating our second service. What we can even do is we can just collapse this entire div for the first service. I think it's this one. There we go. So now this makes sense. We're going to have 3 divs within this relative, service 1, service 2, and service 3. And the bottom 2 are going to be within a grid. So we're going to play not only with flex, but also with grids. We can give it a class name equal to relative, z of 1, grid, gap between of elements of 5, and on large devices, grid calls 2. And now we can start creating our first one by wrapping it in a div that will have a class name equal to relative, min-h dash something like 39 rem I found works the best, border, border dash n dash 1/10, rounded dash 3xl, and overflow of hidden. And now you can see that we have created the second card. Within this div, we can create another div that will have a class name equal to absolute and inset 0. And within it, we can render the image for this second image or for the second service that will have a source equal to service2 that looks like this with a class name h-full, w-full, and object-cover. Now that makes it bigger. Let's also give it a width of 630, a height of 750, like this. And let's give it the alt of something like robot. That should be good. There we go. Now let's go below it and let's also add this text on top of it. Now this text will be similar to the text we used for the first one, so we can copy it. This one just below the service one, it's gonna be this one right here, a div that contains the h4 and the p tag. So let's copy it, collapse it one more time, and use it right here below this div containing the image, and paste it. And don't forget to close this div that we copied as well. If we save it, you can see it doesn't look as good, so we have to still play with it a bit. Let's modify the styles of that div. Let's make it absolute, so we get more kind of power of where we want to position it. Let's do inset of 0. Let's add a flex dash call, justify dash end, so it appears at the end, padding of 8, bg gradient to b, like this. This is a linear gradient from n8/0 to n8/90 with a large devices padding of 15. This applies this gradient, so it looks very nice. But this is still not similar to how it looks on the finished website, right? On the finished one, it appears at the bottom, not at the top. And I think that's because I messed up the justify end. So if I fix it, now it's at the bottom. And here we're gonna say something like photo editing. And we can say whatever this text says right here by copying it and pasting it right here. There we go. Now we have to do this photo chat icon. I think I have coded this one before. It's just a photo chat. So if we go to the top and if we import photo, or I think I misspelled it as FOD chat message coming from /design/services, you can see how this photo chat, let's fix it. It's photo chat right here. And you can see what this is. It's basically a div, but I provided it to you because it's just a div where we have to do some absolute positioning, nothing more than that. And then it uses this double bubble wing, which is an SVG, nothing more than that. This is great. And we'll also get some more things from this design folder called gradient. We have used it before. Video bar, this will be that bar at the bottom, and also video chat message. These are all mostly just components that are absolutely positioned to be somewhere on the screen, and they use some kind of SVGs or PNGs to show some content. With that in mind, we can now scroll down. We can also use the $sign, or rather the $, sorry, apos, and then semicolon to do the apostrophe. This is the way you properly do it, because like this, you get a warning saying that you need to escape it. And then right here, below this P and below the div, we can render the photo chat message as a self-closing one, and it will appear on top. So with that in mind, we're done with the second of these services. So I believe I can properly collapse it. So this is the first one, this is the second one, and now we can create the third one. But I don't think I have collapsed it properly. Remember that I said that these two services will be within this outer div that has a display of grid. So I have to collapse this inner one, not the outer one, and then go right here below it. Now I can create a new div that will have a class name of padding of 4, bg of n7, rounded -3xl, overflow -hidden, on large devices min-h-46 rem. This will create some space right here at the bottom for the new card. Let's also create another div within it for the layout with a class name of padding y of 12 and padding x of 4, and on extra large devices, padding x of 8 as well. Within that div, we can create an h4. This h4 will say video generation. And below that h4, we can create a p tag that can say something like this thing right here. This will be the world's most powerful AI video generation art engine. What will you create? Okay, that's a good one. Of course, let's style it a bit by giving this h4 a class name equal to h4 and margin bottom of 4. Let's also style this p tag by giving it a class name of body-2, margin bottom of 2 rem, and text-n-3 for the color. There we go. That's great. And now here, we'll have to map over all of these services. They're not just an image. We actually map over them. And for example, this one can be selected. So to implement that, right below this p tag, we can create a UL element. And this UL will have a class name equal to flex, items-center, and justify-between. Then within it, we can render the Brainwave services icons. Dot map, where we get each individual item and its index, and we can automatically return an LI for each one of these. That LI will keep track of a div, and within that div, we can render an image that renders that item, which is just an icon. So should I say source is item, and we save it. And this gives you 5 of these icons. Now, of course, we can further style this by making this one selected and by giving them some kind of a background behind. I'm not sure if you can see it, but there's a circle happening behind each icon. So let's style it by giving this li a class name. It can be a dynamic one, flex, items-center, justify-center. And now we want to keep track of the index. And if the index is triple equal to 2, meaning the third element, then we're going to give it a W of 3 rem and H-3 rem as well, and a padding of 0. Let's do 3, a BG-conic gradient, rounded -2xl, on medium devices width of 4.5 rem, and on medium devices height of 4.5 rem as well. Else, if it's not the currently selected one, then we want to give it a flex W of 10, H of 10, BG of N6, rounded -2xl, or now that I see it, this rounded could have gone outside of this, so we could have put rounded at the start, rounded -2xl. That way we don't have to repeat ourselves 2 times. Then let's continue. We also want to give it a medium device width of 15 and on medium devices height of 15 as well. Now, if we save it, the reason why we're getting an error is because we didn't provide a key is equal to index. This looks very colorful. But on the final one, it's not the actual full circle that's colorful. Rather, it's just the border. So what we can do is we can also color this inner div by giving it a class name where we can check if index is 2, then we give it flex, items-center, justify-center, W-full, H-full, BG-N-7, and rounded dash, let's do 1 rem, and save it. Of course, we have to do the other part of the ternary and say nothing. But now, as you can see, it seems that we have completely hidden that color that appeared before. And that could be because we provided too much padding here. This padding controls how much of this circle we're going to see around it. So if we do something like padding of 0. Let's do 2.5 instead of 3, you can see that now we have just enough of this background conic gradient to show, which is exactly what we wanted. Also, for this image, we can give it a width of about 24, height of 24, and an alt tag of item so it knows what it is. And with that, we have our icons. The only thing we're missing is, well, this is a cool thing we're missing, is another chat bubble with an icon, as well as this photo, and then we have this track bar. So to implement it, we can go below this UL and below one more div, and we can create a final div right here. This div will contain an image. This image will have a source equal to service 3, and we can see this image right here. It can also have a class name equal to W-full, H-full, and object-cover. Also, we can give it a width of about 520 and a height of about 400, and we can give it an alt of scary robot, I guess. And below this image, we can render the video chat message, as well as the video bar, which are very simple components that we just absolutely position on the screen. We can style this div a bit by giving it a class name equal to relative. This will make all of the absolutely positioned elements within it properly position themselves. So now we can see this chat box. We can also give it an H-20 rem for the height. We can give it a background of N8, a rounded of XL, an overflow of hidden on medium devices, H of 25 rem. Great. And if we go 1, 2, 3 divs down, we can also render a gradient component, which you cannot see on mobile really, but now, if you're ready for it, we can expand, and this is how it looks like. I think you can see the gradient right here. If we go back, you can also see it on the deployed website. Yeah, that's great. And on the test website, we have this wonderful looking full image. We have these two smaller ones that we play a lot with absolute positioning. And it's crazy how well everything works and looks like across different screen sizes. So now if I start kind of slowly putting it like this, you can see how it collapses even more. And then finally, we have everything on one screen, and it still looks very, very nice. This bento box design has been something that I really liked recently. A lot of dev tool companies and even tech companies like Apple have started using this bento box design more and more. One that I specifically remember that has a new website design is Clerk. And if you expand it, and if you check this out, you can see right here how they have this same design, right? It's a bit different. It's not exactly the same, but it's a box in a way where you have different sizes of rectangles. So here you have 2, and there here you have 1. And once you hover, you have some nice animations happening on the screen. You could also play with art design and animate it so that once you hover on some, you make some animations happen. Very modern and very visually stunning and interesting design. With that in mind, we can collapse our browser and go back to our app.jsx to start working on the next section. The next section is maybe not as interesting, but definitely maybe one of the most important ones, which is the pricing section. Here you have to be really careful of how you position it, what shows on mobile, what shows on desktop, in which way it shows, and how does it look like. So here you can see how the premium and the middle part is kind of a bit exposed to the outside. It shows kind of like on top of the basic and enterprise. You have to be careful, and you also modify the colors of the buttons depending on which one you want them to use. So this section is maybe not as interesting, but it's definitely important. So let's collapse it and let's get started. I think you already know the drill, right? We'll go to our components, create a new component called pricing.jsx, run rafce, and then simply import and use it right here by saying pricing, self-closing, and there we go. It's at the bottom. Now let's navigate into the pricing and let's start developing it. First, we'll wrap everything in a section coming from /section, and we'll give it a class name equal to overflow-hidden. Then we can also give it an ID equal to pricing so that we can nicely scroll from the navbar to our pricing section. We can create a div with a class name equal to container, relative, and z index of 2. Within it, we can create another div, and this one will have a class name. Usually, it will be hidden, relative, justify-center, margin bottom of about 6.5 rem to divide it from the bottom, and on large devices flex, meaning it will be visible. And what we're developing right now is something that you cannot see here, but if we expand it, you'll be able to see it. It's this sphere right here that we're creating. It's a very cool visual element. So we'll have to keep our browser about this size right here so we can also see it within our development environment. So moving down into this div, we can render an image that will have a source equal to small sphere coming from assets with a class name equal to relative and a z of 1. There we go. We can also give it a width of about 255 and a height of about 255 as well with an alt tag of sphere. There we go. That's more like it. Now we also want to add some stars around it. So below this image, we can create a div, and that div will contain an image that will have a source equal to stars coming from assets. You can see how those stars look like. Right now, they push the sphere to the left, but we can first modify the class name so that it takes the full width by saying w-full, a width of about 950, and a height of about 400, and an alt tag of stars. More so circles than stars, but it will do. And now we have to style this div so that it actually appears absolutely positioned so that the sphere doesn't mind the stars around it by saying absolute. You can see how now immediately the sphere is not concerned with the stars around it. It gets taken away from the general layout. Then we can play a bit with the positioning by saying top-1/2, left-1/2, w-60 rem, minus translate -x-1/2, and minus translate -y-1/2 as well, and pointer -events -none. There we go. That's more like it. Now, if we go 2 divs down, we want to create our heading, and that will be quite convenient right now because we already have our heading component. So let's pass 2 things into it. A tag equal to get started with Brainwave, and a title of pay once, use forever. Sounds a bit sketchy, but who knows? Maybe it's good. Now, you can only see the pay once, use forever, but you cannot see the tag. So let's go into the heading and make it a bit more reusable so that it actually accepts a tag at the top. And now it has to do something with that tag. Within this div, we can recognize if a tag exists, and if it does, we can render a tag line component like this. This tag line, of course, doesn't yet exist, so what do you say that we go ahead and created. We can do that by moving into our components and creating a new component called tagline.jsx. We can run RAFCE, and we can quickly use it or import it from the tagline so we no longer have the error. For some reason, the auto import isn't working, so I can do it manually right here at the top by saying import tagline from /tagline, and it should be a lowercase l. There we go. Now at the bottom, we can see tagline, which means that we can jump into the tagline and start developing it. This component, to make it reusable, will also accept class name as well as children. Let's properly spell the class name, and let's start creating the layout of this tagline. Just to remind you, it should look something like this. It should have brackets on the left and the right side and some text in the middle. So to achieve this look, we can first render the children in between of a div. So we can have a div with a class name that's going to be dynamic, that will have the tagline class, flex, items-center, and it will render the dynamic class name if it exists, or it will be an empty string like this. Now here, we'll use a special component called brackets, which we have to import from assets. This is basically an SVG. So we can say import brackets from /assets/svg/brackets. And then we can call it as a function and pass it the side, such as the left side. And after that, we can also pass the right side. If we do that, you can see that we have here left and right. And the way it works is basically a React component that returns two different SVGs depending on the prop that we send over. And in the middle, we want to render a div, and that div will have a class name equal to margin x of 3 to divide it a bit from the sides, and text-n-3, inside of which we can render the children. Now, if we go back, we can now pass some children into this tagline, and we can pass something like just a tag, right? What we're passing from the pricing section. And that's already looking better. Now let's position it to the center by giving it a class name equal to, let's give it a margin bottom of 4. On medium devices, justify -center. And if we save it, that's already better. Great. Now let's go back to the pricing section. And below this heading, we want to render another div. And this div will have a class name equal to relative. Within here, we want to show our pricing list. And that pricing list will be yet another component. So let's create a new component called pricing list.jsx. And some of you might wonder, how often do we have to create components? Well, it's more an art than a specific answer. But when a specific component starts getting too big, you can split it into multiple. Or if you want to reuse it across multiple places. Now we can import this pricing list right here by saying pricing list. And we can import it at the top by saying import pricing list coming from /pricing list. We'll also import two additional elements called left line and right line coming from /design/pricing. And we can use those right below the pricing list, left line and right line. There we go. If I save it, you can see that it's complaining that it cannot get it from /design. Let's see why is that. We're in the pricing and we want to go to the components. Oh yeah, it is just /design pricing. There we go. So if we go here, this is basically this line that you can see here and the line on the right. It's barely visible, but later on, it's going to act as a connector from the left side to the right side. Just a small visual detail. Now we can finally dive into the pricing list and start implementing our pricing section. A pricing list will essentially be just one card, which will be repeated 3 times with some small changes. So right here, we can create a div that will wrap all 3 of them with a class name equal to flex, gap-1 rem, like this, and on max LG devices, flex-wrap, so they nicely wrap. Within it, we want to map over the pricing coming from constants by saying pricing.map, where we get each individual item, and for each one, we want to return a div. Within that div, we can return an h4, and that h4 will say item.title. If we save it, you can see basic, premium, and enterprise. And this reminds us of this. These are the 3 pricing cards. So if you look into the pricing, you'll see that I created 3 different objects that contain different things, such as title, description, price, and features we can map over. So let's use all of that data to make it happen. First, we can give this div an ID equal to item.id. And we can also give it a class name equal to. And while we're developing this, we can also collapse our browser because the pricing section is also visible on smaller devices. We can give it a W of 19 rem on max LG devices, W-full, H-full for full height, padding X of 6, and you can start seeing how they're forming. Then we're going to have a background of N, 8 for the color, border -n-6, rounded -2 rem, like this. You can slowly start seeing how it's forming. On large devices, W auto, which we cannot see right now. On even elements, we can do a padding Y of 14. So this will only be on the middle one, which is the premium. On odd elements, padding Y of 8. This will give it different sizes, just to create a visual hierarchy where the premium one will seem the most important. And if you want to, you can also change the colors of these 3 cards. For now, I will simply leave it white as it is. Next, let's create a class name for this h4. Something like h4 and margin bottom of 4 will do. That's much better. Let's see why this div is complaining. Oh, it's missing a key prop. It should have been a key instead of an ID. And below this h4, we can do a p tag that will render the item.description. There we go. And as a matter of fact, let's create the full structure first, and then we can focus on the styling. Below the p tag, we can create a div. And this div, if the price exists, so if the item.price is there, it will render a div, which we close. And that div will say $. And then in a div below, we can render the item.price. Of course, you know the drill. Whenever you have 2 adjacent elements, they have to be wrapped in a React fragment or another div. So we can put them here and properly close them. There we go. Now we have the price, 0, 9, and this one doesn't have the price because it's on demand. Below this div, let's also render a button. This will be a button component that we have created before, coming from /button, and it will simply say if there is a price, so if item.price, then it will say get started, else it will say something like contact us. There we go, already a nice looking button. Also, some of these buttons can have different styling. So what we can do is give this button a class name and give it a W-full, as well as margin bottom of 6. We can also give it an href property, where if it has a price, then it will lead to the pricing section. Else, it's going to say mail to info add, and then here we can do something else like jsm.pro. Or let's do a real one. That's going to be contact@jsmastery.pro. There we go. Now, if we save this, buttons will do different things, but we also want to change how they look like. So we can say not item.price. This double exclamation mark basically turns whatever value into a Boolean value. So if it's truly, it's going to turn it into true. If it's falsy, it's going to turn it into false. And since those two have a price, it will turn them into white, and this one will remain colored. Finally, below the button, we want to render a UL, and that UL will map over the item.features.map, where we get each individual feature and an index of that feature. And for each one, we return an li that has a key of index. And it also renders an image, which is our check image. So source is check coming from /assets with a width of 24, height 24, and an alt tag of check. There we go. Let's also add a p tag that will simply render the existing feature. There we go. So this is our card, but now is the time that we style it. So let's scroll all the way to the top to our description, and let's style the description first by giving it a class name equal to body-2 min-h-4 rem to give it a bit of height, margin bottom of 3, text-n-1/50. There we go. Then we want to style this div containing the price by giving it a class name equal to flex, items-center, h-5.5 rem, and margin bottom of 6. Then the div with the $sign will have a class name of h3, and the div with the price will have a class name equal to text-5.5 rem, and leading-none, as well as font-bold. That's a big price, 0 and $9.99. Then we want to scroll down to the UL, specifically to the li, and give it a class name equal to flex, items-center, or rather, I think we're going to do start here, makes more sense. Padding y of 5, border-t for top, and border-n-6. There we go, that's more like it. And finally, let's style this p tag by giving it a class name of body-2 and margin left of 4. There we go. This is our pricing card. Of course, it doesn't look that interesting on mobile, but if we now go back and zoom it out, you can see we have a nice looking card, but this definitely isn't centered like it is on the finished website, so we have to center it. But our cards are looking good. Another thing we can do is push this center card a bit up so that it appears on top of the other two by scrolling up and saying odd margin y of 4. As you can see, now it seems like it's a bit bigger. Then we can also play with the colors a bit. You can see how much better it looks like here. And we can do that by using some special properties, specifically square brackets and then end sign greater than h4. So we're targeting the h4 and we're saying first text-color-2. This will now give the first one a color of 2. Then we can target a second one by copying this and saying second text-color-2, which won't work. So the second doesn't exist, only the first one. But what we can do is we can say even, right? So we can say even, which is the middle one, right? And we're going to give it a color of 1. And then I think maybe you can guess it. If we repeat it one more time, we can say odd, text color of 3. Or rather, there's a special property of last, and this is going to give the last one a special color. Great. Now let's center this pay once, use forever by going back to the pricing, and I believe that's within heading. Here, we can also add a property on medium devices to do a text-center, and that will properly center it. Now we're almost done with the pricing section, besides one small detail at the bottom, which is see the full details, in case you want to explore what else are you getting with each one of these pricing options. So if we go back to pricing and go below this div containing the right line, we can render another div with a class name equal to flex, justify dash center, and margin top of 10. And within here, we can render an anchor tag that says, see the full details. And there we go. We can also apply a couple of class names to this anchor tag, such as text-xs, font-code, font-bold. And we can also collapse our browser to see it like this. There we go, see the full details. Let's also give it a tracking dash wider, which will make it span a bit more, and give it uppercase, border dash B, and we can give it an href pointing to pricing. Great. With that in mind, we are done with the pricing section, which looks and feels great on all different screen sizes. After the pricing, let's see what other section do we have. This time we have what we're working on section. And this is an interesting one. As you can see, once again, a lot of stuff is moving here. We're going to reuse our tagline component. I think you can see the similarity, right? So if you're wondering why this was a custom component, this is why. We are reusing it here. Then we have these different boxes saying what the app can do. And once again, all of these are custom elements which we will develop. And then we have the roadmap. So you can see that we'll essentially develop one of these cards and then create the layout and then just call it 4 different times, which is quite exciting. So let's go back to our app, let's collapse it, and let's start developing our next section called roadmap. So we can create a new component called roadmap.jsx, run rafce, and then simply import it right here by saying roadmap, import it from components, and just use it, and there we have it. So to get started with it, you know the drill. We're gonna definitely reuse our section component, which we can import from /section. Now that we have it, we can also give it a class name equal to overflow-hidden and an ID equal to roadmap. Then we can have a div within it that will act as a container by giving it a class name of container. On medium devices and larger, we'll also give it a padding bottom of 10, and we can immediately display a heading property. This heading, of course, we can import from heading. That's /heading, of course. And we can give it a tag equal to ready to get started and a title of what we're working on. And immediately looks so great. We just wrote one single line. Right below it, we can create a div, and that div will act as the container for all 4 of the roadmap cards by giving it a class name equal to relative, grid, a gap of 6, on medium devices, grid-calls-2, on medium devices, gap of 4 between those grid items, and on medium devices, a padding bottom of 7 rem. And now we're gonna map over our road map. Of course, first we have to import it by saying import roadmap coming from /constants. And this roadmap looks something like this. Once again, it is an array of 4 different cards that have a title, text, date, status, image URL, and a colorful true or false property. So we can say .map, where we get each individual item. And for each one, we can not instantly return, rather open up a function block to first figure out the status of the roadmap. And status can say equal to, if item.status is triple to done, then we can set it to done with an uppercase D, else it will be in progress. We will use this right here. You can see how this one says done, this one says done, this is in progress, and so on. So now we can say return, and then we can return a div. What do you say that we first create the structure for it, just like we did before, and then later we can apply the styling? Let me know down in the comments what you prefer, and also let me know how it is following these videos where I type all of this code. Do you type in real time? Do I speak too fast or too slow? Just let me know and I will try to make it better. But with that in mind, within this div, we'll first give it a key because we're mapping over it of item.id. Within that div, we'll create a second div for layout. And within that second div, we'll create a third div for the layout as well. Within that div, we can then display an image. That image will have a source equal to grid, which we have to import from /assets. And if we save it, looks like we didn't close something properly. Maybe we had too many divs. Oh yeah, I'm missing the ending sign right here. That's good. And now we should be able to see the image, but yeah, you can see the grid in the background. It's barely noticeable, but it's there. We can also give it a class name equal to w-full, a width of about 550, and a height of about 550, and an alt tag of grid. Below that image and the div it's contained within, we can create another div. This one will, of course, close, and we'll give it a class name equal to relative, and give it a z-index of 1, just to know where we are. Within that div, we'll create another div that will have a class name equal to flex, items-center, and justify-between. And within it, we'll render the tag line coming from tag line, which will render the item.date. There we go. Now you can see 4 different dates appear right here. Below the tagline, we can render another div, and within that div, we can render an image. This image will have a different source depending on its state. So if source is equal to, if item.status is triple equal to done, then we can render a check 2, else we will render a loading 1, and make sure to import them from the assets. We can also give it a class name equal to mr of 2.5, like this. We can give it a width of about 16 and a height of about 16, and the alt tag can be status. Now we cannot see it on mobile, but if I expand a bit, we should be able to see that icon. No, not yet. Later on, it should look like this. We're rendering the check mark. Oh, that's because we are on the dark background, so we cannot yet see it even though it's there. Later on, we'll add some color to it. And below that image, we can render a div that will have a class name equal to tagline, and it will render the status. So now you can see in progress, and right next to it is the icon that we cannot see right now. Finally, if we go 1 and 2 divs down, we can render another div. This div will have a class name equal to margin bottom of 10. And within it, we'll render another image. This is the most important one, that will have a source equal to item.imageURL. It's also going to have a class name equal to w-full, a width of about 630, and a height of about 420. And an alt tag of item.title. That's going to look something like this. We have 4 of these different images now in not so good of a layout. So let's go here, collapse it, and yeah, this is definitely not that close, but we're getting there. Below this div containing the image, we can render an h4 that will render the item.title. There we go, chatbot customization. And below the h4, we can also render a p tag, which will render the item.text. There we go, that's looking good. Immediately, we can give this h4 a class name of h4 and margin bottom 4. And we can give this p tag a class name equal to body-2 and text-n-4. There we go. So I think you can see what's happening here. All of this is a flex layout, each card, but right now it's a flex row, whereas it should have been a flex column. So let's scroll all the way to the top and let's start implementing our class names by adding some additional styles to our divs. We can start from top to bottom with this div that has the key of item ID. We can give it a class name equal to, it's going to be a dynamic one. On medium devices, it will be flex. On even elements and medium elements, we can run a translate of y 7rem to kind of move it a bit. This will allow us to have that layout where not all are just appearing in a single line, whereas on desktop devices, one is up, one is down, and they seem kind of dynamically flowing on the screen. Let's also give it a padding of about, let's do 0.25 and rounded dash 2.5 rem. Next, we want to figure out if it's a colorful item or just a regular item. So we can open up a dynamic code block and say if item dot colorful question mark, and then we can say bg dash conic dash gradient, or else we can say bg dash n dash 6 and save it. And of course, let's remove this last dash, and there we go. Now you can see it. So if I expand it, you can see that all 4 of these, or all 3 of these, look a bit pale, whereas this one really stands out, as that's the last thing we have done within our roadmap. So going a bit back, we can continue styling it by styling this inner card, by giving it a class name equal to relative, p-8 for padding, bg-n-8, rounded dash 2 rem, overflow dash hidden, and on extra large devices, we want to bump up the padding to 15. The div within it will have a class name equal to absolute, top dash 0, left dash 0, and a max dash w of full. This is the background grid, so we wanted to absolutely position it so it doesn't take away from the display of the other elements. Then we can scroll down to this div with relative, or rather to this div with flex. Finally, we can give it a max dash w dash 27 rem for the max width, margin bottom of 8, and on medium devices, margin bottom of 20. Then we want to go below the tagline and give it a class name equal to flex, items dash center, padding x of 4, padding y of 1, bg of n1, rounded, and text dash n dash 8. We can scroll down specifically to this div wrapping this image. We can position it a bit better by giving it a minus margin y of 10 and minus margin x of 15. And even after applying those styles, it looks like the layout is still not there. I've had some issues with my divs not closing automatically, as you can see. I had to close them manually, which I haven't done in a long time, so it messed up my UI. And this was a long component. So in case something is messed up with your component as well, no worries, you can go to the description down below, go to the README, and then copy and then paste it right here. The only thing we have to change is this tagline to lowercase l. If we save that, you can see that all of the changes we've done have been successfully implemented. So if we scroll a bit up, we have this grade section that has this item colorful, which applies a BG conic gradient, and then we have 3 additional ones which have no gradient. But all of this looks amazing. And we haven't yet checked it out on desktop, so if I expand it, you can see how great this looks like. It's similar to a bento box that we have seen before, but this time it goes 1, 2, and then again moving 3, 4 right here. It's a very dynamic and interesting layout. Great. And also at the bottom, we have our roadmap. Finally, the last thing we have to do is the footer. we can see how that footer looks like. It's a very simple and minimalistic one. And once again, we utilize those crosses, which we have implemented before. So let's collapse our browser, go back to our app.jsx, and implement the footer. Of course, we have to first create it within the components, footer.jsx, run rafce, and then simply import it right here, like it was always there. Now you can see the footer, which you can navigate into, and we can start implementing it. It will be as easy as turning it into a section coming from /section that will have crosses turned on with a class name of !px of 0. So we're just resetting the styles to 0 right here and using ! for important. And same thing for padding y of 10, because this section is a bit different from our typical sections as it's a footer. Within it, we can have a div that will have a class name equal to container flex. On small devices, justify dash between, justify dash center usually, items dash center, gap of 10. On max SM devices, which is min width of 640, we want to apply a flex column because this is on very small devices. And if we save it, you cannot see anything yet, but now we can add a p tag that can say something like, we can get a new date like this by using a dynamic block and saying new date and then .get full year. This way you don't have to go back and manually update it. And we can say all rights reserved. There we go. If we save it, there it is. We can also add a copyright sign, which you can just Google and then paste over here. That's just the C. And we can add a dot after the year. There we go. We can also style this p tag by giving it a class name equal to caption text-n-4, and on large devices, block. Okay, it's very muted, not in your face, but it's there. And then we want to go below the p tag and form the UL, give it a class name of flex, gap of 5, and flex-wrap. And there we want to map over our social icons by saying socials, imported from constants, .map, where we map over each item, and each item is an anchor tag containing an image with a source equal to item.icon URL with a width of about 16, a height of 16, so it's very small, and then alt tag of item.title. Now you can see all of these social icons. And we, of course, have to give this anchor tag a key equal to item.id, an href equal to item.url, so we can navigate to it, and a target underscore blank. So this will open it in a new tab and not override the current URL. Finally, let's style this anchor tag a bit by giving it a class name of flex, items-center, justify-center, w-10, h-10, bg of n7, rounded dash full to make it into a circle, transition dash colors, and on hover, bgn of 6. So now if you hover over them, you'll have this nice looking transition. This is great. And with that, believe it or not, our footer has been implemented, which means that we are ready to expand our browser and check this out. The crosses are here, the roadmap is here, the footer is here, the navbar is here, and you can click on different parts of the website to scroll through them. You can also click on Brainwave to check out our amazing homepage. Congratulations! You came to the end of this video and you have developed the entire Brainwave application. Now comes the exciting part. We are ready to share our project with the world, which means we need to deploy it to the internet. So to do that, open up your Hostinger dashboard and navigate over to your hosting and domain name for this project. Once you're there, go to File Manager. This will open up an H panel where you'll be able to drag and drop the files of your application. There we go. You can head over to public HTML, delete the default PHP, and we are ready to upload. But the question is, upload what? Well, in this case, we have to run npm run build. And you can see this within your package.json. If you go to scripts, there is a build script. So go to our terminal, stop it from running, and then run npm run build. This will create an optimized production build of our application in just under a second. It will create it under a new folder called dist, which you can see here. Right-click it and click Reveal in Finder or Open in File Explorer. And the only thing you have to do is expand it and then copy and paste everything from here to our H panel. This process should take just under a minute or under a second, and you can go back to our dashboard. Finally, click your domain name. Just like that, in a second, we have deployed and hosted our application and all of the amazing things we have implemented. This is looking great. As you scroll down, you can notice that everything is here and everything works wonderful. We have our pricing, we have our roadmap section, which we have implemented not that long ago, and our footer. And if I click, you can see how fast it loads. And also, we must not forget that it is HTTPS secured, which you can see by going to Security, SSL, and you can see that the SSL certificate has been applied. And with that done, phenomenal job on coming to the end of this video. I'm very proud of you. Since you came to the end, you might be interested in our ultimate Next.js course hosted on jsmastery.pro. The link will be in the description. Now you have built a Vite application, but you're definitely ready to dive into everything that Next.js 14 has to offer. And this is not just React. Some people think it is, but it's more. Many companies use it, but you can end up using it just like good old React, which is not gonna work because your performance won't be good. So in this case, I wanna teach you how to have your performance be at the top levels and through a specially crafted process, where we go through a series of deep dive lectures with a lot of illustrations explaining the ins and outs of Next.js, where you build and deploy a very complex app, and with active lessons where you not only watch the tutorial, but also participate in building it by being given a task, examples, resources, and even hints to develop it. Finally, you'll build the complete Stack Overflow clone, but an even better version of it, a modern Dev Overflow application, which looks and feels amazing. So with that in mind, if you want to dive in and the tech stack of 2024 and beyond, just go to jsmastery.pro and join over 3,000 developers that have already enrolled. With that said, thank you so much for watching this video, and I'll see you in the next one. Have a wonderful day. Ever scrolled through a website and been blown away by its seamless animations and sleek design? What if that website was your portfolio, leaving every visitor impressed and eager to see more of your work? Sounds cool, right? Welcome to a new video where you'll build and deploy a minimalistic yet modern developer portfolio with sleek animations using none other than Next.js. With a modern hero section with spotlights and text animations, latest bento grid design. Here, we went a step further and animated some parts into this grid. For example, this globe is a real 3D globe, which you can move around. Then we have our tech stack right here, some more information about yourself, even some code blocks, and then this nicely animated bottom part that allows your users to copy your email. Moving below, we have a small selection of recent projects. And what's cool about this, and the previous section as well, is that we're not only using Tailwind, we're also using Externity UI, which gives us a lot of these out-of-the-box Framer motion animations. And that makes it look different from anything I've seen so far. Testimonials and companies you've worked with. Also, a section about your previous work experiences, about being a front-end engineering intern, mobile app dev, freelance project, and so much more. And don't forget, if you scroll up, you have this nice bar that pops up
that allows you to scroll to different sections. Moving forward, we have My Approach, which tells employers how you work, starting from planning and strategy to development and progress updates to development and launch. So you're not just doing development, you're doing so much more than that. And a short but sweet footer section. And while you're building this portfolio, you'll learn Next.js with server and client-side rendering, routing and layouts for better performance and SEO, Tailwind CSS for a modern, completely mobile responsive UI, a Sternity UI for sick animations using Framer Motion, and Sentry, monitoring how many people have visited your portfolio. Now, with even better teaching methods, where you'll get a free open source codebase you can look at if you get stuck, and a custom Figma design so you know exactly what you're building. Yep, that's it. Simple, yet stylish. So, are you ready to make this your new portfolio? Alongside this portfolio project, I've also prepared a comprehensive guide on making sure your portfolio has all the sections that it needs and that it stands out. And for the first time ever, there's now a dedicated Discord forum where you can get help if you get stuck building this portfolio. The links are in the description, and it's all completely free. Now, a developer portfolio is not like any other project. It is a career asset designed to showcase everything you're capable of, making you an attractive candidate for any job. And that's why I'll teach you how to go a step further. See, hosting your portfolio on a personalized domain makes you more professional, memorable, and improves your credibility and search engine visibility. So, before we dive into coding, let's get that domain name. I highly recommend Hostinger for hosting your modern portfolio. And right now, they're offering a great deal which you don't want to miss. When it comes to hosting this modern portfolio, I personally go for the premium plan. And here's why it's perfect for this and many other projects. You can host 100 websites with the same account. You get a free domain name, which gives you a professional touch. You get a free SSL for HTTPS security, which creates trust with anyone visiting your portfolio. This deal won't last forever, and because I've partnered with Hostinger, you get an even bigger discount. Once you click the link in the description, click Claim Deal, and Add to Cart. Here, we'll have to choose the period of our hosting. With the crazy discount going on right now, I'll definitely choose 48 months to save the most money. Down below, you can choose your payment method and enter your JavaScript Mastery coupon code, which will give you an even bigger discount on your hosting package. And once you buy it, we are ready to set everything up and get started with building out our portfolio. Let's start with Hostinger's guided setup. We are building a new website, so you can choose Create, and we're building a completely custom website, so we can choose Skip at the bottom. Next, we need to choose our domain. As you can see, I use Hostinger for my jsmastery.pro platform. So here you can type out your domain name. I would recommend something like your first name and last name.com. Something like johndoe.com. And if you purchase the hosting for more than 1 year, you'll get the domain completely for free. Choose it and click Next. The domain is registering. And while that is happening, I quickly want to point your attention to our improved Discord server, where now we have dedicated forums for each video. So if you're building this portfolio and you get stuck, you just go to the forum and ask a question. This is the best way to get help. Now already we are at the next step, where you can choose where your audience is located at, and you can see there's a lot of options. Click Next, and the setup will initialize. While that is happening, just another quick note, and that is that the full code base of the video you're about to build is live on GitHub, so you can check it out right here, and if you don't mind, give it a star. With that in mind, we are redirected to the dashboard of our hosting project. So finally, let's code it out, and we'll deploy it at the end of the course. To get started building our minimal yet modern Next.js developer portfolio, we'll start, as we always do, from bare beginnings, by opening up an empty Visual Studio Code window and creating a new folder on our desktop, and then simply drag and drop it into your Visual Studio Code. Once we're there, we can initialize our project. Now, before we begin, let me show you which software we'll use to develop it. Of course, we'll use React, the library for web and native user interfaces that allows us to use JSX syntax which merges JavaScript with styles and HTML. Directly on top of React, we'll also use the official React framework for the web. Next.js, used by the world's largest companies, enables you to create high-quality web applications with the power of React components. So here, we'll get the speed and performance, while still writing very similar React.js code. To style our application, we'll use Tailwind CSS, a utility-first CSS framework packed with classes that will speed up our styling process. But then we'll power it up with Framer Motion, a production-ready animation library for React, which allows us to play with a lot of different animations. But we won't be using Framer Motion natively, creating all of these gestures, variants, and more on our own. We'll use Eternity UI to make our websites look 10 times more modern. They allow us to copy and paste the most trending components and use them directly in our websites without having to worry about styling and animations. It's completely free and open source, and in today's video, we'll be using many of their most popular components. Almost our entire website will be powered by Eternity components. Everything from scrolls to this globe you're seeing right here, animations, and so much more. After that, we'll have to monitor our application and check for breaks so we can fix them faster. We'll do that using Sentry. And finally, we'll use Hostinger to get our domain name and very fast servers so we can deploy our application and share it with everyone. With that in mind, let's initialize our project. To initialize it, we'll use Next.js's starter. So simply go to nextjs.org and copy the starting command. Back in our Visual Studio Code, paste it, and add / at the end, which will make sure to initialize it in the current repository we're in. Press enter, and we'll have to go through a couple of questions. We would like to use TypeScript in this case, and if you have never used it, no worries, I'm going to show you how it works. We will use ESLint to make sure our codebase is clean. Tailwind CSS, that's a big yes. No source directory, it's not needed. App router, yes. No need to customize things. And in a matter of seconds, our base file and folder structure will be set up. Let's run our application by running npm run dev. Hold Control or Command and press this localhost 3000 URL. It will open up this starting Next.js template. And I put it right here side by side with my code editor so we can see the changes that we make live. And also I will open up a new terminal, as that way we can easily install additional packages later on. For now, let's quickly explore the code base. We have the app folder, which is where we'll spend most of our time. Here we have our favicon, which we can delete as we'll add a new one later on. And we have our globals where we import some base components and utilities. We also have some predefined Next.js styles, which we can completely clear for the time being. After that, we can quickly check the layout. And the layout is responsible for our font. In this case, we'll be using Inter. And here we can add our title and description of the application. I'll say Adrian's portfolio. You can say, of course, your name. And I will say something like a modern and minimalist JS mastery portfolio. Feel free to put whatever you want here. These changes should be visible in your browser's tab for this website. Immediately after, we can head to the page.tsx and delete everything within the return of this page. So let's scroll all the way down. And instead, let's return an HTML5 semantic main tag, which is similar to the div. Give it a div within it. And for now, say something like h1 that will say hello portfolio. If we save that, you should be able to see it on the screen. And let's also give it a couple of class names to check whether our Tailwind CSS is working. Let's give it a class name equal to relative. And by the way, as I'm typing, you'll be able to see which CSS properties are being applied given a specific Tailwind CSS class name. You can also get access to that by simply hovering over it. And this will only work if you install a Tailwind CSS IntelliSense extension. So simply search for it, install it, and it should work. It will also show you some things like classes, like if we do BG black 100 or BG black, it will show you the exact color you're using, as well as all of the CSS properties getting applied. Later on, we'll also use ES7 Plus, React, Redux, React Native snippets. We'll use this to quickly spin up our components, so make sure to install it as well. Now, in this course, I'll also show you how we can customize our Tailwind CSS config. And we'll do that by referring to our complete Figma design at all times. From here, we'll be able to extract colors, fonts, paddings and spacing, and more. You can download this entire design for free. The link is in the description. With that said, let me show you how to add our first custom color. We can go to tailwind.config.ts and we'll want to extend our existing theme. We can remove this background image for now and we'll extend colors. Specifically, we'll extend the black color by modifying the default color like this to #000. So this is a complete black. And then we can add different variants of that black color, such as black 100, and we can make it #000319. This value, of course, we can extract from the Figma design. Now, what this allows us to do is go to page.tsx or any other page for that matter, and refer to BG black 100, which will now give us that color. That way, we don't have to repeat 000319 every time and do that for all the other colors. We can just declare it once and then use it like this every other time. Let's also give it a flex, justify-center to center it horizontally, items-center to center it vertically. We'll switch the orientation by saying flex-call, as in column, and we'll make it overflow hidden, so we don't have those scroll bars. Margin X will be set to auto, so this will allow us to give some space to the middle part of the screen. And then we can also use Tailwind's built-in sizing functionalities for mobile responsiveness, such as SM, which stands for small, and give it a padding X of 10. So this will apply a padding left and right, meaning X because it's on the horizontal axis, only if the media min width is 640 pixels. So this means 640 and up. And we can also give it a padding X of 5 on all other screen sizes. Let's also style this div inside it by giving it a class name of max-w-7xl. This is for max width, and w-full. And within here, we can add our content. So what do you say that we start with our first section of the day? The hero section, with this top title, primary title, another subtitle, and a call to action button to show our work. We can start by creating a new folder in the root of our directory called components. And within components, we can create a new file called hero.tsx. Hero typically stands for the primary section that you see above the fold once you first visit the page. And here we can use that extension if you type REFCE, which will allow us to quickly create a React arrow function with an export. That's coming from that extension, ES7 plus React Redux snippets. If we do that, we can go back here and we can easily import it by saying hero coming from components hero. It auto imported it right here. So let's give this div a class name equal to padding bottom of 20 and padding top of 36. And let's create a div which will act as a wrapper for our first components coming from Aeternity. If you take a look at our final design, maybe it's not so obvious on the mobile mode, but in our design at the top, you should be able to see these spotlight effects, which are beams of light shining to the middle of the screen. It has a very nice visual effect. So let's figure out how to use it. You can navigate over to Aeternity, and they have this pretty cool cert, which now you can find across many websites where if you press Command K, it will open up a search no matter where on the page you are. And this is a huge pro tip. As a matter of fact, this is so important that I will expand my screen and show to you how I use this feature on a day-to-day basis. Like in this case, I want to go here, search for Spotlight, press enter, and here I am. But it's not only for UI. Like if we go back to the official Next.js documentation, press Command or Control K and search for something like server actions. And immediately here you are. And then I would use Command F to find something on the screen, like use server. So this matters a lot. Using your keystroke like Control or Command F and Control or Command K to quickly traverse the docs and find exactly what you're looking for. So going back to Externity, let's look into Spotlight. A Spotlight effect with Tailwind CSS, good for drawing attention to a particular element on the page. Here we can see how it looks like, and right below we can see the installation. I believe most of these have already gotten installed when we installed Tailwind, but just to be safe, and because I know we have to install Framer Motion, let's copy it, go to our terminal, and paste npm install, Framer Motion, and all of these other packages. Then we need to add a util file, which I believe was already added for us by Tailwind CSS, but we can quickly check it out. It should be in utils cn.ts. So if we go here and search for utils, no, I cannot seem to find it. So let's create a new folder called lib, as in library, and within it, let's create a new utils.ts, inside of which we can paste what we just copied. This is just a helper function to make everything work together with Tailwind. After that, the next step is to copy the source code. They don't even need us to expand it. We can just simply press copy right here. And let's see where it needs to go. It's UI spotlight.tsx. So let's create a new folder within components called UI. And this is where all of our Externity or Chat.cn components would go. So simply create a new file called spotlight.tsx and paste what you just copied. You don't necessarily need to understand everything that's happening here, but if you need to change something, you can. We will actually modify a couple of these components later on. And immediately I can notice how it's trying to find utils cn, but I called it lib utils. So it might be better to follow along and do exactly what they say by creating a utils folder and then cn.ts inside of it. So let's do that. Instead of lib, I will call it utils. And then instead of utils.ts, I will call it cn.ts. That way, our Spotlight will no longer complain. And now we can use it within the hero section. So let's use our first Spotlight component by importing it from ./UI. And this is kind of the beauty of Chat.cn and Externity, and that is that you have full control over the components you use. Not like in Material UI or some other UI kits where you have to install the entire library. Here, you only import the code you actually want to use. And another benefit is that to all of the components from Chat.cn or Externity, you can pass native Tailwind CSS classes. So we can position it exactly how we want. Let's give it a class name of -top-40, -left-10. And we can then also further position it on medium devices, -left-32, on medium devices again, -top-20, and then full height by saying h-screen. We're just making sure it looks good on all different devices, and we can give it a fill equal to white. Now, it might be a bit hard to see it on mobile devices, but before we expand it, let's duplicate it 2 more times, and let's also change it up a bit so we have multiple spotlights. For the second one, we will say top-10, left-full, and then we don't need any other medium properties. Rather, I'm going to give it h-80vh, so this is 80% of the vertical height of the screen, and w-50 vertical width of the screen. And fill purple to have a bit of a different color. Finally, for the last one, I'm going to give it a top of 28, not minus top, and I will give it a left of 80 to just position all of them a bit differently. And I will also remove all of the previous styles and give it h-80vh and w-50 vertical width, and a fill of blue. That should give us enough variety. Now, even if we expand this, you won't be able to see anything right here. We can even try to maybe inspect elemented, but yeah, basically nothing is there. So why is that? Well, if we go back to a Sternity documentation and scroll down, you'll notice that we forgot to copy the highlighted spotlight animation into the tailwind.config.js file. So let's copy this entire config, go to our Tailwind config, and paste it right here. Of course, this way we have lost our colors, but we'll bring it back later on. Don't worry about that. Also, if you press Command K and go to Add Utilities, you'll notice that we also need this Flatten Color Palette. We need to add that to the Tailwind config as well. And now we would have to copy this once again and then override our Tailwind config. And we would have to continue adding new stuff every time that we choose a new component. And for that reason, I've already prepared some code in this completely open source repo so we can get started more easily. So if you scroll down to the README section, you'll be able to go to code to copy. And here you'll see that we have this tailwind.config.ts, which includes configurations for all Sternity components we'll use in the future, just so we don't have to copy and paste it every time. So copy it from here and paste it right here. All of this code is not something we write by hand, so don't worry about that. It is just the code coming from Sternity, and also it includes some more colors that I have extracted from the design. Other than that, we also have the globals.css, which will make our styling just a bit easier. So let's copy it and paste it to our globals.css within the app. And later on, we'll come back for the data as well as the assets we'll use throughout the project. Now, as soon as you have updated these files, you'll notice that we have to install some of these additional packages, such as mini svg data URI. So copy its name and run npm install mini svg data URI. We'll also need Tailwind CSS animate. So let's get that one as well. npm install Tailwind CSS animate. And just like that, we are back in action. And I'm not sure if you can see it on the screen, but I can see a light beam coming from top left, moving to bottom right. And on full screen, it's even more visible. It is subtle, but it is there. And it'll be much more visible once we expand our hero section to the full height of the screen. And right below the div containing these spotlights, we want to create another div. And that one will act as our UI grid. And for that one, we'll use a component called grid and dot backgrounds. In this case, we want to use this grid background. So let's switch over to code right here. And let's copy these two divs with a p tag in between. Let's properly open it up. And let's also indent it. If we save that, you should be able to see a grid appear right here. So let's quickly modify a couple of classes by making it h-screen, so it takes the full height of the screen, w-full, on dark, bg black 100. That is our specific variant of black, typically bg white. On dark mode, we have this bg. Let's switch this over to 0.3. I found that to work better with our grid. And right here in this inner div, we can also change bg black to bg black 100. And then we don't need anything in it. We just want to use the background. So we can just make this self-closing. Now, obviously, this is not what we initially anticipated, right? We can see that it actually has a white background instead of a dark one. And that's because Sternity supports both white and dark mode, but our entire application will be dark. So let's use a theme provider to switch it to dark. To achieve that, we'll be using a package called Next Themes. And if you scroll down, you can see that it has 500,000 weekly downloads. And I'll show you how to use it. First, let's install it by running npm i next themes. And then if you just Google Next Themes, you should be able to find a ShatCN dark mode. And you can see that that's exactly what they do right here. So we want to follow the setup. First thing we have to do after installation is create a theme provider. So let's copy this code
go to app and create a new provider.tsx file, and then simply paste it right here. After that, you want to wrap your root layout. So copy this theme provider layout, go to the layout file, and simply wrap your children with it. So we can do it right here within the body. We can, of course, indent it properly and import theme provider from /provider. Next, if you want to, you can add a toggle that will then allow you to switch between a dark and a light mode. But in this case, we can set the default theme to dark and save. Now, if we go back, you'll see that our grid turns dark. So now let's go back to the hero section, and below it, let's create a div that will wrap our heading. Make sure to do it below this div containing our grid. And let's give it a class name equal to flex justify-center. And before we continue adding some other classes to it, let's first add an inner div that will have a class name of max-w-89vw. I found this value to work the best. And then right within it, we can render an h1 that will say something like dynamic web magic with next.js. And let's make this h2 because this will be a subheading. So if we save this, you can see it right here at the bottom. So let's go ahead and make it a bit bigger by giving it a class name and say uppercase. Give it a tracking-widest. This will make it span out. Give it a text-xs, text-center, text-blue 100, and max-w of 80. Now, let's also style our first div that's wrapping all of this by giving it a relative, a margin y of 20, a z index of 10, and now we can style this inner div by giving it a medium device, max-w-2xl, on large devices, max-w of 60 vw, flex, flex-call, items-center, and justify-center. There we go, here it is. Now, we want this text to appear over our grid, not below it, which means that we have to make our grid container a position of absolute. So right here at the end, we can say absolute, top-0, left-0, and we can remove the relative as we're making it absolute. Right off the bat, that will make it appear on top. And let's also make this white grid a bit less noticeable by giving it a 003 color. Of course, you can play with the values and find one that works best for you. Now, if we scroll down, we want to render our primary text to make it look exactly like it does in the design. And it's not just about adding the text, it's giving it its animation. So for that reason, we can go back to Aeternity and we can search for text generate effect. And you can see how that will look like. So let's copy the source code and add it over to components, UI, text generate effect .tsx. Paste it here. And now we can use it right below the h2 by saying text generate effect. And to it, we need to pass two props. And you can even see the props we can pass here. The first one is the class name. And the second one is words. This is a pretty simple and straightforward way to say, hey, what you want to render here. So we can say something like transforming concepts into seamless experiences. And no, this was not written for me by ChatGPT. There we go. Let's also style it by giving it a class name of text-center, text-40 pixels, that's for the size. On medium devices, text-5XL, and on large devices, even bigger, text of 6XL. And now if you reload, you can immediately notice how nicely it flows in. Right below this one, let's render a p tag that will have a class name equal to text-center. And here we can say something like, hi, I'm Adrian, and you can use your name here. Let's also use this apostrophe sign instead of just using apostrophe here. And we can say something like a Next.js developer based in Croatia. Let's also give it some styles, such as on medium devices, tracking dash wider, margin bottom of 4 to divide it a bit, text dash small, on medium devices, text dash large, and on large devices, text dash 2XL. Now let's enter into the text generate effect, this code that we copied, and let me show you how we can modify it directly. Let's first scroll down, and here where you have a motion span, we can make this class name dynamic, just like so. And we can say if index is greater than 3, of course that has to be within a $sign and curly braces for it to be dynamic. So if that is the case, then we want to give it a text purple, and else we can give it the rest of the styles. Dark text white, and typically text black. So we can paste that right here. And in all cases, opacity 0. This will now turn the experiences into purple. Let's also scroll a bit down, and instead of margin top 4, let's give it a margin Y4, which will divide it from the bottom part 2. And let's remove the text 2XL from here. This will make it bigger. So now you know that you can make modifications even to the code that you copy. Finally, in our final application, we also have this phenomenal looking button with this nice effect. So let's implement it too. If you can guess, this will be yet another Aesternity component. So going to Aesternity, let's search for a button, go to Tailwind CSS buttons, and we can pick one that we like. This one has lit up borders, and this one has border magic. So let's just copy it and create a new component within UI called magic button.tsx, and here you can paste the code. Or rather, it will copy just the return value of this button. So we first have to copy it back and create a new React arrow function component. And now we can paste that button right within it and indent it properly. Now, if we go here, we can call that button right below our p tag by wrapping it in an anchor tag with an href pointing to /about, and we can render a magic button. Coming from /magic button, we can pass it a title equal to show my work. And if you do that, immediately you'll be able to see this border magic button. So let's go into it and let's make it a bit more dynamic. First, let's make it accept some props, such as a title, an icon, a position, a handle click, so what will happen once we click it, and some other classes which we might want to pass. And then since we're using TypeScript, we can now define all of those here. Title of a type string, icon of a type react.node or React node, I think it is. Position of a type string, handle click, which is going to be optional, and it will be of a type function that doesn't return anything, so void, and other classes, which will also be optional, and it will be of a type string if we do decide to pass it. So immediately we already are passing the title, so we can accept it right here. Show my work. Great. Let's also style it a bit better. We can give it a value of w-full for full width and change the roundness to rounded LG, which will make it a bit more rectangular. And then we can remove those focus rings. So going all the way here, after focus outline, we can remove those other focuses. I don't think we'll be needing them. We can style it a bit further though, by giving it a medium devices width of 60, on medium devices margin top of 10, and I think that'll do it for now. And we can also style this inner span right here by changing this to rounded LG instead of rounded full. Now it's rectangular. We can change the padding to something like 7 to give it a bit more padding. Padding Y I don't think we'll need in this case. And here we can render some of the other classes if we are passing them. But for that to work, we'll have to turn this into a dynamic template string. And then if we are passing any icons, we can render it either on the left side or on the right side. So if the position is triple equal to left, then we will render the icon right here. Else, if the position is triple equal to right, we will render it right here. Now we're not passing any, so we cannot see it, but this is it for our button. And now to this button, we can pass an icon by saying icon is equal to. And now you could use a regular PNG or SVG here, but I'll show you a better way. There is a great package called React Icons, which features icons from all of the different most popular packages. So you can simply install it by running npm install React Icons. And after that, you can use it by simply importing an icon. So let's import it. I'm going to use an FA location arrow, which is coming from FA6. And we can also declare its position. Let's do right in this case. So now we have this great looking icon, but we do need to provide a bit of spacing here. So let's go into this button and let's add a gap of 2 right here, which will create some spacing. This is looking great. And with that, our hero section is done. So check this out. It looks even better on desktop. I'll reload it and notice how the text slowly comes in, and we can also see some spotlights appear. Although I can mostly see just one, this blue one coming from top left. And if we compare it with the final version, you'll be able to see, well, first of all, that I forgot to add user experiences, which we can do right here, seamless user experiences. But besides that, you can see that here we also have this great looking navigation bar. I'm not even sure if we can call it a bar, as it hides when you don't want it to be there and it shows up when you want to scroll. So it's a pretty cool take on a regular navigation bar. Let's go ahead and implement it. Back in Aeternity, we can search for floating navbar, and we can copy the code, add a new UI component, floating nav.tsx, and paste it right here. This one is a bit longer as it contains some navigation logic. So let's go back to page this time, and let's import it right here, floating nav. To it, we'll want to pass one prop though, and that is nav items. And you can see that clearly right here, the navigation items you want to render in the navbar. And this shows you how important it is to read the docs. And typically, all components you use have some kind of props you want to pass to them. Of course, we're using TypeScript here, so it's very useful to just get an alert that something's not right within your Visual Studio Code. And here you can also see the type. It will be an object with a name, link, and an icon. So let's try to pass one. Nav items is equal to an array of these different items. For now, let's simply say home with a link of / and a React node of something like FA home. If we save this, go back and reload, we cannot see anything yet. And I wouldn't worry too much about that for the time being, as we technically cannot even scroll anywhere. And the way that the floating nav works is that it only appears when you scroll down and then move up a bit, so it allows you to navigate faster to where you want to go. So we'll be coming back to styling this nav further and passing it the right nav items a bit later on, once we add one of the coolest sections of this course. So let's create a new component in the components folder called grid.tsx. And here you can run rafce, and we can import that grid right below the hero. Once it's there, we can navigate to it, and we can use another Aeternity component. This one, it'll be a bento grid, a skewed grid layout with title description and header components. You can go to it by searching Command K and then searching for bento grid. On desktop devices, it has this very cool layout where elements in different rows can take different widths. So let's install it by copying the code and creating a new UI component called bento grid item.tsx. And we can paste it right here. And this component actually exports two components, a bento grid and a bento grid item. So let's import them within our own grid component by turning this div into a section, giving it an ID of about section so we can easily scroll through it, and then immediately importing a bento grid component, inside of which we can render an array of objects with some kind of a title. Let's say title 1, and also a description, which can be description 1. And now we can map over that array where we get each individual item and also an index of that item. And for each one, we automatically return, by automatically, I mean within parentheses, not opening another function block here, a bento grid item. That is that second component which we have imported from Aeternity. Now, this bento grid item does accept a couple of props to it, and we can see that to props, there we go, title, header, icon, and more. So let's give it first an ID, since we're mapping over it, of item.id. Let's give it a key equal to item.id as well, so we don't need an index at all in that case. We can also pass it a title equal to item.title, and we can pass it a description equal to item.description. And we also need to actually give it an ID right here. Let's do ID of 1. Now, we cannot seem to see what's happening now. There is nothing there. So let's get into this bento grid item and see if we can modify the code to make it work with our design. The only thing I want to do for now is give it a border of 2 and border of red 500. Oh, I think it already had a border applied, so we don't need this border of 2. And this red 500 will ensure that we can see it once it appears on the screen. But right now, there seems to be an issue with the ID. It says that we're not accepting it within a bento grid item, so let's accept it. We can say ID and define the type of that ID equal to number. So we know we'll pass a number, and we can also make it something to 1 right here. So now it's better. But that on its own will not make it work. So to fix it, let's modify its styles directly by changing the wrapper div class names. Instead of rounded XL, we can make it a bit more rounded, give it a position of relative, and immediately you should be able to see the card appear right here. And that's good right now because we know that at least we are rendering whatever is in here. But now, where are we actually going to keep this data? We won't really create different objects right here directly within this file. That wouldn't look good, would it? Something like this, where we would have multiple of these cards right here within our code with different titles, descriptions, and more. Especially considering that there's going to be a lot of text within each one of these cards. Some will even contain special elements within it. So for that reason, what I often like to do is create a separate folder within the root of our directory called data. Within that data, we can create a new index.ts, and then within it, we can declare those types of data arrays, such as this one. So let's declare it by saying export const grid items is equal to an array of these elements. So now we can go back here and just import grid items, save it, and immediately the same cards appear, but now our code is looking much cleaner while the data is extracted here, so even a non-technical person can come here and edit something if they really want to, without messing with your code, of course. Unless they do something like this, which means they're gonna break it anyway. But jokes aside, our project will contain a lot of data, like text elements for I'm very flexible with time zone communications, I prioritize client collaboration, and data for all of these project cards, testimonials, work experience, and more. So to save us some time, under the README of this project, code to copy, we'll have this data index.ts, which you can simply copy and paste right here. It will contain all of the data for this project, allowing you to very simply come here and modify something,
Like if you have your project cards, these are right here. There we go. If you haven't built a 3D solar system, but rather something else, you can just change the title, description, image, and it will show up whenever we render it within the code. And within a lot of these, we'll also be using some kind of images. So to ensure that you have access to all of these images needed to build this project properly, the last final thing we'll get from this README are the assets. So you can click here and download it. Once you download it, unzip it, delete the existing public folder, and then simply drag and drop the new one to the root of our directory. And don't press add folder to workspace, rather just copy folder, which will bring it right here, and you'll have all the assets. With that said, we can close our index file, and back within our grid, you'll notice that now we have a series of different title elements, such as I prioritize client collaboration, my tech stack with I constantly try to improve, and other aspects. Now, to each one of these bento grid items, we can also pass some more stuff to customize it further and to get to that truly extraordinary bento grid that you saw in the design. This is the one I'm talking about. So here we'll have different technologies, we'll have a MacBook mockup, we'll have a button to copy your email address, and even some code blocks. So let's pass some additional props and then dive into the bento grid and customize it to our needs. Alongside the title and the description, I want to also pass a class name, which will come from item.className. So how this works is if you go to grid items, you'll notice that I created some of the additional class names that will apply to each one of these grid items. Primarily, it's giving them different columns and row spans, so they take different amounts of space. And you can see immediately this created a very nice bento-like grid. After that, we also want to give it an image in case there is one by saying item.image. And you can notice that we're repeating this item.something many times. So what we can do instead is destructure those values out of the grid items by using the destructuring syntax and then saying ID, title, description, class name, img. We'll also have image, class name, title, class name, and also spare image in case there is one. And all of this should be auto-corrected for you by TypeScript because it knows exactly which properties we have. And if we try to destructure something that we don't have, immediately it will say test does not exist on this grid item type. Great. So now instead of saying item.something every time, we can remove that item and just pass it this. Below image, we'll also pass the img class name equal to img class name. And we can also pass a title class name equal to title class name. And finally, we can pass the spare image equal to spare image or img. Now, you'll notice that it's complaining about this image and some other properties which we're not accepting on the bento grid item. So let's go ahead and accept them nicely so we can put them to use. We'll need a class name, ID, title, description. We don't need this icon. We don't need the header. What we do need is the img class name, the title class name, and the spare img. And of course, we need to define the types of these properties. So we can basically copy them here. And now we can define the type for each one. Most, or basically all in this case, will simply be a string. And all of them will be optional because we don't necessarily need to have them on every one of these cards. And in TypeScript, you indicate that by adding a question mark at the end. And this is not a comma, it's a semicolon. Also, we can properly end this thing right here. We don't need a double close. There we go. So now we have those properties which we can use, and also we have some things to remove, like the header, icon, and so much more. So let's get started with properly styling our bento grid and modifying it to suit our needs. Right now, as you can see, it is broken. So first things first, let's remove this border red 500 that we added before,
And let's also add an additional style property right here. This will be a dynamic style. You can also do this using the CN property. In this case, I'm just going to write it like this and give it a background of RGB 4729. I found this value to work the best here. And I also want to give it a background color, which will be a gradient. Now we need to get this gradient from somewhere. But before we go ahead and get it, let's simply remove this header and icon, as right now they're not really doing a lot. So we can just remove them. If we save that, we should be able to see some cards. But now let's give each one a gradient. For that, you can head over to cssgradient.io. And you can generate any kind of gradient that you want. So you can go to something that matches our theme, something like this. And you can even change this blue one to something a bit darker. It's completely up to you. And then you'll get the background and the gradient, which you can then copy to clipboard and paste it right here as the styles. Of course, you'll have to turn these into strings and remove the semicolon and turn it into a comma instead. Also, it will be background and background color. If we do that, you should be able to see some kind of a background appear. And in my case, I'll use some of the values I created before that looked the best to me. I will also add this to the README down below so you can copy it and have the same gradient as I have. Immediately within this div right here, we want to create a new div. That will look something like this. Div that will have a class name, and here we want to make it a bit dynamic, saying that it's a template string where if the ID is equal to 6, then we will apply it a style of flex and justify center, so only for the 6th item, and typically it's going to have an h-full for all other items. So that will look like this, just a bit different for the last one. And we can also give it an inner div with a class name equal to w-full, h-full, and absolute. We want to put an image right here. So if an image exists, then we want to render an img tag that will have a source equal to img, an alt tag equal to img as well, and it will have a class name equal to cn img class name. So these are the class names we're passing from props, as well as some basic ones like object-cover and object-center. And we do get a warning that using the basic img tag could result in some slower speeds, but we need to do this to have a proper and easy deployment later on, and we'll still ensure the images are optimized. So if you do this, you'll notice that the card 1 and card 6 got this nice looking image. We can also go down below this div containing the image, just below the inner one, and create a new one for the secondary image. To this one, we can give a class name equal to, let's make it dynamic, and we're gonna make it absolute, right-0, minus bottom-5, and only if ID is 5, so only for the 5th one, we also want to give it a w-full as well as opacity of 80. And now within here, if there is a spare or secondary image, only then do we want to render it by saying image, and it'll be basically the same as above. So let's copy the properties. But instead of source image, it will be spare image. Alt will be spare image. And we don't need this CN right here. We're just going to make it like this. Object cover, object center. And to this one, we'll also give W full and H-full. And if we do this, you'll also notice that this image will appear right here. But right now, you cannot see the beauty of it, because these cards are not yet fully done, so they don't have the necessary dimensions to properly show it. But as we continue building it, it will make more sense. Finally, we can go below this div and create another div, but only if we're on the 6th item. So if ID is triple equal to 6, only then do we want to render. And of course, we'll use this animation from Externity UI. Only then do we want to render an animation. And of course, we'll use an animation from Externity UI. You can see this is the one we're going for, and we're going to use it right here in our 6th card. So let's copy the file. We don't have to copy the stuff in Tailwind config. We already have that, but we do need a source code for the background animation. So let's copy it. And back within our code, we can create a new UI component called gradient bg.tsx and simply paste it right here. And now we can use it within here. So let's call it background gradient animation. And within it, we can render a self-closing div with the following class names. Class name is equal to absolute z-50, so it appears on top, flex, items-center, justify-center, text-white, font-bold, and this should be enough for us to already see it. So if we go back, it looks like we'll have to properly import the libutils. So let me put this to the side and go to our background gradient animation and import cn from, I think it's coming from /utils and then /cn. There we go. That's the correct one. And now if we go back, you can see this gradient that we have right here. So let's continue with this div so we can make it look a bit better and more similar to what we want to achieve. And this should be justify center, spelled properly. And for now, we're going to leave it this big. We can definitely come later on to make it look like an actual card right here and not take full window. We'll do that later on, as we have to continue styling the other parts of this card. So let's scroll below this ID 6 and create a new div. This div will have a class name equal to cn, where we first render the title class name. So this will let us know that we're creating a title within it. And we can also give it some additional properties like group-hover. So when we hover over that card, /bento translate x2. So we want to move the text within it by 2 pixels. We want to give it some kind of a transition, as well as a duration of 200 for that transition. We'll make it a position of relative, and also on medium devices, we'll give it a full height, typically min age of 40, flex and flex call, so the elements appear one below another, padding x of 5, typically padding of 5, and on large devices, padding of 10. You can see that now the title will appear a bit differently. If we save that, not a lot happens, but now we can render another div within it, within which we'll render the description. So now we have the inside scoop, I constantly try to improve, and all of that other stuff as well. Let's style that description by giving it a class name equal to, and I actually think we're already using this title and description below, as you can see here. So we can essentially copy the class names for this description and then delete it from here. There we go. It should look something like this. Font sans. Instead of font normal, it's going to be extra light. Text dash, I found this color to work the best. C1, C2, D3. It's a gray color. Text SM instead of XS. We can remove this dark. On medium devices, text XS. On large devices, text dash base. And Z index of 10, so it appears on top. So now our description looks like this. Right below the description, we can render our title. So let's copy this div containing the title, and let's place it right here below the description. And if you're wondering what this group hover bento translate is, it was already coming from an externity component, so you don't have to worry about that. Great. So now we have this title as well. Let's style it a bit. Font sans, font bold. We'll also give it text-lg, to make it larger. We don't need to provide it any kind of colors. I think that should be done by default. We can remove the margin bottom and margin top, and instead we can give it this. On large devices, text-3XL to make it very large. Max-W of 96 and Z of 10, so it appears on top of other elements. So you can see how this looks like right now. Looks great even on mobile, even though the bento grid is designed to be viewed on larger devices. Now, some of these cards have some images and gradients and some exciting stuff happening, but some don't have anything. And the goal is for all of them to have something unique. So for this one, for the second one, for example, we want to show this globe, okay? And for the third one, we want to show the text stack. So now let's start by adding these special elements for each one of the cards, starting with the 3D globe, which you can actually move around, right? It doesn't just move on its own. You can actually hover over it, select it, and move it around. Believe it or not, this will be another Eternity UI component. So simply search for GitHub Globe. You can see it right here. And let's scroll down to the source code. This one, globe.tsx, copy it, and create a new UI component called grid globe.tsx, where you'll simply paste that data. You'll see there's some red stuff right here. And primarily, it wants a couple of imports to 3globe, React 3 Fiber, Three.js, and even this globe JSON, okay? So for this globe, they actually provided a globe.json file, which you can simply click here, and then copy, which will provide some information about the data of this globe. After you do that, you'll have to add it to data folder. So if we go to data, you can create a new globe.json and then simply paste this data right here. Looks like it didn't copy the file for me, so let me do it one more time. Here, oh, this is display. I need to display the source blob. It took some time to load as it's a long one. And then we want to go to the raw file, and now we can copy it and paste it here. It has a lot of lines. This is just geometry and data to display the globe. So that is done, but now we need to install additional dependencies. As you can see, it's 3globe, React 3 Fiber, and more. So let's copy it, and let's simply install all of them here. And in a couple of seconds, our Visual Studio Code should stop complaining because it will get all of the necessary packages. There we go. It's looking good. And now we can simply use that globe right here. If we go below ID 6 and below the title and description, let's indent it properly. We can now create another dynamic part. If ID is 2, then we want to display a grid globe looking like this. And we'll have to import it properly to where we added it. Let's see, where did I put it? Grid globe components UI. Oh, here it is. Not sure why it didn't allow me to automatically import it. Let's see, export function globe. Okay. So if I say globe, will that find it? Yep, globe coming from grid globe. And you can automatically import it. It does say that it's missing some props. So let's go into it. And it wants a globe config in this case. So let's see if we have that globe config somewhere. Well, it seems like we only have the type for it, and we have to create it ourselves. Let's see if they provide information on how to do that. Globe config props. They do give us something, but they don't give us the entire globe config. Oh, but if we go to code right here in this globe demo, there is a globe config there. So let me see, maybe I copied the wrong one, or are they really different? Yeah, we copy this export function globe, which is coming from here. And this one doesn't have it, but this one on top, code, has it. So let's copy this one right here, and this is the usage of this grid globe we have created. So what might make more sense is to call this one just a globe. So this is the actual globe component, and now we want to create a new file called grid globe.tsx, which will be the representation of the globe component within the grid. And here we can paste what we just copied, which contains this grid config that they have, or globe config.
And now we can import the globe coming from UI or coming from just ./globe. And now we should have everything. So going back to our bento grid, we want to import the grid globe. Looks like it doesn't want to auto import it, but we know that it should look something like this. Import grid globe coming from ./grid globe. Oh, and looks like it's a named export. So here, instead of saying grid globe like default, we have to put it in parentheses. And we have to be specific. It's called globe demo. So we can call globe demo and use it right here. Now, if we do that and go back, you should be able to see with Sell Soap, the globe is interactive. Okay, so this is coming from their example, but we want to go into the globe demo and remove some of the stuff that they have said here about soap. We don't really care about that. So in this outer div, let's clean it up a bit and say flex, items-center, justify-center, absolute, minus left-5, top 36. This is just for positioning it. On medium devices, top 40, W-full, and H-full for full width and height. And immediately this looks a bit closer to what we want to achieve. From the second one, we can remove the H-full as well as medium H40. We don't need that. And then we can remove all of these text divs containing H2, P tags, and more. That's going to make it look like this. And here we want to remove this minus bottom 20. Since we removed the height from this container, we have to add it a bit of a different height, something like H-96, which is going to give it about 400 pixels of height. Going to make it look like this. And that gives us access to this full globe. And now that we can see it, we can go back to the bento grid and we can fix the styles of our container to make it not jump out of the card, which matters a lot for this image at the top, for the gradient, but even for this globe right here, which right now is floating above the card and we want it to be within. So let's go to our primary container div and let's check the class names. Row span 1, that's good. Relative, we want to give it an overflow of hidden and save. And already this makes it look so much better. We can still move across it, but now it fits nicely within a card. Great. Now, the next thing we want to focus on is the ID 3, which will be the text stack list div. That will look something like this: React, Express, TypeScript, or you'll be able to type any of the technologies you are proficient in. So let's say if ID is triple equal to 3, then we want to render a div which will act as the container. So it will start with something like this, and it will have a class name equal to flex gap of 1. On large devices, a bit of a bigger gap of 5, W-fit absolute minus right-3, and on large devices, minus right-2. Within it, we can render the text stack list by creating a div with a class name equal to flex, flex-call, as they will appear one below another, gap of 3, and on large devices, a gap of 8. Right within here, we want to render our left list first. So we can say left lists. And this left list is simply an array of technologies which you want to put on the left list. So you can do an array of something like React.js. We can also do something like Next.js and maybe something like TypeScript. And now we can map over those by saying .map, where we get each individual item, and we can simply return something like a span for each one of these, like this. So if you scroll down, you should be able to see React.js, and then the others are cut off, but they're here. We can also give this span a key equal to item, and we can give it a class name. That class name will have a padding y of 2, but on large devices, padding y of 4, and on large devices, padding x of 3. Typically, we also want to have a padding x of 3,
We also are going to give it a text XS like this. On large devices, text-base, opacity-50. On large devices, opacity-100, rounded-LG, text-center, and a BG of hash 10132E. So even if you go back to full screen right now, you can see that the first card looks quite good. The globe card looks great as well. But here, the technologies are still out of the picture. So I noticed that I accidentally closed this div too soon. This div right here is not just for the title, it's for the whole card. So let's copy this ending tag below the div title, and let's move it over all the way until the end. That way we're properly closing all the divs, and now our cards will appear properly and you'll be able to see the text on the left side. Great. With that said, we can go below this left side mapping and we can create just a single self-closing span. This one will have a class name equal to, this one will have a padding y of 4 and padding x of 3, rounded-LG, text-center, and a BG of hash 10132E. If we save it, you should be able to see a new container appear. And now we're going to go below this div right here and essentially duplicate this entire div containing this list. So let's copy it and paste it below, but this time we can use different technologies. So let's say something like, this is going to depend on you, of course, but maybe we can do Vue.js if that's what you're into. We can also do something like AWS or maybe MongoDB. If we save it, you can see those appear right here. But it's not as close to what our final design looks like. You can see we have this empty span here, and on the right side, the empty span is on top to create this dynamic looking effect. So going back here, I'm going to take this span on the right side, which before was on the bottom, and I'm going to put it right here above the map. So now you can see how it moved it to the right side. Great. Now also, I noticed we can make some additional fixes to this primary class name, such as removing this P4. We don't need it here, as our cards already have enough padding. We can remove this dark BG black and dark borders and BG white. All of this is already accounted for by our theme. We also don't need the border transparent, and we can keep justify between, flex call, and space Y4. But we can add a tiny border by saying border and then border-white /0.1. So this will provide a very, very lightish border just so we can see it here. And now these cards look even more uniform. We have this great looking layout. And the first 3 cards are more or less done. This is looking great. Now let's continue working on the rest. If I scroll down to where we close this ID 3, we're going to keep creating some additional stuff for the one with an ID of 6. So if ID is 6, and this is the one with the gradient, if you remember correct, where we'll allow people to copy our email. So let me just show you how that looks like. Do you want to start a project together? Copy my email. Email is copied. And then even some confetti on desktop. So here we can create a div with a class name equal to margin top of 5 and relative. We want to create an additional div within it with a class name equal to, it will be dynamic, absolute, minus bottom -5, right -0. And let's fix this, bottom of 5. Right within it, we want to render a Lottie animation. And we can do that by installing a package called React-Lottie. Lottie provides a lot of React icons and animations we can use. And we also need its types. So we need to say npm install --save-dev at types /React-Lottie. This will make it know exactly what we need to import. And now here we can render Lottie like this and give it options equal to an object of
loop. Now it's gonna loop only when we copy it. So we need to have access to the state of copied. So why don't we create a state? Right here in the bento grid item, I will create a new use state snippet, call it copied and set copied. At the start, set to false. And we of course need to import use state from React. Now let's also properly close it right here, just so it's not complaining. And we're gonna say loop only when we copy it. So when copied, then loop. Autoplay when copied, once again. So autoplay. Animation data will be equal to animation data. And this will be another JSON object which you can add to your data folder. So let's go to data and create a new confetti.json. And you can find this JSON file within the README of this project. Simply paste it here, and it's gonna look something like this. It has all the confetti data. So now we can import it right at the top by saying import animation data coming from add /data/confetti.json. And we can now use this animation data right here at the bottom. Great. Finally, there's one property which we need to provide that's going to make it look better, and that is renderer settings, which is an object where we can add a special property of preserve aspect ratio. And we can say X mid, Y mid, and then slice. I found this to work the best for this sort of animation. We have to import Lottie from React Lottie, of course. And now if we go back, we'll also have to make this a use client component because we have used a use state. So here we can say use client, and this will make it work. Now we can scroll down, go below this div wrapping the animation, because how will we trigger animation if we don't have a button to trigger it? So let's render a magic button, which we have already created before. And to it, we can pass some props, such as a title, which if we have copied, it'll be something like email copied, else it's gonna say copy my email. Icon will be IO copy outline coming from React icons. Position will be set to left. And of course, this IO copy outline has to actually be a self-closing component. We can pass some other classes to make it look better, such as important BG. So we're overriding the BG right here, 161A31. And we can give it a handle click equal to handle copy. So this is a function which we can create to manage the copying of the email. So we can add it at the top by saying const handle copy is equal to, and here you can define your email by saying navigator.clipboard.write text. And here you can paste your email. contact@jsmastery.pro for me. For you, it might be something else. And then we want to set copied to true. There we go. So now if we scroll down, you can see this. Do you want to start a project together? Copy my email. But it's not doing anything at the moment. And also, it's not appearing within a gradient, which is what we want. So let's go into the magic button and let's style it a bit further. Specifically, we're going to give it a handle click right here equal to handle click, which we're passing from props. Or rather, it's going to be an on click to this element. So now if we reload the page, you can see that if you click copy my email, you will get the confetti animation and it will say email copied. Now the last thing we have to figure out is how to put it within this gradient. So let's do that next. We can scroll up to where we specified a ID of 6 first and where we're using this background gradient animation. We can dive into it and then scroll down to this outside wrapper div, which is this one here. Instead of H screen, we're going to make it H full, and instead of W screen, we'll make it W full. And this will make it take the full width and height of the container instead of the screen. Also, instead of relative, we can make it absolute, which will actually show the elements within it. Now we can go back to the bento grid and we can check out if we're properly aligning it in the middle, because right now it seems to be aligned to the left side. So if we check this out, oh, looks like I have a mistake here. Justify center. This should be within this curly brace, like this. So that way we have the ID is 6 and flex and justify center. So we have to properly close it here and then typically H full. And this will center it in the middle. So now this is looking great and we can actually copy it. Let's reload and we do get the animation again. Great. So now if we expand this into full screen, we can see all of these sections in their full glory. We have I prioritize client collaboration, fostering open communication. And if you want to change any of these text elements, you can do so very easily. Just copy it, search it, remove an empty space at the end to find it properly, and you should be able to find it within the data object, where you can completely change any kind of text you want. Then I constantly try to improve my tech stack, very flexible, tech enthusiast with a passion for development, inside scoop, building an animation library, and then we have a copy email right here. This is looking amazing. So with that, we have our hero section, and we also have our bento grid telling people what we do. The next section on our list will be what our portfolio is all about, which is displaying the recent projects we worked on using this very engaging card that folds back and allows you to visit the live website that you're seeing on the screen here. I very much like this effect. So let's go ahead and implement it together. I'll collapse this right here, go back to the current version of the project, exit all of our currently open files. Oh, and I just noticed we don't need this div right here, which we were adding before, so you can simply comment it out within the background animation. Exit the files and just create a new section. The next section will be called the recent projects. So under components, create a new recent projects.tsx, run rafce, import it right here as recent projects, import it, and you should be able to see a text that says recent projects, which means that we are ready to start developing it. Great work so far. To get started with our recent projects, we can remove this text and give this a class name of padding y of 20 to divide it a bit from top and bottom. Immediately after, we can create our first h1 that will have a class name equal to heading, and right within it, we can say a small selection of, and then we can provide a space like this, and then create a span that will say recent projects. Now, if we save it, you can see it like this, but we can also give this span a class name equal to text-purple, just to provide some visual interest. Right below this h1, we can create a div inside of which we'll show our project cards. So let's give it a class name equal to flex-wrap, items-center, justify-center, padding of 4, gap of 16 between the cards, and margin top of 10 to divide it from the title. And right within here, we can map over our projects by saying projects, importing it from @/data.map, where we get each individual project, and we can automatically return something for each project, such as a div, within which we can return a project.title. Let's save it, and you can see the titles for 4 of my projects. Now let's dive into the projects by command clicking it to see what each project has. It's the ID, title, des for description, img, icons, and a link. And now I would invite you to go ahead and change titles, descriptions, and images for your own projects to truly make this your own portfolio, or we can keep building it out together and then you can modify it at the end. With that in mind, let's destructure all of these properties from the projects, such as the ID, title, description, image, icon lists, and link. We can copy that, and then we can automatically destructure them
right here, so we don't have to say projects every time. I'm going to add commas at the end of each one of these, like this, and I will put them in the same line. So that will look something like this. We get the ID, title, des, image, icon, lists, and a link. And we close it and then present a div with a key of ID for each one. And we no longer have to say project.title or project.id. Now it is just title. Great. So now let's give this div a card-like appearance by giving it a class name equal to, on large devices, min-h of 32.5 rem. I found this precise value to work the best. We can also give it a typical height of 25 rem, flex, items-center, so we center them, justify-center, so we center them horizontally. On small devices, W of 96, and typically W of 90 VW, so 90% of the screen. And now we have space for all of these projects. And right within here, we want to render another Eternity UI component. This time, it will be the 3D pin. Why a pin? Because it will pin on this card like this, and you'll be able to click it to go to the desired website. This card or this design is absolutely perfect for portfolio projects because it basically screams, okay, here I have some data and I can enter into that website to learn a bit more about it. Okay, it even points to the URL of where it will take you. A very engaging design. So let's copy the code by clicking here, and let's create a new pin container right here under UI, pin container.tsx, inside of which we can paste what we just copied. And it looks like it's using some kind of a pin container coming from UI 3D pin. So let's see what that is about. Oh, it says we need to copy this component, UI 3D pin. So let's do that by adding a new component to the UI section called 3d-pin.tsx, where we can paste this. And now if we go back, we can just import it from /3dpin. And if we go back into projects, we should be able to use it by simply wrapping everything in here. We can just say pin container coming from UI 3D pin, and we can wrap it like this. And in here, let's render the title for now. If I do that and scroll down, you'll be able to see that it kinda immediately works. But each one of these is in its own kind of space. We just want to have a simple card right here. So let's enter this pin container and let's scroll down a bit. Here we want to remove this BG black as we already have a background. We want to continue down, and under pin perspective, we want to change W96 to W full. And then I just noticed we don't even need this first pin container we have created, as this is just an example of how you can use it. So you kind of wrap it with something, and then you put some stuff within it. So for now, I will delete this pin container, and we'll use just the 3D pin. So now, within this pin container, let's provide more content. Let's first give it a title, and this is where it will point to. So I think for now, let's make it a title of our project. And let's also give it an href, and this href will be where it will point to. So that will be the link of your project, okay? Let's see if it accepts that. Title, href, title, href. It does seem like it accepts both, so why is it complaining? Oh, property children is missing, of course. So let's add the children. I'll create a div right within it. Within that div, we'll create another div, and that will be the wrapper for the image. So here we can render the image with a source /bg.png with an alt tag of bgimg. So if I save this, you cannot see anything yet, but let's also add another image right below this div. And this one will be the image of the project. So source, and it'll be equal to img with an alt tag of cover, or it can also be the alt tag, the actual title of the project, and a class name of z10, absolute, and bottom 0. Great. Let's save it. And even if you reload, there appears to be nothing there. Let's see why that is. If I go into pin container, it wants children right here,
And where is it using that children? It seems like it's trying to render it here. So why is it not showing up where we need it? Let's look into that soon, just after we add the classes to this div within the pin container. We can give it a class name equal to relative, flex, items-center, justify-center, on small devices, W-96, typically W of 80 VW, overflow-hidden, so there's no scroll, H of 20 VH for the height of the card, and there we go. So it was actually missing the height to be able to see the content inside of it, and now we have 4 of these great project images. Of course, you'll be able to use your own later on. We can also give it on large devices a bit more height, like H-30 VH, and margin bottom of 10. Now within this inner div, we can give it a class name equal to relative, W-full, H-full, overflow-hidden, and on large devices, rounded-3XL. And then we can give it a BG of #13162D. So now it's going to look like a card. It's hard to notice it now, but we'll be able to notice it later. Finally, let's add a title right below this div containing the images. It will be an H1 that will say title, as simple as that. Now let's style it as a title by giving it a class name equal to font-bold. On large devices, text-2XL. On medium devices, text-XL. Typically text-base, and line clamp 1, so it means that it will not go into 2 lines, even if it needs to expand. Below that H1, we can render a p tag that will render a description, and we can give it a class name equal to, on large devices, text-XL. Let's fix this class name first. On large devices, font-normal, font-light, text-SM typically, and line clamp of 2. So you can extend to 2 lines. There we go. So this is now looking very nice and uniform. And finally, let's create the bottom part of this card, which should look something like this, where we have these technologies and also check the live side button. We can do that by creating a new div below this p tag that will have a class name equal to flex, items-center, justify-between, because we want to have content on both left and the right side, margin top of 7, and margin bottom of 3. Within it, another div with a class name equal to flex and items-center. And finally, within here, we can map over our icons or technologies for that project. So we can say something like icon lists, which we're destructuring from each one of these projects, dot map, or we get an icon. And then for each icon, we return a div that'll have a key equal to icon, because each one is unique, a class name equal to border, border-white over in square brackets 0.2, and right within it, we can display an image, img, that will have a source equal to icon with an alt tag of icon and a class name of p-2. So if now we save this, you can see all of these technologies. Typically, these should be circles, right? So let's give it a rounded-full property. That's good. BG-black. On large devices, W of 10 for the width. On large devices, H of 10. And on smaller devices, W8 and H of 8. And this should be enough for all of them to become circles. We can also give it a flex, justify center, and items center, which will center it vertically and horizontally within those circles. Let's also give it a special style property, which will say dynamically translate x minus 5 times index times 2, and then outside of that, px. And then we get the index right here. So this will move each one by some multiple of the index. Let's properly spell index here, and let's save it. it looks like I didn't properly close it. So inside of style, I am missing a transform property that we then assign to translate. And if I save this, if we reload, they're appearing one on top of another, which gives for a very cool visual effect, like they're all together within this project. Very cool. Finally, right outside of this div containing all the icon lists, we can create another div which will say checkout live site. So let's create a P immediately, check live site. And below it, we can render a FA location arrow, import it, and give it a class name of MS for margin inline start of 3. And we can give it a color of hash CBACF9. That's going to look something like this, check live site. We're using the same purplish color we're using right here. And now we can style this div with a class name of flex, justify-center, and items-center. There we go. Finally, let's style the p tag by giving it a class name of flex. On large devices, text-xl. On medium devices, text-xs, and typically text-sm, and also text-purple for the color. This will make it a bit smaller and it will look good. Now you can notice that when I hover over the project, there seems to be quite a long title right here appearing. So instead of the title, maybe we show the URL right here in the pin container. So the link can also be the title, which kind of makes more sense in this use case because it tells you where we're going after we click on this card, which is pretty cool. I think that's how it should be used. And believe it or not, with that, we're done with what you could argue is the most important section of our portfolio, the project section. So if I open it up on full screen, this is how it looks like. And this is how it looks like on the final design. It is a big difference, right? Here, the projects are much larger. And here, they're kind of more neatly packed together. So let's quickly fix that. Here we have this div which is containing everything. And within it, we have the div containing only the projects. So to fix it, let's first look into this outer div below the H1, this one here. It's wrapping everything, it has the padding, but we can just give it a bit of a different horizontal gap rather than a vertical gap. So gap X of 24, we can have more space, but gap Y of just 8, so a bit lower, like this. This will change the gap dynamics. And now we can also modify this div within the projects by giving it a small property of h of 41 rem and typically h of 32 rem. So we can override our previous 25 to give it a bit more space. Also, on small devices, we can give it a width of 570 pixels. So a bit more than before. And this will make it more spread out across the screen. But of course, now we have to fill that space somehow, so we can also modify this card within the pin container by giving it on small devices a width of 570 pixels. This will make them much bigger and much more powerful, typically width of 80 VW. On small devices, we can give it a height of 40 VH and typically a height of 30 VH. On large devices, we can remove this one right here and keep it margin bottom of 10. Great. So now they're looking much more similar as they do on the final website. So now that we have a couple of sections ready, and this is maybe the most important one, we can also implement the floating navbar, or at least the links, so we can actually scroll down to the project section. To do that, we can go back to the original homepage, and you can see the structure for our links. The only thing we have to do now is remove this array and use the constants, nav items, coming from @/data. This one includes links to about, projects, testimonials, and contact. So let's save it. And as soon as you do, if you scroll down and then up you should be able to see different parts. We can remove the login at the end by heading into the floating nav and then scrolling down and removing this login button. There we go. And we'll also have to make some small modifications as now it looks a bit narrow. So let's go to the top of the JSX and to the class names. Let's change rounded dash full to rounded LG. Let's remove this dark border as well as the dark background and BG white. We don't need that. And we can change padding right to padding X of 10. We can also remove these and add a padding Y of 5. So now it has a bit more space, but it doesn't have any background or a border. So let's add a border white over 0.2 inside of square brackets. This will give it a nice tiny border. And we can remove this border transparent as well. Let's give it BG of something like black 100. Okay, that's good. And if you want to, you can make this rounded full. It's really a personal preference, depending on whether you want to have a pill-like shape or a rectangular-like shape. I think this is good. Now let's see if all our links are pointing to right things. If I click About, it points to About, which is great. If I click Projects, it doesn't point to projects. So let's go back to the recent projects, and let's give this div an ID equal to projects. If we do that, and now scroll to projects, you can see that it works. Great. And this is a pretty cool navbar because it only shows when you actually need it. Like if you're scrolling down, it means you want to see more, but if you go back up, it means you want to see something specific. So we're going to make it work for testimonials and contact later on as well. Great. With that said, we have now completed the most important sections of your portfolio. The dynamic homepage that has animations, the About section, which is incredibly unique. I mean, I haven't seen something like this in a long time. And also a small selection of your recent projects where people can click them and check out their live site. And with this many features completed on your developer portfolio, it's important to ensure a smooth user experience, optimized performance, and just in general, showcasing that you're using all the best practices of developing applications. For that reason, we'll use Sentry, an enterprise-level application monitoring software that allows you to fix your portfolio very quickly if it breaks. And specifically in this case, will also enable your users to share when they experience something unexpected with the site. We'll integrate this model that will allow them to provide you direct feedback. And this matters a lot because you're showing to whoever is looking at your portfolio that you know how to implement best practices to your apps. So let's get started with integrating Sentry. Click the link in the description so you can follow along and see exactly what I'm seeing, and then either sign in or get started. Sign up using your preferred method. And if you've used it before, you should be able to see the issues happening on your other projects so you can fix it and check out the projects you've done. But if you haven't, you should be able to see the onboarding. And there's a trick to get to the onboarding even if you've used Sentry before. Just copy your current URL and instead of projects, say onboarding. That'll show you this Welcome to Sentry integration guide. Click Install Sentry, choose your framework, in this case Next.js, and configure the SDK. We can follow the commands and install the Sentry wizard by pasting this command in the terminal. It will ask us whether we want to proceed, to which we can say yes. And now it's going to ask us a series of questions. This wizard will create and update files. Okay, that's good to know. So let's continue. We'll use the Sentry SaaS version. We do have a Sentry account. It'll try to automatically log us in. We can select our Sentry project, and it will install all the necessary dependencies. This is a pretty cool feature that allows you to avoid ad blockers. If you want to use it, that's okay. But for now, we're just going to press no and proceed with the default options. We'll use yes for this one, yes for CI/CD tools, and then you'll be given the Sentry auth token, which you need to copy. And let's immediately store it somewhere for later on. For example, in the .env.local.
file, and we can paste it right here, Sentry auth token, and then we can continue. And the project has been successfully set up. That means that Sentry has set up everything for us. Everything from their client configuration guides to this instrumentation file, and even a global error example, which allows us to trigger an error to see if everything works. So now let's click the next button right here. And it looks like I connected this Sentry instance to one of my previous projects. But that's okay, I don't mind it. In your case, most likely you have a new clean project right here. As a matter of fact, it's even better that I have all of these previous issues, events, and all the data right here loaded, as typically it can take about 15 minutes for all the data to show up. So for you, it might take some time. So right now I can guide you through everything that I already have here, and then you can get back to this page later on and see it for yourself as well. One thing we need to do is we need to go to this page that was created for us. Sentry example page, I think is the URL. Yes. So if you go to your portfolio and navigate over to Sentry example page, you should be able to see a page that looks like this, and you can click throw error. And you can see the error was thrown, Sentry example frontend error. This now means that we should be able to catch that error under our issues. And if I reload, here it is, Sentry example frontend error. You should be able to see just this one if you have a new clean project. Now, what Sentry allows you to do is to track the operating system, the browser, the device, and a lot more information about the error that was thrown, such as the entire session replay of what the user was seeing when the error happened. This is incredibly useful because when your users are browsing your portfolio in production, it's hard to know what's going to happen on their side. But with this, you can very easily see the error and debug it because you're also getting the complete breadcrumbs of the event and all of the information coming from the console. Some of the other things we have here are queries, where you can see what your users are doing, also requests they're making, web vitals, which matters a lot for a portfolio. So here you can track how much time it takes for the website to load, replays that we have discussed so far, where you can see if people are clicking something that is not working, or if they're clicking something many times, which is considered a rage click. That's not good. It means that your user experience is not as it should be. And in the dashboard, you can also see a lot about what they're doing, what kind of experience they're having, which pages load the slowest, people from which countries are visiting your portfolio, and much more. But what I want to explore further right now is this user feedback feature, which allows you to create bug reports so that users can let you know about sneaky issues right away. And every report will automatically include related replays, tags, and errors. So let's set it up. I believe we have already installed this, and we have to add a special integration called Sentry.feedback integration. So copy this, and let's search for this Sentry.init within our code. So if I go here and search for Sentry.init, you can see it in 3 places: client, edge, and server. In this case, they give us an alert saying that it must be added to client config. So let's go to the client. And I believe we can just add integrations if we don't already have any. Oh, we do have a replay integration. So now we can just add a feedback integration. And the color scheme can be dark. Now, if we go back to our portfolio and go to localhost 3000, would you look at that? There is a report a bug button, which matches our color scheme very well, where people can leave their name, email, description of the bug. For example, let's see if we can find a bug on our current website. I mean, this is technically not a bug, as somebody only needs to copy your email once, but let's say they copy it and they forgot they copied it and they want to click this again. No more confetti again, right? Again, not a bug, but you can implement a refresh after every couple of seconds. So let's say this user doesn't like that. And we can say email copy button doesn't work. And we're going to leave many exclamation marks like an angry user.
We can also add a screenshot, but I believe it's not necessary. Let's see how that works. Oh, very cool. So I can just select it from my screen immediately, and it will target this part of the page, okay? And we can send a bug report. Oh, that's it. Thank you for your report. Let's see how much time it takes for us to get the user feedback. I reload, and here it is. Email copy button doesn't work. Let's click it. You can see the screen they were seeing when they gave that, their URL, and also the entire replay. Of course, the numbers and letters are hidden here for privacy, but you can see exactly what the user was seeing on the screen when the error happened, as well as their browser, name, extension, version, and more. I mean, this is amazing. Typically, you would have to go back and forth with the user, asking them what their browser was, what their operating system was, and more. And here, you just get this error. In this case, I'm not going to mark it as spam, but I will mark it as resolved. As I said, it's not really a bug. But with that said, Sentry is amazing. I reloaded the page, I can move up and down, and Sentry is tracking some of the events right here. That's a pretty cool thing. So if you want to track how many people clicked show my work or clicked contact, you can do that as well. All of the events will be shown under replays and the requests. But with that said, let's continue building out our phenomenal portfolio. Next on our list, kind words from satisfied clients. To start developing it, I'll scroll down, navigate over to the homepage, and create a new section under components called clients.tsx, where we can run RAFCE, and then we can simply use that component right here, clients, and we can import it, go into it, and start developing it. Our client section will start in the same way that our project section started. So we can quickly go to recent projects and just copy the first div, h1, and even the opening tag of the div below. And then paste it right here and properly close all the divs. That is one, and I believe we need one more. There we go. So now let's indent it properly and let's save it. Instead of saying a small selection of recent projects, we can say something like kind words from. And then we can say something like satisfied clients. And also we can add a space right here, I believe. There we go. That's good. Right below, we have flex. We don't have to wrap it here because we don't have any elements within it, but we will make it flex-col as we want to show elements below. Items-center, and then we don't need anything else in this case. And within this div, we can start showing those cards. Of course, these are the ones I'm talking about. And if you can guess it correctly, they're coming from Aeternity. So let's go here and let's search for infinite moving cards. This is what we need. And we can copy their code base, infinite moving cards. So copy, or let's see it right here. Yeah, this is the card. So we can create a new component under UI called infinite moving cards.tsx and paste it right here. At the top, we need to fix this to /utils/cn. And now we can use it right here within this div by creating a new infinite moving cards, close it. It is a self-closing component. And it accepts a couple of props, such as items, which need a quote, a name, and a title, a direction, and speed, and some optional parameters. So let's say items is equal to testimonials coming from data, direction is equal to right, and speed is equal to slow. Let's save it. And if we go back, right off the bat, you can see some cards moving right here. This is the default styling coming from Aeternity UI. We can wrap it within an additional div right here. So let's put it inside. And let's give it a couple more properties, such as a class name equal to h-50 vh, like this. On medium devices, h-30 rem, rounded-md. That'll make it look like this. Flex flex dash col, so they appear one below another. Anti-aliased, this will help with the way that they move. Items dash center, relative, and overflow dash hidden. And now with that, we can move into the infinite moving cards and we can style them to our liking. So let's go to the JSX part of things right here. And let's scroll down to this UL right here and change the gap to 16 to give it a bit more space. Then we can go into each individual list item and let's change the medium width from 450 to about 60 VW. So 60 vertical height. This will give it a bit more space. Also, we can change the general width to about 90 VW, much more than before. We can also make this border slate 800, so a bit darker. And we can modify the padding X8 to just padding of 5, and on medium devices, padding of 16. So it's styled a bit differently. Now, as before, we can generate a specific linear gradient, okay? And in our case, a bit of a darker color might work better. So I believe we have already used this linear gradient somewhere. So if I search for linear gradient, let's see, we used it in the bento grid. Yep. So we can copy this same one we have used before, and we can paste it right here under background and save. And with that background color, we also just had a background. So let's copy that as well. Make a new property of background and make it this, and then this is going to be a background color. If we save it, you can see now it kind of matches our design a bit more. And by default, if you hover over it, it stops. That's great. And in this case, we can change the key to IDX because sometimes our names are repeating of these testimonials. Okay, let's modify the text a bit. This span element right here, let's change the color to text white and also text LG to make it a bit larger. Here we go. Let's also add a new div right here above the name, above the span of name for the profile photo. So that will be a div with a class name equal to ME. So this is margin inline end of 3 with an image. So IMG of source is /profile.svg. Of course, you can make this dynamic per each of the users, and we can give it an alt tag of profile. We can change the text color to text white one more time. And instead of font normal, it can be font bold. And also let's make it text XL, so extra large. Finally, we can change the text of the item title to text-white-200. You can see that now it looks completely different. You can see this profile photo right here. You can see the name of the person, but it looks like it's jumping out a bit. So it looks like not everything fits on the screen. Whereas on the finished website, this is how it looks like. So let's play with that a bit. We can go to the topmost div, this one right here, and we're going to change the max W7XL to W-screen, which will make it expand over the entire screen. There we go. That's much better. So now we can see that a lot of this actually fits, but still it looks like this bottom part is jumping out of the card, whereas on the finished one, it fits and it has much more width. So let's scroll down. I think it should be either in the UI or the LI right here. The LI has a W of 90 VW, which seems good, and a max W of full. So yeah, this looks good to me. But if we scroll down, here we have two separate spans and we want to add them together. So I'll create another span, which will wrap those two, which is the name and the title. And this one will have a class name equal to flex, flex-col, and a gap of 1. And now that I think about it, this span should have been a div. So let's just make it a div, not a David, just a div. And it looks like you have to reload every time for this testimonial section to see the changes. So if I do that now, it's looking better, but still not quite there yet. It's possible that our text is just a bit too large. So right here on item.quote span, we can give it a text-sm, and then on medium devices, text-lg. I think this will make more sense. There we go. And now we have a card which is much more similar, if not exactly the same, as on our finished website. This is great. It looks like we just need some more spacing between this section and the bottom section as well. So if I go back, this is looking great. And we can go back to our infinite moving cards. And I believe we don't even need this div that's wrapping the infinite moving cards because we already have it within it. So we can remove it here. And let's make sure we don't have an extra div. Save it, reload, and let's see how it looks like. That's good. Looks the same as before. Right here on max LG devices, we can also give it a margin top of 10. That's good. And now we can start crafting a section right below it, which will be within this same div. So let's do it right here. A div within which we want to wrap over our companies. So we can do that by saying companies dot map and make sure to import it from the data object, where we get each individual company with its ID, image, name, as well as name, image. And I think that's it. Right within here, we can create a div. And it looks like I didn't properly open or close this function block. So let's do that right away. And let's give this div a key equal to ID and a class name of flex. On medium devices, max-w-60, typically max-w of 32, and a gap of 2 between the elements. And this section you would use if you have worked with some companies before. So we can add an image and add a source equal to img with an alt equal to name and a class name equal to, on medium devices, w of 10, otherwise w of 5. And if we save that, you should be able to see some company logos appear, but we can also duplicate that image and show their whole name img. So companies typically have a shorter logo and then a larger name of that company. And we can make it a bit larger, such as on medium devices, w of 24, and typically w of 20. So now you can see what I meant. And we can also style this outside div to make it look better by giving it a class name equal to flex. That's going to make them show in a row. Flex-wrap, so they show in multiple rows if necessary. Items-center to center them vertically. Justify-center to center them horizontally. A gap of 4 to create some spacing. On medium devices, a gap of 16, so even larger. And on max LG, margin top of 10. So this means it will show on smaller devices to divide it from the testimonials. And if you haven't worked with any companies so far, you can leave this section off, or you can maybe put the logos or names of your applications you have developed. Be creative. But as a last resort, you can just remove it. With that in mind, we have concluded our client section. So let's check it out on full screen. There we go. I think I need to reload for the speed to take effect. There we go. So it's much slower. And if you want to read it, you can just hover over it to stop it. And of course, here you would put your own testimonials you've received from other people that have either worked with you or you've worked for. That's always a great idea. Whenever you're working on a project, collect testimonials from people that you work with. It gives other people a sense that you know what you're doing and that people actually liked working with you, which matters a lot. So yeah, now we have the satisfied client section and we should be able to easily scroll to it. Well, we cannot right now, but if we give this client section an ID of not projects, but rather testimonials, and now if we select it right here, you can see how nicely it scrolls to it. This is great. The next section on our list is my work experience with these cards that have a moving light appearing on them. And you notice how this section didn't take too much time to develop. That's because we are reusing just one single component and then moving through it. Same situation happens right here. So let's go ahead and let's get this section developed. We can start by going back to page and creating a new component, which we can call something like experience. So let's go to components and create a new experience.tsx section where we can run RAFCE, import it and use it right here, experience coming from components, get into it, and we should be able to see experience at the bottom. So let's get started. First, let's copy the heading from the client section. That includes the div with the h1 and the first opening div as before. We can paste it right here and properly close the two divs. There is one and there is two. Now, if we save this, instead of kind words from our clients, we can say something like my, and then in a span, we can say work experience. There we go. Make sure to include a space right here. And then below that, we have a div with the rest of the content. So this one doesn't necessarily have to be flex. We can just give it a W full for full width, margin top to divide it a bit from the top, and then we'll make it a grid, okay? On large devices, we will have 4 columns. So grid calls 4, and on mobile, we'll have just grid calls 1. And then a gap of 10 between each one of these work experiences. We're talking about these cards, of course. So let's map over them. I'm gonna say work experience dot map, where we're gonna map over each one, each card, and for each one return a button. So in a way, we can make them clickable if you want to. This will temporarily break our application, but that's okay, as we want to use an externity moving border component, okay? A border that moves around the container. It can be used for buttons or cards. So let's copy its usage right here. And let's create a new component called moving borders.tsx and paste it right here. You'll notice that it has an export called moving border, and at the top of that, it has an export called button. So let's go back here and let's import the button from UI moving borders, and we can provide something within that button, such as a div, and within the div, we can provide the image. That will have a source equal to card.thumbnail, an alt tag of card.thumbnail2, and a class name equal to, on large devices, W of 32, on medium, W of 20, and typically a W of 16. So now if we save this and go back, scroll all the way down, you should be able to see 4 cards that look like this. They have images within them, and you can see this animation happening, which looks great. Since we're mapping over those buttons, we need to give them an ID. So let's expand it, and let's say key is equal to card.id. You can also provide some other properties, such as the border radius may be a bit larger of 1.75 rem. Let's see. Okay, not too big of a difference. And we can also give it some additional class names by saying class name is equal to flex-1, text-white, border-neutral, -200, and on dark, border of slate 800, which is what we care about. You can also play with the durations a bit by making it random, by saying duration is equal to math.floor, math.random, and then times 10,000 plus 10,000. I found those values to be very random, and they seem to work great for these cards. So you can see now it's moving a bit slower, and they're moving at different paces, and it just looks a bit more engaging. Again, if you prefer the regular one, that's okay, but we can also make a decision later on once we conclude the look and feel of the card. So let's do that by giving this div a class name equal to flex. On large devices, flex-row, Otherwise, flex-call. On large devices, items-center, padding-3, padding y-6. On medium devices, padding of 5. On large devices, padding of 10, and always a gap of 2. This didn't do anything just yet, but as we add more elements within this div, it will position them nicely, such as this div. We can give it a class name equal to, on large devices, margin s, so that's inline start of 5, and within it, we can render an h1, within which we can render a card title, and below that, we can also render a p tag that will render a card.desc, which stands for description. There we go, but this looks quite bad right now, so let's style them a bit by giving the h1 a class name of text-start, text-xl, on medium devices text-2xl, and font-bold. So this will make it even larger. There we go. And we can also style the p tag by giving it a class name of text-start, text-white-100 to change the color a bit, margin top of 3 to divide it from the title, and font-semi-bold to not make it as bolded as the title. Great. So now we need to dive into this button and style it further. Or it's not going to be a button in our case, it will be a card. Starting with this component class name, we can remove the h16 and w40, and instead we can add on medium devices call-span-2. This will make it span across 2 lines on larger devices, and immediately as we removed the w40, now it takes much more width. So it fills out the entire space and already looks so much better. And that was the only change we needed to make. So you can see how a Sternity UI is pretty cool in a way that it allows you to not install the code, but just copy and paste it, and therefore you can change it. Still, if I had to give feedback to a Sternity, I would prefer to have a CLI integration like ShadCN, where I can just install this component and it automatically gets added to my code base. It would make things just a bit easier rather than having to go here and then copy all of these parts. But with that said, we're now done with our experience section. So let's check it out in the full screen, and it looks amazing. This was actually so simple to implement. You can see how some of the starting parts like this navigation bar or this hero section or especially this bento grid took us a bit more time, but this project section and the testimonials and even the work experience was super simple to make. So with that in mind, the next section that we can work on after the experience is the My approach, which uses these very interesting cards to show different phases, 1, 2, and 3. Look at that animation. Let's implement that next. Back on our page, we can create a new component called approach or process, whatever you prefer, .tsx, run rafce, and simply import and use it right here, approach. It's going to say approach at the bottom, which means we can get into it and start implementing it. For that, we'll use a Sternity's canvas reveal effect, a dot background that expands on hover as seen on Clerk's website. That's good. So we can scroll all the way down, and here we can get the canvas reveal effect. So let's copy it and create a new UI component called canvas reveal effect.tsx and just paste it here. That is good. Here we have that canvas reveal effect component. And then we can scroll all the way up, and directly within the approach, we can copy the code of how we can use this card and the canvas reveal effect. So let's copy it and paste it right here within this div. You'll notice we need a few things. We need a card and also a canvas reveal effect. The canvas reveal effect we already have coming from this file, but where is the card coming from? We copied just the JSX part right here, but what we didn't see is that right below it was the card as well as the icon. So it might be better to just copy the entire thing and paste it right here. So now we have everything, and we can just do export default and call it approach as we did before. So const approach is equal to an arrow function that we can export default at the bottom. So export default approach. But now we also have a card component right within here. Let's collapse everything so it's easier to see it. Icon, a Sternity icon, we have a card, and finally we have the approach. And we can import this components UI canvas reveal effect as we have already copied that, and it's coming from add / components / and I think it was the canvas. Let's see, canvas reveal effect. Yes, so it's / UI / canvas reveal effect. And now we should have everything to show our cards within this approach. So going back to our portfolio and reloading the page, you can see 3 cards appear right here with some names. So let's turn it from this to this, where it says my approach with different phases. First things first, we can wrap everything as a section and give it a class name equal to w-full and padding y of 20. Then within it, we can create a new h1 where we can give it a class name equal to heading, and it will say my, and then a span with a class name equal to text-purple, something like this, that can say approach. And of course, we have to properly close it. There we go. That was supposed to be better if we could actually see it, but we cannot see it yet. I reloaded and it appeared right here, which is good. Now let's modify the styling on this div. Instead of padding y of 20, I'm going to do margin y of 20. Flex column, on large devices, flex row. This is all good. We don't need the BG wide and dark and so on. We just need a gap of 4. That will provide a bit less gap between the elements. And then we're rendering an Sternity card. It has a title, it has an icon, and within it, it renders a canvas reveal effect. And that happens 3 times. You could potentially just map over the data and then show different things, or you can just keep it as it is. For now, I'll just keep it as it is and put everything in a new line so we can easily see what is happening. There we go. Radial gradient for the cute fade, okay. And then this is the last card. Also has a title, icon, and a card. Great. So now we can modify the data and the look and feel of these cards. Let's do the data first. The title of the first one will be something like planning and strategy. If we save it, nothing happens yet, but if I hover over it, you can see how nice that looks like. The icon will be just a regular icon, but we're going to also pass it an order equal to phase 1. And then we can go into this Sternity icon, accept this order as a prop. You can call it anything, like a title as well, and give it a type of a type string. And then we can use it right here below. So no longer will this be just an SVG like it is right now. It will be a div that will render a button coming from Sternity UI. So we can go here and search for button, and you can choose any kind of button from here. I like the one with the border magic, which is this one right here, and you can just press copy. When you do that, you can put the button right within the div, like this, but it looks like I got the invert one instead of the magic. So let me just go to the magic one. There we go. And copy it and paste it. Yeah, that's the one. It has a couple of spans and some more stuff happening. So if we go here, you can see the border magic, as simple as that. And here we can render the order. By order, I mean kind of like 1, 2, 3. For the first one, we're passing phase 1, and for others, we're not passing anything yet. If you want to, you can style it further, but this looks good enough for me. So let's close it and let's go back up. Let's pass other phases. So order is equal to phase 2. And then here we can give an order equal to phase 3. There we go. Next, we can give each card a description, and you need to add it to a card, not here to the canvas reveal effect. So expand it and then say description is equal to, and then you can add it right here. Now you can get it either from the deployed website or even better from the final Figma design, which you can find in the description. Simply copy it, and I will repeat this process for all of the cards. Added one description. This is phase 2, and we will also add the description right here, equal to, let's copy it. And let's also add the title as well. So I will copy the title, override it. And one last is remaining card with a title of development and launch and a description right here. Description is equal to this one right here. This is looking great. Now, by itself, this will not read the description as the card doesn't know what a description is. So let's dive into the card and modify it to accept a new prop of description. Let's add it. Description is equal to a type of a string. And right below the title, right here, we can replicate this h2, change it to description, and we'll have to modify a few styles. Let's make it text-sm instead of text-xl and save it. Okay, this is better. Let's also give it a style property with a color of hash E4ECFF and also a text-center class name. If we do this and you hover, this will look better. We can also center the title by giving it a text-center property. And we can maybe make it even larger by giving it a text-3xl property right here instead of simply XL at the top. So now that will look something like this. That's better. And we can change the dimensions of the card a bit by scrolling up all the way to this primary div. Here we can say on large devices, give it a height of 35 rem. We can remove this relative and give it a rounded -3XL. This will make the cards smaller initially, but they'll be big on larger devices. This is good. We can also try to center this phase button by going right here. And you can see the icon. We'll need to use absolute positioning to center this. So let's say absolute right here after the translate Y4. Let's give it a top dash 50%, left dash 50%. It has to be inside of square brackets. And now we can also use a translate. So translate dash x dash and then 50% like this. Oh, we have to do -50% right here. And also translate dash y dash -50% like this as well. And now it is properly centered. This is looking great. We also don't need this radial gradient for cute fade, as I don't really see too big of a difference. Yeah, I think we can remove this part. If you want to, you can change the colors, the dot size, and more. But for now, I'm okay with those. And with that said, our approach phase seems to be done, at least on mobile. But let's check out desktop, or full screen in this case. Yep, this is looking great. Love it. We have this nice animation, and you can specify different phases within your project that you're working on. If you want to, we could make these just a bit larger, so it's easier to see phase 1, 2, and 3. So let's go to our button. Yeah, that's right here. And let's make it a text-2XL.
We can add that to the span element right here, text dash to XL. We can remove the text small. And we can also make it bold since we have increased the size. So font dash bold instead of font medium. And here we can also give it a bit more padding X of 5 and Y of 2 to accommodate for the larger font size. There we go. This is beautiful. The next thing we can focus on is this minimalistic yet quite effective footer. So let's do it next. I collapse my screen and I'll go back to the home page and create a new section, which we can create in the components folder called footer.tsx, run RAFCE, and import it right here by saying footer coming from components. It will immediately appear at the bottom, which means we can get into it and start developing it. First things first, we can turn this div into an HTML5 semantic footer tag and give it a class name of wfull, so it extends for the full width of the screen, padding top of 20 and padding bottom of 10, and an ID of contact so we can very quickly scroll to it from the navigation bar. That's gonna look something like this. Right within it, we can create another div for an image, and this will be the footer grid. So we can say image with a source equal to footer-grid.svg with an alt tag of grid and a class name equal to w-full, h-full, and opacity of 50. If we save this, it might be a bit hard to spot it, especially since we haven't yet added classes to the outside div. So let's do that by giving it a class name of w-full, absolute, left-0, and minus bottom -72, and a min h of 96, like this. So if we do this, it might still be hard to spot it. And on large devices, you should be able to see just a bit of a grid right here. If you want to see it better, you can increase the opacity to 100%. There we go, but this might be a bit too much. So I'll bring it back to 50 and collapse the browser. We can go below this div, wrapping the image, and create another div that's going to be for our content with a class name equal to flex, flex-call, and items-center. Within it, we can create a new h1 that will say something like ready to take, and then within a span, your outside digital presence to the next level. Okay, let's fix this digital. And we should be able to see it right here. We can also make the span with a color of text purple. So class name is text-purple. And we can give it a class name equal to heading on large devices max-w-45vw. Great. So in mobile, it looks great. And right below it, we can create a p tag that will say reach out to me today, and let's discuss how I can help you achieve your goals. So always make it about the other person. Also, it's not good to use apostrophes, so use these characters instead. Let's see how that looks like. And let's style it a bit by giving it a class name equal to text-white-200, so it's not full white. On medium devices, margin top of 10. Otherwise, margin Y of 5 and text-center. If we save it, that looks much better. And we are ready to start creating the button portion of the page. So we can create an anchor tag that will have an href equal to mail to, and then put your email here, such as contact@jsmastery.pro. And here you can render that magic button, which we have used before, importing it from UI magic button with a title equal to let's get in touch, an icon equal to
FA location arrow like this. You need to import it, and a position equal to right. And that's going to give us this nice looking button, which we have seen before. We can go all the way below this div and create one last div for our bottom of the footer, inside of which we'll have our p tag with a copyright. So we can say copyright, and we can try to find that copyright sign. So we can say copyright sign. There we go. We can copy it and paste it and say something like 2024, and then put your name. There we go. Let's style that a bit further by giving it a class name equal to, on medium devices, text-base, otherwise text-small, on medium devices, font-normal, and typically font-light, as we don't want it to stand out too much. Let's also style this div outside of the p tag by giving it a class name of flex, margin top of 16 to divide it from the button, on medium devices, flex row, typically flex column, and also we want to center it by giving it a justify between, so there's a space between, and also we want to give it items-center. So now there's this copyright in the center, but as soon as we add another div right here, it will move to the left side, and this div will have a class name equal to flex items-center, and on medium devices, gap of 3, but on bigger devices, a gap of 6. And within here, you can display your social media profiles by saying social media.map, where you get each individual profile. And for each profile, you can automatically return a div with a key equal to profile.id. And within it, you can have an image with a source equal to profile.img, an alt tag of profile.id, a width of 20, and a height of 20. And of course, you need to import social media from @/data, as those are our constants. So if you do that and scroll down, you should be able to see those three icons. But we can improve that further by giving this div a class name of W-10, H-10. This will give them the width and the height. We can also give it cursor-pointer so people know they can click them. Also flex, justify-center, items-center. Why? Because we will put them within circles. So we can give it a backdrop filter, a backdrop blur LG, saturate 180, this is an interesting one, and BG opacity of 75, and BG black 200. So this will make it look like it's within some kind of circles right here after we give it a border. So we can say rounded-LG, border, and border black 300. So just a bit of a difference from what we have here. And now we can see it's within some kind of blurry or glassy rectangles. And let's just fix this items center as well, so it looks good. There we go. That's better. And that is our footer. Of course, it looks much better on full screen, so you can see it right here. And this button leads you directly to your email client, which is great. And with that, believe it or not, we came to the end of this phenomenal portfolio build. Congratulations for sticking till the end, and soon enough, we'll deploy to the internet so that everyone can see your work. But first, let's fix some bugs. I noticed that if I scroll anywhere, and if it adds this about section here, or if I go to testimonials, whatever, and then I try to go back, a weird thing happens. The top is cut off, and then if I go to the bottom, there's too much stuff at the bottom here, too much empty space. So how can we fix that? Let's go to our home page, and right here, you can see overflow hidden, and we can remove that part. So if I save this, click show my work, and scroll up, it seems to be good now. Let's try going somewhere else like testimonials. Yep, that works as well. Let's try maybe contact. There is some more space at the bottom still, but at least the most important part, which is the top part, was fixed. So now we can always go here, and even if I reload while in the about, it scrolls and I can still go back. And I think the best solution to this would be just to remove this div containing the grid image. It wasn't that visible anyway, so just removing it will immediately fix the problem and make our footer look great, while at the same time fixing all the issues we've had with the hero section. Now, since we removed that overflow thing, we have this weird horizontal scroll happening. So let's go ahead and fix that. Back in the home page, we're gonna add another type of overflow. Overflow-clip. If I save this, you'll notice that the bottom bar disappears, but the top bar still is here. So that means that we cannot scroll to the right side anymore. We can just scroll up and down, and the behavior works exactly as it should. Great. So we have fixed that. The actual nav bar does work on desktop devices, but what I've noticed on mobile is if I go here and then choose mobile, you can see that for some reason, it is completely empty. It seems like there's nothing there. So let's fix that too. In our floating nav, if you scroll down a bit to where we're showing our list items, you can see that now we're hiding the nav item on extra small devices. And on small, we show them. But in our case, we don't have the icons for all items, so we want to show the name always. So let's just make it text-sm, and let's also give it a important cursor-pointer to make it seem clickable. Scroll down and then up, you can see the full navigation, and we can go down, or we can go all the way up. But it does seem like our footer is hidden a bit, so we might want to give it some space. It's good that we checked it out on mobile too. So if we go to the footer, we can remove the padding top of 20 and instead add a margin bottom of about 100 pixels, which should give us enough space for the full content to show, at least on mobile. So if we check this out, you can see that now we can see everything clearly. The rest of the page looks amazing. And let's go back to desktop. And you'll see that now we have some extra spacing here, which kind of is okay, but we don't need this much. So we can go back right here and say on medium devices and up, we can do something like margin bottom of just 5, let's say. That's about 20 pixels instead of 100. So there we go. This now is much better, and our application is bug-free. If you do encounter some bugs, you can report them. Or what I would recommend even more is just adding a new post under the Modern Portfolio Discord right here, where you can just say what's bothering you. And of course, make sure to read the guidelines to be able to ask the question in a proper way. With that in mind, let's get our portfolio deployed. And we're back on our Hostinger's dashboard. From here, we can go to our file manager. You can go into the public_HTML, and there's only a default PHP file, which we can delete. This is where our build folder will go. So let's go back to our application, stop it from running by pressing Ctrl+C and then clearing it. And we can go to our next.config.mjs and expand this next config object. Here, we can say output, and in this case, we'll choose export, which will give us an exported build output in the out directory. So let's say output, and that's gonna be export. Great. Now we can open up the terminal and say npm run build. Immediately, you can notice that it's building out everything, and it will return it in an out folder. It will take a couple of seconds. You don't have to worry about these messages because on the bottom, you can see compiled successfully. So if we scroll to the bottom, you'll see that we have a type error, and this happens. So for that reason, there's one thing I like to do for builds, and that is to go to next config and say TypeScript, ignore build errors is set to true. It is possible that we had an occasional TypeScript warning, but this will just skip it and run our build regardless. And just before we spin up our npm run build once again, let's just go right here to our file tree, to the app, and remove this Sentry example page, as we don't need that. This is the one that we use to trigger that example error. And another thing we need to delete is this Sentry API, as we won't be using it. So once you delete it, open up your terminal and rerun npm run build. Let's give it some time and I'll be right back. And there we go, pre-rendered as static content. So now if we go right here, you can see the out folder, which you can right click and then click reveal in Finder or open in File Explorer if you're in Windows. Enter the out folder, copy everything that is in there, and simply drag and drop it to public HTML. This should take less than a minute, and with that in mind, we can simply go back to our H panel and go to your new URL. In literally seconds, your website has been deployed to the internet. You have seen that nice animation happen, and don't forget, you have HTTPS security. As you can see, there is a proper SSL certificate added to your domain. So let's give it one last look. Show me your work. We have this 3D globe. People can copy your email, see a selection of your projects, see what other people have said about you, your work experience, process, and they can easily send you an email. Oh, and what if they're checking your website out from mobile? It also looks amazing. Everything fits nicely within one screen. The animations are there, especially on mobile, as you put your finger over a specific project. Testimonials look good, and everything just feels like a native mobile application. Phenomenal job on coming to the end of this video. Not many people do, but you did. This means that you might be interested in diving a bit deeper. So go to jsmastery.pro and check out our Ultimate Next.js course. Here we dive into so much more depth, teaching you how to truly use Next.js and get from this performance to this. We have a lot of deep dives where you can see exactly how things work behind the scenes. You build and deploy a very complex applications, and we even have some active lessons which allow you not to just follow along with the video, but we give you a task, an example, and then resources and hints so you can truly build something on your own and learn it. And of course, the app you'll build in the course is pretty crazy. It is a full stack, modern Dev Overflow application. Basically, Stack Overflow on steroids with AI. Other people have loved it. I'm sure you'll love it too, so check it out. With that in mind, take a bit of a break. You deserved it. Congrats on your new portfolio. I want to see you make some changes and tag me on LinkedIn, Twitter, Instagram, wherever you are, and show me what you have done. And I will share your portfolio with everybody so they can see your work. Once again, great work and have a wonderful day.